Good morning, America. Good afternoon, Europe. And Australia. You asked. I know a few of you are up, but really, come on, it's getting late. How are you doing there, guys? We've got Lizzie here. Got Searle. What's up? You can unmute. It's all right. You're safe.
I was wondering if you were still telling Australia to go to fucking bed.
That's pretty much it. I don't generally try to, preface the whole thing with loads and loads of bullshit. I mean, I can if you like.
No, I'm good.
well.
I'm fine with bullshit free.
Yeah. So, topic of discussion today. It's been a bit of a week, has it not?
Yep.
So slightly.
And for me, more than anything else, it has been interesting to see both those on the left or right of an issue argue the toss of a coin. Essentially from both sides. We've had recently, of course, a gentleman who walked into a gay club and hosed down several people in the orders of about up to 50, isn't it? How many have,
I think it was the last actual count was 49.
Well, it's...
I could be wrong.
Time it was 49 killed and 52 wounded, I believe.
Okay, so in other words...
I don't know what's happened to those 52.
In other words, this person has managed to achieve a high score. Now we have somebody who, in the UK, for example, not so much a high score, but certainly a gold star for targeting. We have had a lady, Jo Cox, who is the Barstal, one of those names, MP, who is the first in a decade at least to have been successfully assassinated. Although I'm sort of a little bit sort of sketchy on the idea of actually saying the word assassinated, because it is essentially somebody being murdered, but it just happens to be somebody who belongs to a political party. I find the assassination thing kicks in. So here's where things get weird. On both cases, you've got
How
some...
can it already be weird?
Well,
I think
here's...
that was
But
weird,
this
huh?
is... You know me, I'm somebody who delights in ambiguity. And in this particular case, you're seeing two different incidents, two different scenarios, being argued in two different ways from both sides of this. One is for example, don't blame the ideology, don't blame the Britain first. They didn't sign this up. They didn't sign up for this. They're not to blame for one lone nutcase doing something. And even, there's even people saying, well, we don't even know if that's his ideology. There's that. And then you have the other side who are basically saying, well, it's the ideology that's put this person into this particular point of view. It's definitely, the thing that's playing the major role in it. And that's the same argument from the same people, just from a different side of the fence. The left, on this particular issue, when it comes to this shooting, although initially did start talking about this Britain First thing, but didn't really go very far with it. I don't think they really had much to go with anyway. And to be honest with you, it would be...
They did the decent thing.
Yes, so to be honest with you, I don't think there's exactly legs with that particular argument. But then again, I don't think there's really that much legs with most of these sort of arguments that people come across with. This is for me more than anything else. I'd like to point out to those out there that are steadfast right-wingers and they're really pushing that sort of thing, is that you're making yourselves look really idiotic if you don't actually blame the ideology on one gunman, but you do on another. It's sort of how things work. People are fucking nutty. People do fucking nutty, stupid things.
Well, there's another way of putting it.
With that particular argument.
Two men, who were both mentally ill, committed horrible acts. One of them was indoctrinated with an ideology throughout their entire life, was a homosexual, repressed it, and was radicalized and grew such self-hatred of gay people that it became a pathological outburst that caused them to kill a load of people. And the other suffered from a severe learning disability and ended up killing someone.
Does anybody know why were the motivations of the second gunman?
Well, at the moment, no.
No.
And like I said, the story about this gentleman is that he is essentially a little slow. We're talking about somebody who is, a care in the community's case here.
You may need to explain that for the viewers outside the UK.
I know that's a generalized term. We understand what that means in America. Well, maybe not other places, but it's a general.
Yes, you understand the idea
we get.
this isn't somebody who is in an asylum, let's say.
No, but it's this guy. It's the guy in the neighborhood. Somebody would check on once a week just to make sure he's managed not to stick, a fork in the dishwasher or something.
Yeah, if you like.
We may check on them every couple of years.
Yeah. But like I said, But this is the it's not so much the incidents that I really want to concentrate on. I don't really want to talk about the fact that somebody has killed another human being. It's it happens every day. It's more to do with the blind panic and damage control that is being manifest by both sides of this particular argument. Like I said, I've always found that those that are on either side of an argument don't bring it forward most of the time. And I find it's almost as if it's trying to remember the name of the disease, but it's where basically all of your muscles contract at the same time, and you end up not being able to move at all. So you're incredibly restrained, but you're actually exercising said muscles without actually moving. Hello, Dictator. I think it's a bit of both. Being on the FBI watch list, he was able to get a gun. But Islam also has problems because, unlike a lot of religions, hasn't reformed through society, I think at least. Well, that really depends, Dictator. If you can imagine, there are countries out there which are predominantly Christian, for example, that have just as retrograde laws in place.
Real quick, the guy wasn't on the FBI watch list anymore. Just so you know, he had been released off of the FBI watch list. And that is something that not a lot of people are taking into account. He was on the FBI watch list. He was interviewed twice and then released. So this whole, why was he? It's not stated when he was released off of the FBI watch list. So this whole thing about him going, he would not have been able to get a gun. He should not have been able to get a gun because he was on the watch list. A, when was he released? B, wait a minute, he was released. This was, in that case, it was the FBI's fuck up for not keeping him on the watch list if that was a law at hand that he should not have been able to get a gun. But guess what? He wasn't on the watch list anymore, so people need to remember that. In this whole argument.
Well, I think it really boils down not necessarily to those particular details, but it's really, like I said, it's people blaming an ideology for someone's actions and then reversing that when it doesn't really work out for you. And like I said, if you have a look at, say, Breitbart, for example, they had literally done so much damage control on the particular incident with Jo Cox that they almost forgot to mention that she'd been shot.
Yeah, so after reading the Breitbart story is the only source of news some people have. Who was it that was shot again? Because I didn't actually find it in the article when I read last time.
Oh, Jo Cox.
It may just be because I was skipping through, but hey.
Yeah, Jo Cox, she's basically about a year older than me. And that's pretty young when it comes to politicians.
I know, she's only 108.
Yeah, she's not quite a mummy. Was not.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a shame to watch somebody who was born in my generation just get gunned down like that.
Not everybody's a vampire.
Yeah, but like the thing that I'm hey Hazam, greets Hazim. I begging your pardon, Hazim. The point that I'm trying to make here is that it's a twist in rhetoric, if anything, I feel. And this is why I've named this particular show "Agenda Makes You Stupid."
A gender makes you stupid?
No, not a gender, agenda.
Oh, agenda. Sorry, yeah. My earbuds
I've been listening to a lot of people argue this. So they're talking about, like, should we ban guns? Should we do this with guns and all this sort of business? Like, oh, you're bringing your agenda to the table. And then you've got other people that are saying, we need more guns. Oh, you're bringing your agenda to the table. We even had somebody from the RNC, which is a South African political group, saying that this person was the person who shot Jo Cox, for example, apparently as part of the Springboks, which allegedly is a like a white nationalist South African thing. So who would have thought?
You did say his name right. I'm the jerk. I'm sorry. Say it again. Shit. God damn it! I'm getting my friend's name mixed up. Anyway, one of the things is also. Did you hear about? Okay, the black lady that got shot in the leg, and she was in the bathroom, and she says that the guy was leaning towards black people. Now people are going off and throwing their agenda on the table, using that as, oh, you can't believe her. She's just a part of
Black Lives Matter. I'm having to talk for you, Liz, but because we seem to have lost you. Still talking for Liz? Am I going to have to paraphrase here?
Well, you could. Can you do a Liz voice?
No. I'm sorry. I just can't. I can do my nighttime radio voice.
How many cigarettes a day exactly do you smoke?
I don't know. I think I've got quite a deep voice. I can still sing, you know.
But you haven't got the proper gravelly voice that Liz has.
No, I don't. Yeah,
She does have the most dangerous.
Yeah, I've smoked all my life. I haven't really got a lot of gravel there, to be honest with you. But yeah, like I said, I'm trying to sort of highlight this is that you know, I would like to think that I live in a skeptical sort of group of people. I don't necessarily think that that's strictly the case, to be frank.
And how large is this skeptical group of people? Are we talking about the current guests?
Well, there's a lot of people who sign on to the skeptic society community, if you see what I mean. They consider themselves a skeptic and stuff like that. Oh, there goes Liz. She'll be back.
Only half the time.
Only half the time, yeah. And that's where, but you know, it's like being half pregnant. It doesn't really make any sense.
Well, and that would be glorious. There are so many women that would love the bigger boobs and nothing else.
Yeah, but yeah. Well, what I'm saying is that you're either a skeptic or you're not. You don't get to basically just turn that off when something is props up an agenda. You've now just basically, you know, handed in the keys as far as being a skeptic is concerned. So it's in this particular case, I mean, for example, Britain First. I don't think that Britain First are a particularly nice group of people. I don't think Britain First really actually speaks for Britain. I don't think Britain First really have a mandate from anybody in the UK. However, I don't necessarily think that their avocation for, what do they call it again? I'm trying to remember the expression that they use, which is essentially them walking around the streets in a mob.
The patrols.
Yeah, what were they called it again?
I can't remember. It was one of these really double plus good names, though.
You know, it was very beautifully worded, and it talks about patriots. Britain First is a patriotic political party, and and it's not
Christian
there.
patrols.
Raise it on the Facebook, perhaps.
They have Christian patrols, and they have
Christian patrols, for fuck's sake,
as well as a few other types, apparently.
Like street action or something. I can't remember exactly what that. You know, these are actually, that is actually advocating for, you know, violence. Now, that being said, I don't think that they've like trained this guy up and sort of like edged him into doing this. So, you know, the idea that some lone nutcase decides to take it upon himself and has all of these ideas, you know, he didn't say this to anybody. Now, that's the interesting thing that a lot of people have been pointing out, you know, the Breitbarts of this world. And they were pointing out that this person hasn't said anything about their own political leanings. To be honest with you, that's more worrying than not. I've always found that somebody who says very little about their political leanings are usually the most dangerous in the room. Anyone who actually says so and is open and you know, has at least some confidence within their sort of thing doesn't necessarily think to resort to violence so much. They're generally willing to actually come to a debate. I'm perfectly, you know, I talk to people with agendas all the time. Whether they realise it or not, it's up to them. However, when they're willing to come to it with a discussion, it's not so bad. That's not the worrying bit. It's when they don't have anything to say. That's the worrying bit.
On the bright side, Robin, I recognise my agenda of pushing for journalists to be ethical.
Yes, as am I. I do like the idea that Britain First stands opposed to all alien and destructive political or religious ideologies. So,
well, fucking hell, if we have alien ideologies here, I'd be quite concerned.
So they don't like Marxism, liberalism, fascism, National Socialism, political correctness, Euro-federalism, and Islam.
Okay, we've had Muslims living in in the UK since we started trading on the Silk Road. We have been liberal since, I think the first or
fucking Magna Carta, mate.
We had. Yeah, in fact, no, we were liberal before we were even a democracy. Well, what was the other stuff they said they didn't like?
The National Socialism, fascism, political correctness, and Euro-federalism and Islam.
Yeah, the general UK public have never been politically correct.
Britain First is determined that Britain's armed forces should be kept to defend our homeland.
From who?
They didn't specify.
They never specify. I want to know who this person is that's going to invade England, going to invade France, going to invade Germany, and going to invade America. I want to know why all of us big countries have to have such large armies, because some outsider is going to turn up and invade us. Is there another continent we haven't discovered yet somewhere?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure there. But like I said, I'm looking at this lot, and as far as political heavyweights are concerned, we're not really talking about the top echelons here. And I'll make this point again, and I've made this point to a lot of people who are very upset by the idea of it, and especially a lot of the anti-Europeans and things like that. And I was saying to them that there's certain relative worries out there, and if you're struggling as, say, 10 to 15 to 20% of the population to be able to get things through, like, ban the muzzies, how the fuck do you think that an even smaller population of the country is going to get fucking Sharia law in? I just don't get, like I said, it just seems like a scare tactic. It's like, I'm not actually afraid of Muslims. I've met quite a few. I know quite a few. And, I've worked with them, actors and things like that. It's not... Just because someone's a Muslim doesn't mean that they can't do their job. Just because, it doesn't... I've had somebody who was basically beating somebody up on screen. Yeah, and they're a Muslim. They're talking about they're actually the role that this person was playing was one of basically a bodyguard to somebody who was committing usury. Now, if you can imagine, usury is something that the Catholic Church and the Muslim world are somewhat miffed at. The idea of charging somebody extortionate amounts of money for a loan, etc. Yet this person said nothing about this. They were just playing a role. So I'm not afraid of Muslims. I'm not afraid of Jewish people. I live next door to both, and they don't seem to be afraid of each other either.
I don't think I've ever actually met him.
Yeah. Now, I'm sure we can go into areas in the UK where there are some people that are a little bit afraid of each other. I don't necessarily think that means that they should be. It's just that they are.
Actually, there are some very shitty areas in the UK where people are rightfully scared of the people down the street to them, and unfortunately, that's to do with violent ghettos.
Like I said, I'm too old to be worried about stupid stuff like that, to be honest. And I mean, if for example we have a look at this business with this gentleman who's basically shot and killed an MP. If I have to say it, and I'm sure Breitbart wouldn't possibly say that, but I can guess what they were thinking. If only he was Muslim.
What are you talking about? Breitbart has Milo. It's probably going to happen sooner or later.
They really would have, and I say this because I know, what Milo's like, and I know the Breitbart sort of rhetoric, and I say to you, they would have preferred this person to have been Muslim. They would have loved it, and they would have been running with that today, tomorrow, day after, day after, day after, the day after. So it's This is what I mean by agenda getting in the way of the facts, getting in the way of actually solving a problem. Here's the thing when it comes to this gentleman actually shooting this lady. There isn't actually a lot that anyone can do. This is a rare occurrence. It's so rare, in fact, that it's statistically anomalous. It just doesn't happen very often, isn't it? It would be a shame for us to actually put in any particular law, change of conduct, or anything like that in light of this, to be frank. I consider that would be a much braver position, but also one that shows that such a silly thing. Oh yes, and the Remain camp, of course, are trying to push it as free propaganda. And I just think that that's completely disingenuous when they would then, you don't get... This is the thing. If you're going to say, it's just some lone gunman, then don't basically start to push that out when you see other people doing things for ideology's sake. Because that's the thing. And like I said, even if this person was a full-on Britain first, turned up to every meeting kind of a guy, I still wouldn't say that Britain First is a group that advocates the murder of politicians. But in the very same way that you look at Al-Qaeda, for example, they do not represent the Muslim world in general. And, to say, we've got some dictators in certain countries and some of them are religious dictators in certain countries doing horrible draconian laws, still doesn't represent Islam. It's the same thing as basically saying, that... say the Catholic Church during the worst of times is the actual representation of the church. It's fallacious argument. It's fallacious.
I'm sorry, Robin, but I need to address the chat. Grim. Luckily, in UK politics yesterday, both the Stay and the Leave campaign did the right thing, and all MPs currently protesting on this and campaigning decided to take the day off in mourning for one of the MPs they lost. They lost a very passionate MP. They lost someone who would take a tiny dinghy out. And this is what they're doing on Wednesday. Tiny dinghy. Going in between fishing trawlers 5 times the size. Waving a flag saying, stay in. In between fishing trawlers going, oh yeah, twats, we're staying in the EU. We're talking about a feisty woman here who had real fucking passion in politics. We shouldn't be turning her into a martyr. We should be putting a plaque in her local constituency going, they lost a good MP. They lost someone that actually cared.
Well, the sad thing is that she didn't actually get a chance to prove that.
She had a year and she proved it enough in that time alone.
I'm only going to argue for the point that it takes a little longer for that to kick in. You got to remember once you've been a little jaded, that's where it all comes out. A lot of politicians go into politics with all these high-minded ideas. And in that sort of mood, it's a cheap motivation for a lot, but it also gets you into power. And like I said, it's not really much of an argument, to be honest with you. But there you go. I'm just saying that like Tony Benn, for example. Where that person stood.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy was in politics for 60 odd years or something like that. So you know where that person was. I couldn't know, let's say, somebody after 1 year in politics. It takes decades in some cases.
I'm not saying we know her position, I'm just saying we know her drive.
Yeah, and just judging on that particular front, I'm perfectly happy to sort of accept it on that way. I don't know anything about her, so I'll take your word for it. It's a damn shame. It is. You're talking about somebody who's barely breached their 40s, a young lady who had come from that area, so this wasn't an imported MP or anything like that, and was just walking around her own constituency.
And more importantly, from what I can tell, a loving mother and a loving wife has left 2 kids without a mother and a distraught husband.
And that's all that needs to be said on that front. Now, however, those that are saying more are not actually bringing anything forward as far... for example, as you've said, those Remain lot are going to use it as a propaganda cop. So fucking what, Fred? Be the better man and not care about that. This is the thing. Both sides will use it. Both sides will use it. It's just one side isn't going to be able to use it so well. That's all.
Thank you for that shitpost.
Yeah. And this is the thing. I mean, you can say that, Grim, about the fact that it's being used as a way of propaganda, but the same can be said about this gay guy that basically just shot down a bunch. You get that from, the anti-theist, anti-Muslim brigade as well, and they're just basically exploiting the death of somebody for their own purposes. So, and I'm looking at both sides of this and just basically saying, you both look terrible. You do not look good at all to just somebody looking at this from an attempt of a balanced point of view. We have too much nuance. Is that what you're saying, sir?
We have far too much nuance.
Well, I was talking to Danny Duchamp, and he was basically saying that I generally tend towards the middle ground. I'm sort of. I wouldn't necessarily say that that's an accurate statement. I generally tend towards not taking a particular side before I enter into it. So I try my best. I mean, I'm not gonna say that I'm a complete fucking robot here, but I at least make the attempt.
More high ground.
Well, some people say
like to sit up there with your binoculars and go, now, which side exactly has the correct argument? Which side has the facts on their side?
I wouldn't call it moral high ground, but
Okay, the robotic high ground,
if you will. I'm half human. I'm half robot. And in this, like I said, in these particular cases, this is the thing that has disappointed me: is that what's worse, somebody who accuses somebody of using a situation for propaganda, or somebody that accuses somebody of using a situation for propaganda and then uses a situation for propaganda. Which is worse? I can at least sit here and say lefties, or in this case innies, don't use this as propaganda to prop up your own position against Brexit. And I can also say to the anti-Muslims out there, the anti-theists out there, and pretty much anybody who doesn't like a gay guy, it seems, you're not looking good either.
Mm-hmm.
That's not middle ground. It's the only way that I can see which is correct. And that isn't necessarily middle ground, it's just basically staring at two people that are wrong.
Well, we could go back to the Danny argument and start talking about freedom and railguns. Chat, you were not there for it. We were basically having an argument earlier on, and Robin was arguing.
No, it's a spirited discussion, mate. It was, I've got no ill will towards him. We didn't have an argument. I mean, this is just
Danny
basically.
was arguing for Tsar bombs.
No, I don't think he was. I think it was somebody else. But yeah, people talk about sort of like, gun violence in America. That always comes about, and I'm getting to the point where I sit there and I look at you and kind of go, you don't really care. Let's be honest, you don't. You don't care how many people die. Don't kid yourselves, America.
Well, you know how people like to say, in Australia they had a homicide rate drop of, what was it, 1/3 or 0.8 per 100,000?
It was about a third.
Yeah, they had less than 3 people dying per 100,000 when they banned guns. And it dropped by 0.8, that's about a third. And basically no one was dying from murder before, and basically no one is dying from murder afterwards.
I mean, most people die from murder as far as I was aware.
Well, you're more likely to crash your own car and kill yourself in Australia.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't want to go down this line, because, for example, and this is one of the, I'll sort of like to say this, is that, talking about bringing one's agenda to the table, when you've got, I have seen this pointed out by quite a few people. Hang on a second, I thought you guys banned guns over there. How the fuck did this guy get it? Huh? Yeah? Huh? UK? See? It's like, the fact that we've had this happen once in a decade is the point.
I'm sorry, once in 2 decades.
Oh, sorry, once in 2 decades. Mea culpa. And I this is what I mean by really blind rhetoric. And it just ends up with, when you bring just your agenda to the table and you don't hang back a second and kind of go, well, let's just find out the facts of the matter here. That's what you end up doing. I mean, for example, Breitbart. They could have actually done just a simple thing and saying this poor lady's just being killed, left her family, all that sort of business. Completely forgot to do that. What they did was they tried to make it not about Britain first. They made an entire article on the day of someone being murdered for it to nothing to do. It's got nothing to do with Britain first, I swear to you. And then, the very same week, you just had to go back and they are sitting there screaming at the left for daring to basically say, well, this person is just a fucking nutcase. It's an isolated incident. This doesn't represent the whole. This is the hypocrisy that I cannot stand within Breitbart. And I have to say, and I have to chastise those who look at that as a source. You're kidding yourselves. Or you know this, and it's just the fact that you've got your agenda in the way. But nobody likes to hear it.
What I'm getting from this is it's just validating my agenda of we have shitty journalists and we need to do better.
Well, if anything, yes, that is essentially, what I'm bringing to the table at this point is that the reason that you have shitty journalists in the world has got nothing to do with the fact that shitty journalists exist. Shitty journalists will always exist. It's whether you give them money. That's what matters. Because then shitty journalists are propped up by that money. So now you have shitty journalists getting popular. And I'm watching this from a generation that was sitting there kind of going, well, you don't want to believe the mainstream. You're perfectly happy to believe the mainstream when it suits you.
The mainstream can be believed?
In some cases, yeah. I mean, go and have a look at the weather report. Close as accurate as they can get. Well, that's the thing. Why bother? Here's the thing about sort of like, people like think about sort of like, the news and them and the powers that be and stuff like that. Let's be perfectly frank. They don't lie to you all the time. Why would they? If they lied to you all the time, it would be too obvious and it would be too easy.
I tend to trust them on the really big things, like the horse that won the race, or whoever our prime minister is, or
why lie about that? Yeah, exactly. Why lie about that sort of stuff? The lies kick in depending on the agenda of the person doing it. And it's not the BBC, it's not Sky, it's not Fox, or it's not, The Independent. It is certain people within The Independent. It is certain people within Sky. It is certain people within there. Now, if they have a complete way of doing it, I mean, I'm just talking right now to somebody who works in the BBC. They're looking for me to do some special effects for them. Okay? That person that I'm talking to is an I think she would consider herself an agnostic Muslim. So she's culturally Muslim. Okay? Lovely lady. Absolute fucking rocker when it comes to getting shit done. Yeah? Somebody that I would, if I needed a producer for a film, straight away I'd ask for her. Absolutely. She's fucking amazing. Yeah? And that's what I respect, her work. And we can have some spirited discussions. We don't have them on set, but we do have spirited discussions about what is and what is not. And that's cool. And we're still friends, even though we disagree with all kinds of different things. It's a wonderful world I live in. I'm able to disagree with people and not want to kill them. It's amazing.
Oh, silly. You can't disagree with someone and still be friends with them. That's madness. I mean, that's bringing nuance into personal relationships.
Hazam, you actually have spotted who I am. That's right. I am here to arbitrate who is worthy in this world. The Guardian is the worst of the worst. Well, there's rhetoric.
There's a worse one. Have you ever heard of the news site called The Establishment?
I'm just having a look at this. I, for one, do not get paid to shit. So I'll be back later to serve more chat cancer. What, do you get paid? You get paid to leave down chat cancer? Oh my god. Liz, you've returned!
Oh, thank God. Basically, nuance overload.
Explain. Sorry. Just give me a second. I go back to original. Everything decided to go fuck you on.
Well, we're just going through a little bit more detail as to why I think that we have ourselves a situation within this that is, like I said, it's got a delicious ambiguity to it.
A second to get in here.
So, Robin, as we're talking about temporarily the establishment, this is the most establishment rebellious news site I have ever seen. Literally nothing has fallen out of mainstream news narratives. You will find everything in the site in a slightly watered-down version in either The Independent or The Guardian.
How do you mean watered down?
You know how sometimes you see basically people like Jessica Valenti? Instead of saying, let's pay women more, but our legal department seems to argue against it, they declare, we are now paying our female writers more.
Oh, man. A new one for the Bernie bros out there. You are now. It is now called brocalism.
Oh my.
Apparently. We should call brocalism what it is, white populism.
So what did I miss while my computer took in a massive shit and I had to, do magic tricks on it?
We bitched about how everything comes back to ethical journalism.
Oh, Gamergate? God damn it, Robin!
What have I done? What?
You're addicted to Gamergate. It's okay.
What do you mean?
Understand.
What have I done? I haven't done anything.
It's the ethics in journalism. But no, I'm actually in agreement with you on that one. I cannot stand
that's
that
the
I
chief
cannot
tenant.
get one story.
Yeah, that's the chief tenant in Gamergate. Yes, but that's one of the reasons why I went in there. However, that's sort of like my thing. I've always wanted to make sure that the press does its fucking job, because if it doesn't do its job, it's just advertising.
I'm giving you shit.
Yeah. But
it's understandable. I'm on your
that's
side.
That's my motivation. I'm not dragging Gamergate around with me. If anything, I just introduced it.
We're witnessing Liz pass on her gift of shits to the rest of the world. One person at a time.
What are you waiting, Dictator? Go ahead and shill yourself and tell us, and Robin, why you would go on and what would you add?
Oh, me?
Sorry?
What?
Oh no, I'm just working out. That's called. So who moving to Calais after Brexit? Nope. What are you waiting for, Dictator? Go ahead and shill yourself and tell us, and Robin, why you would go on and what would you add? I saved up for that. I'm confused, Hazam. Who were you talking to on this front?
You can add anything you want.
Oh, it was Dictator, wasn't it? How can I get on? Was asking this, and the first time being here, I heard about the open house from Craft and Tea. Hello, Dictator. Sorry, I didn't read that little bit. I was doing a little something. It is a simple action. If you have a look down to the bottom right-hand side of the screen here, allow me to indicate it with my arrow. That little thing there at RSOLGCP. Follow me on Twitter and send me a message, and I will DM you a direct link to the open house. You can come on and say your shit. You
have arrow privilege. That's not fair.
I do have an arrow privilege.
White cis shitlord.
It's just getting my shit done. That's all. But yeah, so yeah, as I say, if you wanna come in, if any of you would like to come in, this is the open house. It is open to all. All you have to do is send me a message on Twitter, and that is you vetted. That's all it really takes.
Unfortunately,
yeah. I forgot that you. What was that? Sorry.
Unfortunately, anyone who joins us is in a room with two smarmy breads.
For example, yeah, if Milo Yiannopoulos wanted to come on, he'd have a hard job.
He doesn't like Milo, by the way. If anybody has not guessed that one, he does not like Milo. He does not like Breitbart. He might be a little biased.
Yeah, I met him, and I know that he's very much biased. So, I'm not keen.
Where did you meet him at?
Oh, I was talking to him on Skype about something. It's not really of a lot of consequence right now. But I just.
If we had my
the only thing I don't like half the shit comes out of the guy's mouth, but I defend his right to have it come out of his mouth.
Well, I always look at this person and think, my God, we've come a long way since Hitchens, haven't we? If this is the we need some sort of martyr, and unfortunately he's doing that job for us, and might as well let him do his thing.
I am in fact very English. I have a bottle of Johnny Walker's Black Label, Hitchkins' favourite alcohol, on my desk. Haven't slept since Tuesday, and I'm wearing a nice shirt. I'm as close to Hitchkins as we have.
That video that you did, you look damn snazzy. Just, we're going to teach you this thing called volume, and other than that, you're spot on.
I'm already one step closer, thanks to Robin. Oh,
Oh,
yes.
good.
11 people watching this. If you go to my channel, it can be found through either my Twitter or by typing Selfie into the top bar. You will see I have made a video for the first time in 2.5 years.
Yeah,
It is terrible. Do not watch it. I have made a mistake.
Yeah, Dictator, if you'd like to come on, there you go, mate. All you got to do is basically just send me a message there. Just, can I come on? Follow me so that I can DM you. Unless you've got your DMs open, it doesn't really matter. You can unfollow me afterwards. I don't really care. But yeah, just pop onto Twitter.
I've got a video on this too that I'm going to be making a very large addendum to within the next 2 days. That will have full animation. It's just I felt really ill again last night and was unable to do anything.
Yeah, we need to have a little chat about that and get that sorted out for you because it is looking a bit strange.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. If I use the original format that you gave me, it does the same thing, and I have not changed anything.
I must check this and get this organised as to what is going wrong. Also says, hey, just read it, but won't have time to speak until probably Monday. Very busy this weekend, family events. No, fair enough. Enough.
So let's get back onto a topic. I wanted to know, is there any news organization that you think has properly reported on the Orlando shooting or on the British shooting, or the UK shooting, wherever the fuck that happened at, where people talk funny?
Well, as far
where the MP got shot.
Okay, as far as reporting is concerned, okay, I think the BBC probably did it better yesterday. They managed to actually get plenty of people down there. The Mirror missed a few interviews. I mean, if you're going to, do a good job, I'm really talking about whether you actually got as much information as you could out of this, or at least
BBC,
as possible.
The Mirror and the Times were all ethical about their job.
Yeah,
none of them made shit up.
You said that somebody in your video reported the location of the shooting wrong. Why would they do that?
They didn't report the location of the shooting wrong. They reported the location of the shooter being arrested wrong.
Why did they do that? Was there like a hidden agenda, or was it a mistake?
The fourth version of the Independence article on their website had a claim where not only did the guy shout Britain first before shooting her, he continued to shout Britain first, shot her repeatedly, continuing to shout Britain first, then went and stabbed and kicked her a lot before being dragged off by the police.
And from the only witness that we have on this, he only said it twice.
Yes.
Or at least, he basically said about a couple of times. That's what this gentleman had actually said. But like I said, when you're talking about an incident on the ground, the first people that are going to get there are going to be the people that have got people nearby there. So the BBC were always going to get there first on this sort of front. Yep. They've got offices all over the country, and then obviously
it's as if it's their job.
Yeah, but exactly. Local newspapers, those are the ones that are going to be doing that. So those are the best places to go if you're looking for quick information. However, quick information is rarely accurate.
I cannot stand media here in the United States when the Paris attacks happened, or when the attacks happened, the assaults happened in Germany. The news here was so fucking horrible. I was screen sharing with a couple of people while going through CNN and a couple of other things that's not a live hangout, and showing them the news that I was getting, and the fact that I kept having to go to UK, instead of .com that you would do in the United States, kept having to go to .eu, whatever, in order to get actual factual information.
And I would like all French people in the chat to know that I do in fact have sympathy for the Paris attack. However, if it was carried out by a bunch of English knights in full plate trying to make Brittany Britain again, I would have no sympathy for the French. Instead, I demand there's a castle built.
Say that again?
Your deadpan is very difficult to distinguish between you being serious.
Sorry, the entire thing was a facetious joke.
Yes.
What?
He just doesn't. He doesn't do it in American comedy values, He doesn't.
No, I didn't get the joke. That's
right.
The problem.
That's right.
I didn't get the. No, I didn't. I'm like, huh?
Okay,
it's your fault.
I'm basically saying I have sympathy for the people killed in the Paris attack, but if France was attacked by the English knighthood and we made Brittany Britain again, I would have no sympathy for them. Instead, I demand they build a castle.
Okay.
Fucking Americans don't get it until you explain it to them.
Yeah, I know. Sorry.
Dictator, send me a message at RSOLGTP, and I can have you on, and we can have a discussion about this. Anyone is welcome. All is welcome.
Come on, we need some non-deadpan humour.
It's all right. It's okay. Don't be afraid.
She's
my humor is just crash and full of curse words,
Yeah.
so that's it.
But yeah.
Other than that,
but as I said, it's misreporting is different from omitting information, for example. I mean, I would say
Breitbart does that a lot.
Yes. So
they tell one side of the story and that's it. So I have to, in order to get the full side of the story, I have to go read a severe libertarian point of view, and then I'll go read Breitbart, and I know the truth is somewhere dead center.
Well, not necessarily that either, you see. I've often said that if you've got one side of an argument basically propagandizing you, and you've got another side of the argument propagandizing you, the only thing that you've got is basically the middle ground between two lines of propaganda.
Yeah, and sometimes that's where you can find the most truth.
No, what I'm
definitely
saying
isn't going to be on either
what I'm
side.
saying is you're trying to pick a truth from two sets of lies.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're not actually
going
to find...
You just go the exact opposite of both of those two, and you end up with something completely different.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, they could basically be lying about the same thing, and you would never know. That's the thing. It's I suppose probably the best way to do it is like a corralling effect. If you imagine, one news cycle over here and another news cycle on the other side of you, you're going to go dead center. So if you imagine if you've got people that basically want to push an agenda, but they don't want to push a particular part of that, which, let's say, the other side with their agenda agree with, you're not going to hear anything to do with that particular thing that might change your mind. In the sense of establishment, for example. So you have an illusion of choice, cash or card. You have an illusion of having some sort of, well, I want to be in between that, and it can also make you susceptible to be guided. I think Danny was saying that I am a middle grounder. I don't necessarily think that is the case. I would say that I look at both parties, and if they are both wrong, I will say you are both wrong. I'm not going to find some sort of middle ground between the two and expect that to be the truth. If I've got two bullshitters, I'm just addressing two bullshitters. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I was trying to make a jokish point, but...
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought, now your deadpan isn't selling.
No, it isn't. What do you want? It's fucking, early in the morning for me. The other shit that I wanted to talk about is the blatant censorship. This is something where yours is ethics and journalism, mine is censorship.
Well, that's the same thing.
Well, true, in a lot of ways. But you want people to report the facts. I want people to be able to talk about the facts without getting booted off of social medias and such things. Huh?
When you talk about the facts on social media, you are basically fulfilling the role of citizen journalism. If they keep you off that, it's basically creating an ethical citizen mediaship. It's basically the same thing at this point.
I know, it's just a different part of the same thing. We don't need to argue about semantics. I just wanted to bring up this whole thing.
No, we're literally saying we're completely on your side.
Okay,
Our
good.
original statement, we can also apply it here.
Good. So
we don't even have to change the shirts for the teams.
Yeah,
okay,
and here's the thing.
Can we wear green shirts? That's my favorite color.
Here's the thing that sort of grinds my gears somewhat when it comes to free speech advocates on this sort of front. Free speech, for example, is to do with things that people don't want to hear, really, in most cases. However, there are things that are intentionally there to annoy. For example, they're just basically there to wind people up, to get annoying, to muddy the argument even, at worst. But most of the time, just throwing insults, for example. That isn't really the freedom of speech that people are actually advocating for. I'm not saying that it isn't covered, but however, it's making somewhat of a mockery of it.
Yeah.
Greetings,
hey, look,
Dictator.
you got on.
Hello?
Welcome, mate.
It's just a bit nerve-wracking,
Really?
What is
Don't
never
be,
ending?
mate. Don't be. You're in front of a ginormous audience of about 12.
12 people, you know.
Well, I don't
10
know.
people now.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Don't worry about it. Yeah.
Think about it this way.
Like I said, it's for
You could fit
everybody.
all
mate.
around a table.
Yeah. From a person who isn't voting on the Brexit or Remain, I feel that, you know, what they're doing with the MP and stuff like that is just absolutely terrible. It doesn't make a lot of sense to put someone in that sort of camp when they're already, you know, gone.
How do you mean? Put them in that camp?
Obviously, like, you saw on the news, like, how they're like doing like the flags and stuff like that.
Yeah.
They're using her as a martyr, is basically what's happening.
Well, no, I think.
Yeah.
I'm trying to read into what you were saying there. She was sort of a Remain person already.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It's just,
So, I mean, let's be frank. If the opposite had gone the other way, I would be very much expecting the same.
oh yeah, totally.
She was
Yeah.
hardly shy about it after all.
Yeah.
Mm.
I mean,
She
if
was on a boat the day before, waving the flags and everything.
So,
And
yeah.
Less than 24 hours after taking on fishermen in a dinghy, she was shot.
Yeah, and I will say this to anyone in Brexit or Remain or whatever like that. Don't accuse the other one of making the other one a martyr, whether they do or whether they don't.
Yeah, exactly.
And don't make the other one a martyr.
Mm.
That's all. Now, I'm not really going to. I'm actually going to applaud the MPs today, which I don't know if I should throw up after saying that, but but well done for having some fucking dignity. And you know, if it's the newspapers, it's the people that are making all of these martyrdom and accusations things. Really, at least most of those in politics have decided to basically kind of go, this is a very sad occasion, and it is not something that we really want to use in our rhetoric. What's this?
It's like they're trying to gain points, you know, like, yay, one of our people died, therefore you should have more sympathy for our cause. It's like, wait, you still should need to be going after the merits of your particular cause, and not because somebody died in your cause.
Precisely.
And you're dehumanizing her by doing that. You're naming her a cause as opposed to a human being that died.
The expression is canonizing.
Canonizing?
Yes.
Is that the word?
Yes.
Good word. I like that word.
Yeah, to canonize somebody, for example, is to basically turn them into a martyr. In the same way you
humanity and turn them into a symbol.
Yeah, if you canonize, say, in the Christian world, you would basically, you'd make, say, what do they call them? Saints. For example,
Yeah.
You stop being human and become a saint.
Yeah, they are what they would call idols. Like in the story of Moses, when they had the golden idols.
That's right.
They were canonizing the gold in the statues.
And it's the next golden calf, as it were.
Indeed.
And it is very sad, the whole situation, and I am proud of the people that have actually reported this properly, and I really have to sort of, like, once I read a proper news report, I have to kind of turn it off.
Yeah.
It's like, once both sides start to bicker on whatever the catastrophe is, at that point, it's like, God damn it.
Well, yeah,
you guys are just being monsters.
You've got something similar with this business with this shooting in Orlando, for example. You have actual gun advocates that are now canonizing gay people. They're canonizing these dead gay people and basically kind of going, well, we should, this is what happens when you don't allow arms into these clubs.
Yeah,
and this is the thing that I've got a major problem. I had a major problem with this whole thing. Is that I released a video before it was released that he was gay, saying, you know what, more than likely he learned this bad behavior from his religion, right? And this was also before a lot of information came out about his dad. This was just the information about him. And I was like, pay attention to the information that comes out about this particular individual. I bet you anything this guy was gay. And I bet you anything this guy went on a rampage because he was taught that being gay was so bad that he had to prove to his God, he had to prove to his dad, he had to prove to everybody around him that he wasn't gay, and to get attention and become, become famous.
Here's the problem here that comes
That
with this,
turns
for
out-
example.
I got so much shit for that, but then it turns out that I was right.
Well, yeah.
I'm like, God damn it! It's not just terrorism. It's,
this is the thing. This is where things get a little bit confused, though. You see, of course, you are right on those facts. You are right and correct on those facts. However, this is somebody who actually spelt out their intentions, and those don't actually correlate with what actually happened. Do you see what I mean?
The thing is that he's not actually connected to any of them. He was spouting those out to get on media. If you look at the things that he was yelling out, they're counteractive things. They're things against each other. He can't call out one, be connected to it, and call out the other and be connected to it.
Well, yeah, the man seemed to have a very strong idea of projection. Just like many ideologies, the people who believe in them have a strong projection of what they're espousing is what's in themselves. So, when let's just take like an example here. When these like third wave feminists or social justice warriors hate something, or they hate, say like they hate straight people or whatever, right? They are that themselves, so they're hating themselves so much that they just have to take out on everybody else.
Dictator, mate. You may not have heard this is somewhat of my own personal pet theory, but the shooter in America, he was a man who was radicalized by religion. He was someone who was indoctrinated by religion to hate himself. And he was in fact a mentally ill person because he was corrupted by both the self-hatred of gayness and the fact he was gay, and because of a extreme religious belief, both of which, of pathological hatred and hearing the voice of God and being fanatic religious, are mental illnesses.
Oh yeah, like
this is someone who went for an upbringing that trained them to be mentally ill.
Yeah, I mean, whether it's a disorder or not, it's just he was mentally unstable. Anyone who
real quick, I do have to say this every time I bring up the fact that he was gay. Somebody always says, "Don't say because," as if it was the only factor. No, it was not the only factor. Yes, he got brainwashed because of his religion.
It was a contributing factor.
It was a contributing factor. That's why I have to release another video, because too many people seem to think that I'm not taking his religion into account.
Yeah.
And that it was a massive reason. And if it was not for being brainwashed and raised that way, he may have been a nice person. Who knows?
Well, I don't know. I mean, we are talking about a person living in the gay capital of America, Florida, right?
Oh God, he's probably going to be as
it can be the gay capital.
Come on, mate. I mean, I've met.
It's actually not as gay as you'd think it is.
Well, that's right. That's what I'm saying. That's the point. I mean, as far as Florida is concerned, this isn't like the first person a gay person's been shot now, is it?
No, it happens a lot.
Yeah.
Gay beatings happen downtown in Tampa all the time. Next to there's a gay bar over here, and if you walk in front of it, there's always mounted police just waiting for something to break out, and you got to be very, very, very careful.
I mean, at this point, you've also got to include that culture within there. So we're talking about someone who's growing up in Florida, living in Florida. If you have a look at the fact that people still get the shit kicked out of them just for being gay, regardless. So
it happens everywhere. And
well, not as bad.
Not as bad, but it still does happen.
Well, of course, but this is what I'm saying.
This is where I get mad at the ideologies, and this is where I get mad at the agenda pushers, because the SJW world has tainted the idea of going and fighting for rights and fighting for peace and stuff like that. They totally tainted it. Nobody wants to do it anymore because they don't want to be labeled an SJW.
Mm.
You know, it's like you want to go out and stand with gay people and say, "Oh, you're just an SJW."
Well, no. Well, we also
They literally tainted the idea that there could be actual discrimination out there.
well, yeah.
It's so fucking retarded.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's necessarily them either. You've also got to remember that there is a certain cheerleading side that would have them looking that way as it is. Regardless of whether if they had every single sensible policy coming out, regardless of that, you would still have the same rhetoric coming out of, say, Breitbart.
I think going out and doing something about certain topics you're passionate about is very great, but I think, as you said, that the social justice has turned it into something that can be very easily swept aside.
Remember what I was saying about the fact that if you get two liars turning up to the table, you don't actually have any decent information. You just basically you've just covered in lies. That's all. And this, in this particular case, for example, social justice. With that general term, for example, there's loads of people out there that do good works based upon that idea. Okay,
Yep.
Plenty of people that do good works. I don't, in my mind, because I'm an old fart and I don't basically just think with my ball sack.
And that is why the W is so
I'm
important.
able to differentiate those from the scat fighting Twitterati that haven't done a day's work in their lives. They don't represent
Twitter already.
They represent the whole in the same way that Al Qaeda represents Muslims.
Yeah.
However, this is what happens. You say, "Oh, look at these terrible people." Look, that's what the agenda. That's what it's like. That's what they do. That's the ideology. That's what it produces. But you can turn that around exactly the same. Say, well, okay, then let's have a look at, say, market capitalism. Oh, look, some people have starved to death. Oh, some people have died. Well, that's because of market capitalism. Yeah, right? It's the ideology that does the causing. It's got nothing to do with actual circumstance.
That's a whole argument that you were in this morning in the chat that we were having.
Yeah, like I said, it's a stupid argument. It's blaming money for greed.
Yeah.
You can't blame an ideology on ideologues. I'm sorry, you just can't. It's pointless. It's a waste of time. There are people that adhere to an ideology, absolutely. And there are people that adhere to an ideology where it agrees with them.
Yes.
And if those people are going to be thrown in with the others, you have no argument. You really should stop talking.
Yeah. Like, I've always tried to follow, and I know this is kind of corny, but it's like I've always tried to have sort of Bruce Lee's philosophy of be balanced. Don't, take one side or the other. Have adaptability. And I think fighting and philosophy go hand in hand, as with from strategists to philosophers, they both combine into one. As Confucius, he was a great philosopher, but also a very well-known war leader.
You can't fight wars without
China.
philosophy.
Yeah.
You need, wars are fought because of philosophy generally.
And that's,
at least they were.
And that's why I think a lot of people, a lot of these ideas that are coming out now are just so strained and they don't have anything to them. No one has this sort of fighter / philosopher sort of combination anymore.
Well, they're more. It's like I said. It's more like just throwing shit. It's basically just a terrible fight. That's all. It's like watching toddlers, fight over a toy.
Yeah.
All that's going to end up. Yeah, all that's going to end up is two kids in tears and a broken bear. And that's it. There is no. There's no sort of. At least when you come to the adult table, everyone sits down and kind of goes, right. Well, we must at least protect the bear. If we're gonna have a fight over the bear, I think it's probably best that we put it in a place where it's not going to get damaged.
Yeah.
And that is, when you're talking about freedom of speech, you also have to realise that it's about freedom of speech for everybody. Everybody you disagree with, everybody you agree with, no matter what. And it includes the twats who make a mockery of it every day. But that also includes me, who turns around and looks at those twats and says, "You're making a mockery of free speech. You are no friend of it."
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the biggest problem that's happening right now is if you say anything right now on Facebook. That's why I do not use Facebook anymore. If you go on there and say, I'm so angry at Muslims for teaching people that being gay is so horrible that it's okay to kill them, you will get your fucking post taken down within minutes.
However, you will also get hundreds of people retweet.
Yeah, and we're not retweet. You can't retweet on Facebook, dumbass. Share. But no, it's so insane, and I want to know why. What agenda is being propagated by stopping people from speaking their mind on this subject, even politely? It happened to my friend Mem Holiday. She sent me a tweet about it because I started asking anybody that is on Twitter right now, look up Liz Reptile, Lizz Reptile, and send me screen caps of you getting censored for this. I am using them in a video that I will be making about people not being able to talk about how they fucking feel. About how they see this any side of any argument right now, and it's getting shut down.
I mean, like I said, you're not getting shut down here. I would argue against the veracity of it completely. I don't necessarily think it is literally a ideological thing, but more to do with family and culture. And if you can imagine,
breaking up. What was that?
I was just saying this. I think this is less to do with some sort of overarching ideological thing, and I think it's more to do with family and culture.
Hello, Sol. It's nice to have you here.
What particular subject are we discussing at the moment?
Well,
El Grino greets.
As you arrived now, I'd like to ask you this. Would you support my free speech law? There is one single clause in the entire law.
Okay.
That clause is Milo Yiannopoulos is sent a new ball gag every week in a vain hope that he will actually wear the fucking thing.
Wait, what?
Just to wear what?
I think that's rather specific.
I think that's kind of a fetish, though.
Idiots.
You might like that.
I think I might be okay with it, but I'd have to look over what your entails of free speech are at the moment. Because a lot of people have been kind of stretching the limits of free speech, such as posting revenge porn, such as Gawker
Are
has.
you actively advocating for harm for someone?
So your free speech laws do not include actively advocating for harm of someone?
No, up until that point, it's all free speech. Beyond
Fair
that,
enough.
you're a fucking idiot.
Fair enough.
I mean,
Fair enough.
that's pretty much our supposedly draconian hate speech laws. That's what they mean by hate speech laws. They mean you're advocating for someone to be killed because of their religion. You're advocating for somebody to be killed because of their race. Stuff like that.
Yeah, and everybody takes that hate speech law and they make saying the word faggot hate speech, even when you're calling your best friend a faggot and they're a faggot and they're laughing.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. If YouTube turned around and said that tomorrow, I have no other choice but to either close my account or adhere to their rules. They are not a country. They have their own legitimate. They have their own right to free speech, and they also have the right to curtail yours.
Yeah.
Their house.
I just want to know. I respect that they're a company, and I can use them or not use them.
Well,
right now, I choose not to use them.
I'll say this.
And that is my choice, and that's their choice. But I want to know, why are they?
I'll tell you. I can tell you why. Because they're being inundated with absolute trolls that are trying to look like the martyrs. Absolute trolls that are trying to look like the canary in the coal mine. They want to be the ones that get banned for just saying whatever they want to say. When what they're actually doing is they're trying to just get right onto the edge of, right, what are they saying about the laws here? Oh, right, okay, so I'm not allowed to say that. Well, what I'll say is this, which sounds just like that, and just see if I can get myself caught out by it. Yay, I got caught out by it. And then, guess what? Guess what they do afterwards?
They get their popularity and
they get their
go
popularity.
with it.
In other words, virtue signaling.
This
is it's virtue signaling for Troy.
It's the reverse type of current virtue signaling.
Yeah.
With the reverse type, it's the negative virtue signaling, which isn't any better. It just is still the same format.
It's just different.
It's
They're-
virtue signaling.
You know
It's
what
virtue
Facebook and
signaling.
Twitter
It's
are
just a
doing
different
is
virtue that they're
doing-
trying to
and
push.
they're
That's
breaking
all.
the rule of the internet. They're feeding the trolls.
It's true as well.
But this is why I don't go on Twitter or any of the other sites like Facebook or
sorry for
Tumblr.
dragging you on there, mate.
Well, Tumblr is just pure cancer.
Yeah, that's why if I'm ever going to speak freely, and I know this is like even more cancerous, but I'll go on 4chan because that's the only time everyone hates you, but they'll listen to it anyway.
Interestingly,
That's-
Tumblr. I'll give Tumblr this. It is quite the bastion of free speech, all things considered. Like, people will try to shut you down, but they won't really shut down your Tumblr account necessarily.
Because they can't.
What
Yeah,
are you talking
you know.
about? Anyone who looks even remotely under 30 who posts porn on Tumblr can have their account shut down for basically no fucking reason whenever anyone reports them.
Are you fucking kidding me? I mean,
I've had it happen to
Tumblr
me.
is 90% porn.
Why do
Yeah.
you think I don't post porn on Tumblr
Correct
anymore?
research.
Wait, what did you say? They can, who can get kicked off of Tumblr?
Anyone who posts porn of themselves on Tumblr can have their account shut down just like that.
Oh, porn of themselves.
Of themselves, yeah.
Yeah, you look under 30 and they'll basically they'll delete the overwhelming majority of everything on your Tumblr whenever they feel like it.
Oh, good. I look too old.
That is a rather specific clause, but, you know, it's still pretty free speech.
It doesn't have to be
otherwise.
porn of yourself, though. It has to just be porn of anyone they think looks under 30 and they'll just delete it all.
Under 30?
Yeah.
I say under 30 because there are people that look like 28 that this has happened to.
Nah, don't be fooled. Don't be fooled. It's jailbait. It's jail.
Still, that's still pretty fair, all things considered, as far as free speech goes, considering they don't really do it for much of anything else.
I mean, like I've said, guys. I mean, we're all at the behest of these people. I mean, if you want to have a place where everyone gets to say whatever the fuck they like and stuff like that, we'll get a fucking government institution to organise it if you want. I
Either
wouldn't want
that or,
because
make a
I don't think
nation.
that would actually do it. And like I said, the libertarian in me is sitting here and kind of going, well, it's YouTube's rules, YouTube's house. They do what they like. If
Robin.
like I said, if that's what they want to do, that's what they want to do. It's the customer's
meaning to ask you
responsibility
in
to
a
change their
libertarian a
mind.
few questions.
Say again.
What do you think of the proposed European ID cards for accessing the internet?
I think it's hilarious. I think
What
it's,
does your
I
inner
think-
libertarian think?
Well, the libertarian in me, for example, is
You are
actually.
allowed to scream cuck.
No, the libertarian in me agrees with it.
This is weird.
I haven't heard about this. I just don't know what it is.
If you can imagine, yeah, we're full of a place where loads of kids get bullied online, for example.
Yeah.
Well, then
Fair
fuck them.
enough.
They don't belong in the fucking internet.
I
don't want kids in my bar. Why would I want them on my internet?
True.
There's porn everywhere. What the fuck are you doing?
Well, we have two options.
If
We can make the
I want to
internet
say what I
proof.
want to say, and I have to worry about
Around
fucking
children.
kids listening to what I have to fucking say, guess what? I don't get to say what I fucking say. That is what
Yeah.
I mean by the libertarian argument.
I think
Hello,
though.
Joe 67. It's
With-
nice to have someone under 12 here.
We don't have anybody that I can think of off the top of my head that's under 12.
I'm addressing
Would you
someone.
settle for a 15-year-old?
He's a fucking child, isn't he?
Yeah, Castro, I was quite surprised by this as well. I mean, I'm getting a bit of an old fart now, so I don't really do the porn thing. I never really went to RedTube or... What the fuck is that called? X-Hamster. You people are strange.
Hey man, X-Hamster is the bomb.
That does not sound like a website that I would want to visit. Anyway,
What it
yeah,
is,
and
they
I was
find
talking to
hamsters in each other.
I was talking to Logic from Lou Gamer, and I was we were basically discussing Tumblr, and he was like, "Oh my god, I love Tumblr." It's like I wasn't expecting you to say that, Lodge, and he's like, "My god, man, look at the porn. just put anal down." It's like okay, and just put anal down, and it's just like fucking just reams of people being reamed. Yeah, it's like I said. I mean, a lot of these things on the internet, you see what you want to see. I mean, have you ever sort of like gone onto Google and just sat there looking at the search bar? You ever had that sort of moment?
No.
Not recently, no.
Looking at the search bar now.
You kind of go, yeah, maybe I should go online. You get yourself online, you go up to Google, and then you look at the search bar, and you're just like,
Well, it's like when you walk into a new room, and it's like you totally forget where you
it's
where you were
almost like
going.
you've completely forgotten what you're doing. The thing about Google is Google only gives you what you want. It doesn't give you what you don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't randomize.
In other words, it only gives you what you're actually searching for. So research purposes, yeah, that can be cool, but you end up a lot of the time, and I love it when people say, do your own research. I kind of go, yeah, and if I do, it'll probably disagree with yours. Because
the thing that I want to know about all this media stuff, when you're using other sites to get your viewpoint across, and they create these rules based upon ideologies, and it's either you follow the rules or you don't, or you just get off their platform, is your viewpoint, Robin. At
Absolutely.
what point do we say we've had enough?
Okay, well, here's one.
Have they gone too far? And what do you do about it when you don't have the monetary capital to be able to make your own site?
Little question for you.
Slowly taking away what you can or cannot
do.
do.
When did this sort of worry come about? When does this sort of worry come about?
It started with for me personally, with the Twitter Safety Council and people getting removed for basically just saying a curse word. And
1995. That's when it started. When the internet became ubiquitous. It started then. That's when people started censoring each other.
But I thought it really started to kick off.
At what point do you yourself, for you, I'm asking you a personal question. At what point do you get mad?
Oh,
and
I've censored. I've censored. I've told people to shut the fuck up.
I'm talking about at what point do you get mad at the companies for going along with the ideological pushings to censor yourself? No more saying faggot. No more saying I'm against Islam on Facebook. No more saying anything.
Well, first of all,
at what point
I don't understand the requirement to say faggot. I mean, if you're going to die on a hill, I mean, at least pick a decent one to fucking die on.
Okay. You're not allowed to right now go onto Facebook and say I hate. You're not allowed to right now go on to Facebook and say I hate I hate everything that Islam stands for and what the Muslims are doing. You're not allowed to say that. Now pick anything that you are honestly against, like along those lines. You're not allowed to say that anymore.
On what
point do you personally?
On what?
If you go onto Facebook and a post gets seen for a little while and you state your opinion, it will get taken down if you state if you state something negative against Muslims right now. It is happening in droves.
Yes, and do you know that they have well, here's the thing, Liz. I don't remember anyone complaining about that before Facebook did it. I don't remember anyone complaining about it really that much before Twitter did it, or any of the popular sites.
Because they didn't know about it.
Well, here's the thing. It's a bit like this. You know that popular club that I go to? I don't like the drinks. Go to another fucking bar.
There's no other bars left.
My God, they're everywhere, mate. They're everywhere. They're just not popular. They're just not popular. There's plenty.
In order to speak to the people I wish to speak to, I mean, I'm going to be shouting in a club all by myself.
Well, no, you can invite your friends to that club and say the drinks are better.
And as soon as they get into that club, then that club will then start serving shitty drinks, because the other people get infiltrated in it and be like, no, we don't like these shitty drinks, you have to take them off the menu. Or you have to take the good drinks off the menu.
If we continue with this analogy.
And then you go to the next club.
I think a good analogy...
Welcome to my world.
Yeah, I think a good analogy is that, even though the drinks are really shitty, the barkeep is such a cool guy that he gives them for free. So you're like, you're going to this bar for shitty drinks, but for a cool guy. just to have like a talk, man.
You've just described the open house. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, the drinks here are free, but they are imaginary.
Yes.
Unfortunately, we don't have evil.
Where's my
online.
imaginary
However,
coffee? I
do
ordered
have
it like a
drinks.
half an hour ago.
John, doppio espresso, please. Little bit of water. She's American. Okay.
Oh, bite me! You give it to me Cuban style, or you don't give it to me at all.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Okay, he's on his way.
If you don't have any.
Cultural appropriation.
You didn't want a little macchiato, no?
A little vanilla, maybe. Anyway.
Bang a bit of froth on there, mate. Fuck it. Anyway, yeah. Here's the thing is that what you're asking for is some sort of permanent change that will be overarching for everybody. I'm afraid you're just not going to have that. You're in the Wild West here.
That's why I'm asking you.
No, we are
At
to
what
the Wild
point
West
do you get mad about the domino effect? Which is happening. It's happening from one service to the next.
I'm sorry, but I do not agree with the Wild West assessment because this is not the Wild West. There is somebody with a distinct amount of control, with a distinct amount of law enforcement.
Same thing happened in the Wild West, mate.
Okay.
I mean,
When
they
did
talk
the
about
Wild West end?
Let's have a Wild West analogy, for example. Yeah. You know what? People that say, "Oh yeah, America's like the Wild West." No, they're not. They used to ban guns in cities. They used to ban guns in town.
Okay.
Just thought I'd give you that sort of that little idea. When I say it's Wild West, I mean that look, these companies can die tomorrow. They could. All they need is everybody to leave. And if their rules are draconian, as you have said, then the only way that you can exercise any power over them is to go somewhere else. The fact that they continue.
And then I left Facebook because they were censoring the shit out of people.
Then
I get over to Facebook I leave Facebook. Okay,
Great.
I stopped using it. I only leave it up to be able to talk to my grandmother. Okay,
yeah, that's
we
it.
have the
Twitter won't let me. So now I use YouTube. Now YouTube is going to start. It has already started demonetizing. It has already started flagging. It's already started taking things down. Where am I left to talk?
Well,
that is the problem.
The thing is, Liz, the internet, Google has only about near 5% of all the sites. Like, they can only search for so many. They're like 500 billion, whatever more sites, because things keep on popping up. The internet is so large that it doesn't matter where you go. That trends rise and fall. So if Twitter starts censoring, and it starts censoring to a point where people in the majority don't like it, people will move. And that's how the internet works. It is a bunch of colonies.
That's the problem I'm having.
It is a bunch of colonies.
Where my voice will actually be heard, not,
It doesn't matter.
By my best friend in an echo chamber.
It doesn't matter. Yes, it actually does. Quit saying, no, it doesn't. Yes, it does.
It does matter.
It doesn't
Quite
really.
frankly saying, no, it doesn't. Oh, it doesn't matter. Okay, then.
But Liz,
okay,
ease up, Sol. She's not trying to be mean. I would say, Liz, that the reason that it's not really, or at least it's of relevance to you, is that, like you said, you wanted to be heard. But if you can imagine, they don't actually bestow you that right. You can be heard. You can go on, say, Skype, for example, and talk to your friends. You can go to, make up your own website and do that.
Exactly.
Yeah, the thing is that I don't have the technical know-how to do these types of things.
But
so
there are people
order
that
for
do.
my words to be heard, I have to become a computer fucking tech genius in order for me to create a brand new platform.
You haven't.
When these platforms already existed,
Well, actually,
people were
I'm not saying
freely.
you personally, Liz.
Well, at this point, I don't see another way to do it.
But there are other
because
there are
they're
people
all
that are doing
getting
it.
infested with the same ideology.
Well, okay, let's have a look at streaming services, for example. Say video streaming services.
Yeah.
What about headphones? That's basically.
So you've got webcasting services. You've got video streaming services. Let's have a look at. obviously
And how
Netflix,
much
but
more
that's not
time
really
till
here.
each one is infested is what I'm saying. Unless each one of us makes our own individual platform to speak in our own little corner, which will turn into an echo chamber.
No, what you're doing, Liz, you're putting it into an absolute format here. Okay,
Mm.
you can go to Meta Cafe right now, yeah, and go and start spewing whatever shit you like. Okay, you can go to Vimeo, start saying all of that business. You know, Vo. There's fucking. I'm looking
And
at the.
how much more time is left before those end up
It doesn't matter, Liz.
censoring
It
you,
doesn't matter,
just
Liz.
like these ones
Liz,
have?
I cannot finish the point. The point that I'm trying to make is if you were to do that, and this is the most important thing, if a popular uprising, let's say, did that, yes, and this is the only exercise that most people have in this world when it comes to general, this product is awful, I'm not going to buy it. These are the rights that you have. Okay, you can't tell somebody to change their product because you don't like it. You can try, you can ask, you can do all kinds you like. It's up to them whether they listen or not.
The thing is that yes, I am aware that these are products that I am using. What I am asking, you're not getting what I'm asking, is that at what point do we, all of us, either stop using them altogether? Like, it's such a hard question to rephrase.
Yeah, but this
you
is...
gotta rephrase it in order for you to understand.
Hazam says it
there
here.
There is a domino effect
Hazam
going
says it.
on.
Liz, this argument is pointless. There's no final solution.
Exactly.
At what point? No. At what? Well, how does the average person tell these companies that what they are doing is destroying the free market of ideas?
It doesn't matter because they'll do it whenever they want. Yeah, and they'll do it if they can't see a profit in doing so, they won't do it because it's a company, it's a business. They're providing a service, and they don't want to have a loss on that service. If you see
they're selling you to advertisers. Now, if you go, they've just lost a sale. If somebody else says, you know what, I saw Liz and she made the stand against YouTube, and you know what, fuck it, I'm going to do this. I'm out, I'm gone, I'm going to go over to her. And here's the interesting thing as well, Liz, of course. If you do find yourself in a service that really isn't that popular, for example, you're looking at something that could possibly be the new YouTube. I don't know if you remember in the earlier days of YouTube and stuff like that, there wasn't that many people producing that much content. You'd have mainly people sort of like putting up entire videos of documentaries from like 1992 and, how to brush your teeth and crap like that. But as far as YouTubers were concerned, it was pretty low rent stuff. Nobody was really putting that much time into it. They were just basically talking to each other, weren't they? Well, it's evolved. And it's evolved to a point where it's incredibly popular. There's a lot of people watching it. So now they've got to worry about the children. The problem that you have, Liz, is that it's not just about your freedom of speech. It's also about the kids. It's also about the fact that you've got a bunch of fucking idiots that always turn up to a popular place and want to change it into something that suits them better.
Yep.
Now, that is nothing that anyone can escape. There is nothing that anyone can escape once that happens. This is why you have, in many cases, the cool kids are always leaving the popular scene just as it gets fucking popular. Because they don't want to be in that scene. It's the same thing when it comes to, say, video streaming sites or whatever like that, yeah. When YouTube gets to the point where it's, oh, fucking YouTube, it's over at that point. People will be going, why are you going to this one? Why aren't you going to, this particular one? I think they're much better, much more open, much nicer. They don't, and one of the reasons, of course, is that they don't actually police your actions is because they can't afford to. Smaller sites don't get that sort of...
I'm kind of disgruntled that you do every time something like this happens. Every time something is being censored, your go-to default is it's their company, they can do what they want.
It's a libertarian thing. It's a libertarian thing.
You roll over and you're just like, oh, they're just going to do whatever.
Well, no.
And that's what they want. And it's really annoying.
I know.
It really is annoying.
It's annoying, I know. But that's the problem with me being honest, is that sometimes these sort of things can be annoying. They have rights too. You don't get to dictate what they do. They get to dictate what you do, and you don't like it. That's all.
Their rights also based on pressures from the government. They are being manipulated.
That's right.
And
That's right.
To point out how they are being manipulated,
and your only like you said,
help
solution.
them understand their flaws.
And the solution you have is your only recourse.
Is to either A, stand up and say, hey guys, you are being total jackasses by allowing yourselves to be manipulated, and then unfortunately I have to move on.
Yeah.
And it sucks. So it's like, what do we do about it? What can you do?
Well, like I said, that is the only solution that makes any sense. It's the only it's the only
what
one
I
that
have
doesn't
been
impose. You know, the problem is that when somebody says, say YouTube is censoring me, YouTube can. YouTube is allowed to have a code of conduct. It's allowed. That's their right. So when you're talking, I know when it comes to free speech absolutionism, people are always like, well, I can say whatever I like, and I say you can. You just don't have to. You just don't get to say it in my house. That's the thing. I'll decide what I get said in my world. For example, if I had some screaming fucking lunatic calling us all cucks all day, to the point where I can't hear you, I can't hear dictator, I can't hear Searle, I can't hear anyone, they're gone. And they can call me a fucking censor all they like. They can go and fuck themselves up the arse with their thumb for all I care. Because they're not actually for free speech. They're for their speech only.
I just want to know, though, why? Why is it so, I want to know their logic behind it, is what I want to know. What is Facebook's logic behind
mainstream popularism?
Censoring people being against Muslim activities. Why?
Because there are people who are against your sort of speech, you could say. And Facebook, they see the money in trying to stave off that sort of speech because it's with the mainstream. And if they can keep in the mainstream, they can keep their popularity. Can you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the thing. So the only recourse that you have for this, like I said, and I mean, it with a lot of things, it takes work. You can't, YouTube have made it very easy for everyone to say whatever they have to say. So, I think
is having an aneurysm in the chat.
I know. Well, like I said.
So now, let's use this wonderful gift.
I've just answered you. You do have recourse, but the only problem is that recourse isn't something that is easy. It isn't something that is convenient. And that's the thing.
I just want to... Okay, let's go off of Facebook for a second. Why is it that the news outlets, why is it that a lot of places out there don't want to admit that it is a Muslim issue that we are facing? Or why is it when somebody's, why is that being censored? I want to know, what agenda is being pushed to not talk about this side of the argument? Why? Why is it happening in the first place?
Well, first of all, you're talking about laws against religious hate speech, for example. So those are, and in Facebook's case, for example, they have their own internal thing, which they've over the time and essentially they were very much a lot more free speechy in the earlier days. But then again, that's how you sell stuff. I mean, YouTube wasn't a free speech bastion when it first started out. Do you know what it was doing? Can you guess?
What?
Music videos?
Sharing videos. Sharing illegal content.
Oh yeah. Just like SoFlo Antonio, if you don't know who that is.
Yeah. This used to... You know when those video streaming websites that you used to go on when you were a kid? Yeah. That's what used to pop up was YouTube.
Those were glorious days.
And then they got popular. And then suddenly they got mainstream. And then suddenly they're no longer thinking about basically telling the law to go fuck itself.
Yeah, I mean,
it's just what happens.
Yeah, a good analogy for people wanting to leave the sort of big mainstream social media sites is like akin to big record labels. People go onto these big record labels and they don't like something in their contract, and they leave, and they become bigger. You could say like musicians than they could have ever been on those social media, on those record labels, and that's what can happen with social media sites. Like they rise and fall all the time, So it's just a thing of which is popular at the time, and then they have to adhere to the mainstream because that's what keeps them. Yeah, that's what keeps them going. But 4chan is a whole different story because
look at MySpace.
Because it's like a whole different thing. Like it's the
just
flip
without
side.
video. It's just without video, really. I mean, if you have a look at, say, the whole sort of like, people kind of look at the Chan culture thing, and I'm sitting there kind of going, guys, this is nothing new. This is the same sort of stuff that was being poked around in forums years ago. It was the same thing. The only problem is nobody liked the fact that, for example, most forums are to do with the subject. So the sysop would turn up and just kind of go, why are we talking about this? This isn't even in the right topic, for fuck's sake. Could you just put it in here, please? And they'd be called a fucking censor for it. By fucking kids.
I used to, before Facebook, I was very big into forums, and that's how my whole social interaction with me, things worked. And I was a part of one called the Underground Castle, and it was a Tampa forum. And it was it had its cancerous moments and everything like that, but it was very much so its own little echo chamber. And if you were a mod on it, you were God. And when you went out to the club that this whole thing was associated with, which is called the Castle, you were just the bee's fucking knees. You were so awesome. But then they started getting shit upon and like fist fights in the club because somebody moved their topic or locked their thread because it was getting cancerous. And it was like, goddamn. So like real life was affecting the internet back then. Now, real life and internet are two separate things. And so MySpace became a thing, and that really didn't go very well with us. And so then all of a sudden Facebook came out, and we all joined the Castle Facebook page. Woo! And now real life and the internet were completely separated. And then we got desensitized. And it's very strange how that whole thing happens within like just a matter of a few years.
Mainstream. The mainstream fuck it up for everyone.
Yeah, and then what ended up happening is like the Chan culture started to arise. And anonymity this and anonymity that. I find that place the most cancerous excuse for the internet.
Chan culture warriors, I like to call them.
It's like, wow, you guys are yelling on soapboxes. I like how just
at yourself.
Amazes me. Amazes me.
I always look at, when you were saying about like Chan, sort of like the idea that you're talking for everybody, but everybody listens. I don't agree. All I see is that the idea of a discussion being had in Chan culture is a bit like trying to listen to a discussion in a 13-year-old girl's birthday party. You just have basically hundreds of people all talking and nobody listening.
I think I think it's kind of fun to watch, and especially to
every
take
car
part
crash is,
it's a beautiful fucking car crash, and then those people on the Chan boards that are fucking releasing the most horrible shit imaginable, doxing people, are then the ones yelling my freedom of speech. And we gotta keep our anonymity. Wait, you guys are doing the most illegal shit, child pornography in the world, and you guys are crying for freedom of speech? Wait, what?
Well, like I said, this is where agenda gets in the way. You see?
Right, yeah.
And also, I'm
when
going
you say
to make this
I
about.
have to ask a question. Do you mean actual child pornography, or do you mean the UK rule of anything that depicts anything that could be a child in any format? Also, particularly young.
Here's a list, by the way, for you, Liz, of various streaming channels.
Yeah, you use a couple of these.
That's right.
And,
Yeah.
It's cancer.
Even though Twitch has obviously their code of conduct, I actually kind of like Twitch because people can like people on the stream like are usually all right. Like they get to say a lot, but sometimes saying the N-word on stream isn't that nice, I guess.
I don't mind curbing.
You're
So
allowed
when I
to say
black
nigger here. It's
faggot,
okay, mate. It's okay.
Yeah.
If you're
I
afraid,
I
if you don't
don't
feel
mind
that,
having
it's
to
okay.
curb my speech or not
It's-
provide nudity.
Yeah, I'm a
according
context
to-
guy, so it's not an insult if you're using it as a description. That's
Now,
all.
if a company says, like YouTube, please do not put nudity, please, or even if the company says, do not say the N-word or the F-word or the F-word.
That was nigger or
please.
fuck, by the way, everyone.
Yes, don't say these words,
I
please,
think they meant the
or your
original
content will
French.
be removed. I don't have a problem with that. The problem that I have is when I say, I disagree with this particular thing vehemently, whatever that particular thing is, and I'm shut down. And I
Well-
say it politely and nicely. That is when I have a problem.
Yeah, well, I would actually have to see the particular offending articles here.
Yeah.
Because
Let me I'll pull them up. You guys talk amongst yourselves. I'll pull up the things that got censored recently that people have been sending me.
And
okay?
I've heard a lot of people getting like Milo, for example, getting censored for some reason or another. When I went and looked at his Twitter account the other day, when this was happening, it didn't say that he was suspended. It was saying the account is unavailable.
Oh, but that's what happens because you can't look at.
No,
It's
but
not- sometimes they can.
when someone's account is suspended, it says this account is suspended.
So maybe he got outright
He might
taken
just
off.
have got no. I think he just might have got the same sort of thing that's happened to a lot of us recently, where we're being asked to basically give a new password.
Oh,
But it's also much better to just look as if Twitter is censoring now, isn't it?
Yes, but we're talking about Milo. I don't think he understands anything technological.
I don't think he. I don't think he cares. I know he. A few years ago he was advocating for trolls to be thrown off the internet, and now suddenly he's Mr. Free Speech. It's got nothing to do with his agenda at all.
The
Promise.
only thing technological Milo understands what to do with is basically a lump of space-age advanced body-safe silicone.
Yeah, so I'm like I said, I don't. The reason I don't like Milo more than anything else is that he's not an honest human being. It's the same thing. I don't like Trump. He is not an honest human being.
Here we go.
You know.
Here we go.
I don't like Hillary just because. That I just thought I'd advocate. Just quickly before anyone freaks out. What? It's got to be what? Trump or Hillary? That's all you've got. I can't stand either of them. In America, you are fucking idiots for even putting these people in place. It's pathetic.
Take a look at this article I just put up, and maybe you could do some dramatic reading.
Ooh.
Because I like hearing you read.
Okay, RT. Banned and blocked. Facebook and Reddit censor users after Orlando massacre. Okay, so the Stop Islamization of America has been removed because it violated our terms of service. Amongst other things, groups that are hateful, threatening, or obscene are not allowed. We also take down groups that attack an individual or group, or advertise a product or service. Continuing misuse of the Facebook's features could result in the account being disabled.
oh,
And you look what has been said and why they took it down was people were critiquing what Obama said. They were critiquing this shit. They were saying, I don't like this. And they were talking amongst themselves in a private group, talking to each other. And it was taken down. And I don't know if it was a public or a private group. But the thing is that, do you think that is fair?
Once again, I mean, obviously we're just going on somebody's word here.
yeah.
And like I said, I have struggled to find a lot of veracity in these sort of arguments. I'm not saying that they're not doing this, but like I said, I mean, I've had the same sort of thing happening where people are basically, well, in some cases, live doxing, and then complaining.
I was there for that.
Yeah, and then complaining about my censoring them or my highlighting them and saying, "No, it wasn't me. No, you can't prove anything," and sending their fucking idiot trolls. And you know who you are, guys. Yes, I can prove it. Yes, I clicked on the name. Yes, I had that account. You're fucking morons. All I have to do is click Hazam here, and look, there's his account. Look, you could just click on it, and boom, there's his account. That's how it fucking works. And everyone's like, well, how are you supposed to? You can't prove that. And it's like, I don't need to. I don't give a fuck about proving shit to you. You're idiots for this. And this is another, when it comes to this sort of business, yeah. The page, which has more than 56,000 likes, was created in 2010, says Facebook Sharia police shut down truth tellers while jihad, Islamic Jew hatred, and terror pages proliferate. Right.
Well, let's be honest. If we have the jihad page out in the open, and we know where the fuck these lunatics are, this is a good thing for everyone.
Yeah, I don't think that these people should be taken down either. However, I don't really have that much sway in Facebook. So, like I said, if they're going to do that, you only have one recourse available to you. Tell them to go fuck themselves and get on with your day.
And also...
And here's an individual getting censored right there. An individual getting censored. This is memory.
Hang on. I need to address chat quickly. The accusations you're making about Robin are unfounded and require support. We find them hard to believe, and any such accusations making about Robin in the future, you need to provide evidence to support.
What accusations?
They said he's reasonable.
Oh my god, no!
I know, I'm sorry.
Robin, you're not reasonable.
The conversationist says about Milo quite correctly about the fact that he's riding on conservative victim culture. The same, can be said for social justice warriors, you see. And it's like I can do this because I'm against them, and it's just bad. It's bad politics. But then again, you are talking about somebody who's decided to run into the political field who really should be just reviewing plays. So don't expect some monstrous sort of epic Hitchens-esque type stuff coming out of this guy.
Yeah, but did you take a look at the individual getting censored for posting a link to an article that was not inflammatory or no bad words, as I should say? And Memory posted this. Only one person saw it, and it was taken down, and her account was suspended. Was it suspended? There you go. And so I've been getting this kind of stuff given to me all day, ever since yesterday when I asked for it. People just getting completely censored from being able to talk about opposing ideas.
But
and I think that if we just roll over and be like, okay, it's your company, you can do whatever you want.
No, you're misinterpreting what I'm saying. I'm not saying roll over. I'm saying I'm going to take my ball away. Fuck you. That's what I'm saying.
But when I take my ball away, I stop being able to talk to the people that I really want to reach. So it's a double-edged sword, and that's what they want you to do.
But Liz,
you're letting them win.
No, what you're saying is that I should be provided with an audience.
Is that you've spent a lot of time gathering an audience, okay? And the next thing you know, you can't speak to your audience anymore.
And your audience will not follow you, will they?
Not if your account is fucking shut down and you have no way to talk to them. Yes. I mean, I'm
not talking about that. You're talking about this happening to other people. You see that there is a problem there. You do not like the effect that they are having. You have your free speech unimpinged right now. You are on my channel right now, being able to say whatever you like. And if I were to, if you wanted, I would shill the bejesus out of you. If you were to suddenly open up a channel in a completely different streaming service. So those avenues are open to you, and like I said, if that's what you want to do, then do it. Be the
What's say
change that you
the
wish
next-
to see.
What's to say
Mhm.
that the next channel is not going to get shut down?
Who's to say that it won't? Who's to say that it will? Who
Because
cares?
that is
That's
the
when
pattern that is happening.
I don't
That's
cross.
the example that I
Yeah,
gave you.
Liz, you're asking me to cross bridges that I haven't even got to yet.
It's so hard to get to you, dude.
But also the
But that's
thing
the point.
is,
You're asking. It's like, what if the popular thing becomes popular and they do all those popular things? Well, then you go to the non-popular one. But what if that becomes popular? Well, then you go to the non-popular. It's just that's the way it works. If you don't want the popular thing to be the popular thing, don't make it popular.
Wait, what? That makes no sense.
The reason that they have all of these codes, the reason that they have all of this shit is due to popular demand.
they got a supply and they can,
Uh,
and you have
let's
the
just
demand.
say this. I don't think it's fair what they're doing, and I wish
No, it's
to
not.
make it stop.
Do you think?
But
Do you think it's unprofitable what they're doing?
I don't care if it's profitable or not.
They do.
And I
That's
know
all
they
they really
do.
care
That's
about.
their motivation.
Yeah, and you got to see it from their point of view. From a business point of view, they're not
Good to sit there
they're
and
not-
kiss everybody's
they're not
ass,
losing.
yeah.
Yeah, they're not losing any money. So arguing about this, whether they're doing something wrong about censoring or not, a lot of these decisions are just made on them seeing the profit in something, and I don't think them doing that is such a bad thing because they've got to keep their business afloat.
Yeah, imagine if you will, I'm a theatre owner, for example, and I'm basically just waiting for everyone to come in. And I pissed off one of the customers at some point, and they're outside right now. Like them, their mates, everybody, they're all stood outside the movie theatre right now. Protest signs up, all that sort of business. You shouldn't go to this theatre sucks. And then just as 8 o'clock kicks in, they're kind of, oh, the film's about to start. Comes in, pays, and walks in. You'd think, what the fuck? Why should I listen to somebody who's just said that? Why should I take any information from somebody who's just said, oh, your movie theatre sucks? My movie theatre sucks so badly that you're willing to come in and watch films
Robin,
here.
they've basically been queuing up for the movie that's not going to start for 2001, and they're chatting and they're like, oh fuck, the last time we were here the floor was sticky. This movie theatre sucks, the floors are sticky.
But that is nothing, that's not going to change the mind of your theatre owner. The only way that you can do that is you show them that your bum is no longer on a seat. That is, I can't.
Well,
the
that's
only
the
other
problem. The bum is stuck to the
avenues
seat.
available to you would be more draconian than you would want, because then you have to now dictate to businesses what they should and shouldn't allow within their own thing. And it looks like Sol's gone to sleep. You literally come onto this show to fall asleep, don't you, Sol?
I'm not fucking asleep.
No, Sol.
No,
Sol of a gamer.
Oh, sorry, dude.
There, he's muted. No more snoring.
Is he snoring? Are you kidding me?
He went to
Does he
sleep.
do that regularly?
Yeah, he does that a lot of time. But bless him for showing
What is he?
up.
Is he a narcoleptic?
Yeah.
Wow.
But yeah, like I said, this is
Okay, well, I get the
in a
point
libertarian
of what you're
sense,
saying. We're driving the chat crazy.
It's-
So let's
it's
move on to
simply-
something else.
Yeah,
Let's
it's
move on to
simply a
something
libertarian point of view.
else. You got your libertarian point of view. I've got my. I'm really pissed off at these companies for doing this point of view, and I wish there was a way to stop it. But unfortunately, there really isn't, and it's at a standstill. So,
Yeah.
What's the next topic we can attack, please?
I might have a topic.
Wouldn't it be crazy if Fox came up with their own social media network?
That'd be quite fun, actually.
God, it would
Hearing-
be Christians.
It would be
It would be
English.
Christians. It would be Obama done did it. It would be that would be like one entire forum. Obama done did it.
No, but I thought they'd just have a whole social media site, just full of just Hannity quotes. That'd be good.
Here's an interesting one for you. As far as sort of like people sort of pushing and throwing as far as freedom of speech is concerned, how do you feel about Conservapedia?
What's Conservapedia?
I think they are a fucking glorious website. No one should oppose them, and we should read their stuff once every 2 to 3 months for a good laugh.
Yeah, Conservapedia basically kind of goes, you know what, that whole left-wing, wishy-washy, God-bothering atheist scumbags in Wikipedia, we can do better. And then that's Conservapedia. Go and have a look at Evolution, and it's got a picture of Hitler.
Alan, we
God.
cannot.
It is glorious.
We cannot read that out loud, because if we read that out loud, he will show up. You said his name. No, wait. You only said his name twice. Okay.
Ooh.
Say his name.
Alan, if he's on there right now, just send him a message, mate. I'm just eating this pork pie. And if he wants to come on and discuss that issue, that we were actually going to talk about it last week, but he ended up going to a movie. I think he ended up watching Warcraft, so we're not going to have a long conversation about that.
Here's something Derek Smart posting lies about CR finding Nash and Nash refuting Derek Smart on Twitter.
Wait,
if he would have said it 3 times,
people have responded to Derek Smart going, yeah, what you're doing is fucking criminal, and they proved their point that actually, in this one occasion, we're actually on the right side of history and weren't breaking the rules. Because that would be fucking glorious to see, just for how rare it is.
Yeah. I just don't know anything about this, so I don't know if I've got
Derek
anything
Smart's
to
a game developer, and he's...
What do you know about Star
He's
Citizen?
a very nice
Star
man.
Systems.
Star Citizen.
Oh, Star Citizen. I know it was supposed to be a really good game. It was supposed to be sort of like what's it called? It's a MMORPG with the spaceships. Can't remember its name again.
It was every game.
Eva.
It was every
Eva?
game to every man.
Yeah, it was
about
like
EVE Online.
Yeah, EVE Online. It's supposed to be like that, except in the actual spaceship itself, rather than having a fleet.
In fact, at one point, I heard that they were going to put planet-side colonization building and player building in economics like Star Wars Galaxies had. Where
But
you get
then
a fully emergent.
It's been like stuck in production since like a few years ago, maybe. I can't remember.
Well, it's going to be in pre-alpha until 2020 if we're going by the company. So,
Jesus Christ! Oh my God. Actually, on the sort of topic of games and stuff like that, and sort of like AI in games, how do you feel about what they would call strong AI?
How do you mean?
Strong AI is basically when AI become as sentient as us or near to us.
It's a bit pointless in a game.
I would personally advise against doing that with an AI because you've basically just created a human mind, effectively, for how fucking important it is. And if you turned it off, that would be murder.
But I think that just like when people have forums and they have no one to talk to, it's like an echo chamber. Just like the Earth is an echo chamber, the human race as a whole, we keep on talking within each other rather than having a third party to be like, okay, that's kind of stupid, or
So
saying
what you're
something
saying
is
is we
correct.
should talk to Moss instead.
I mean, aliens are robots, man. You know.
But we haven't found any aliens yet. And we've been
That's what I
searching
need.
really fucking hard, or at least some people have.
Oh yeah, at least like a few people have, yeah. But it's like I feel that all of our ideologies and our left-wing to right-wing ideas have become stagnant in the past, like, century. And I feel that we need something more exploration into new things to give us more, give us like, to get us out of this shell, get us out of this like stagnation, if you know what I mean.
Well, I don't think games are
not
stagnating
sure
at the
I know
moment.
what you
Yeah.
mean.
We've been accelerating
It's a
so
very
fast.
deep
we can't
subject, or
keep up
you're
with
very
each other.
high.
Hmm?
This is either a very deep subject or you're very high.
It's just a very deep subject.
Yes, but how much have you actually consumed so far today?
I don't actually. I don't actually smoke weed.
This is his natural state.
He's Scottish.
Okay,
It just sounds like he's under
Yeah,
some sort of.
Yeah, we're. Yeah.
They're like born alcoholic.
And heroin in our veins.
You know, some of us have to go through training.
God, you're so mean. Personally, I don't think that we're stagnating. I think that we're going so fast it looks like we're stagnating, if that makes any sense in the deepest meaning.
Yeah,
But
Alan,
we can't
just
keep
to
up.
just to break it up for a second, I'm trying to find this business with Derek. Of course, there's a lot of tweets coming out of Derek. So if you can point it out to me, mate, that'd be brilliant. Just sort of like retweet it to me or something.
To the conversationalist in chat, I do like the idea of transhumanism as to become, like to have machine and or like organic to combine. Just
The only
like-
reason why I like that idea is because they're developing nanobots that could regenerate cells, and with my disorder, that would be the only cure for me. So I am all for turning me into a Borg at this point, because I'm
Yeah.
stuck in bed for the rest of my
my
life.
biggest
So I'm
holding
like,
program,
yeah, turn
Just
me into a
fucking
robot.
download me onto a computer. And
And-
only bother get me out when we can actually make cat people.
Oh, boy.
I would want you so hard if you got turned into a cat person. Just saying.
Why, thank you, darling.
Not right
And-
now. You're just a dirty
I have no
human.
idea
But
what the fuck I'd do with you.
Well, that's an
Just
interesting turn up for the books, guys. It's a bit of news here. This is being reported out of Talking Points memo. This is an interesting one. Brussels, AP. The medical aid organisation Doctors Without Borders. I think we're all quite admiring of Doctors Without Borders, announced Friday that it will no longer seek European Union funding in protest of the EU's much maligned migrant deal with Turkey. The EU deal is the latest in a long line of policies that go against the values and principles of the that enable assistance to be provided. Secretary General Jerome Barrett told reporters in Brussels, Doctors Without Borders will no longer request funds from the EU and its member states. EU money totalling around €46 million in 2015, about 8% of the organisation's total budget. The Doctors Without Borders, also known as by the French acronym MSF, still plans to keep working in Greece and near the Turkey-Syria border, but will seek money from other sources to keep its projects going. The unusual and radical step has been subject of a deep debate within the Nobel Peace Prize winning organisation. Unable to agree among themselves on how best to tackle Europe's biggest refugee emergency since World War II, EU member states have tried to persuade Turkey to stop hundreds of thousands of migrants from coming and take back thousands more. Almost 3 million refugees are sheltered in Turkey. Only around 10% of them in government-funded shelters.
Yeah, you keep on flipping between migrants and refugee in this article.
I'm saying migrants mainly, or at least that's what's coming. Yeah, it is. I'm just reading this from what they're saying here.
Yeah,
So,
there's a switcher of the words.
Yeah.
Quite a bit.
well, it's thanks for pointing that out, because that is that one thing. Because it's sort of a I mean, migrants from Turkey. It's not so much migrants. Like I said, it's people who are seeking refugee status.
Yeah.
Whether they are refugees or not is obviously something to be decided. For every Syrian migrant who returns, the EU has offered to directly resettle a Syrian refugee already there in a European country. So let me read that again. The EU-Turkey agreement came into effect, and under it, all migrants travelling from Turkey to the Greek islands will be sent back unless they qualify for asylum. For every Syrian migrant who returns, the EU has offered to directly resettle a Syrian refugee already there in a European country. All right, okay.
So that's like if they get sent, if they're going to Crete or Rhodes, would that be? Since it said Greek
That's right,
islands.
yeah.
Yeah.
Europe has offered incentives to convince Turkey to crack down, including up to €6 billion to funds for Syrian refugees in Turkey, visa-free travel for Turkish citizens, and fast-track EU membership talks. Non-governmental organisations and even UN agencies have expressed concern about the legal and moral implications of the deal. Well, it does feel a bit like we'll hold on to this lot, even though it's probably going to kill a few, because you're going to fast-track us into Europe?
I guess. I mean,
Sounds like
Turkey is very well known to be subversive in sort of the refugee crisis as of now.
It looks like they've actually come to an open agreement about this. That's the thing. This is why Doctors Without Borders have obviously pricked up their ears about it.
Yeah,
and it is rather odd. And this is basically Europe kind of going, keep them, please, just keep them in Greece if anywhere. But that's it. No further.
I mean, yeah, because it's either go to Greece or you're going to Germany, because Croatia, Hungary, Bulgaria. I don't think Poland has closed its borders yet. But
the thing is that sort of really annoys me is that you're sitting there kind of going, oh yeah, all these sort of countries being told what to do by the European Union. Yeah, if that was actually happening, guys, those borders would be open right now, and they would be getting their fair share of refugees.
Exactly.
It doesn't match your rhetoric. This is why, and I have to bring this round to the Brexiters again. Doesn't match the rhetoric, guys. If the EU is telling everybody what to do, why is everybody in the EU doing whatever the fuck they like?
Yeah, I mean, but what I was trying to say is that the only place they really can go is Greece, because they couldn't go through the Balkans. They have to go to Greece or go to Turkey, then take a boat to Italy or something.
Yeah, they can't just go round Germany at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, Robin. I'll
Hello.
tell you exactly why no one's listening to the EU, because they don't have a fucking army to oppress people with or make them listen.
Well, I don't actually advocate for an EU army, to be honest with you. I can understand them wanting one if the UK leaves, but I wouldn't. I personally think it is better for these countries to work together rather than be overarched by one or the other.
Oh god, yes. What would be absolutely brilliant is joint training exercise. So instead of an EU army, we have EU army training stuff.
Yeah, I can deal with that. I can live with that. I very much doubt that any of us want to actually fight against each other, and if we actually know each other's tactics a bit better, it means that if you were ever to have that problem, I don't know. I mean, I'm wondering which country or organisation would be able to invade at this point, but
I mean, the US has a good position as
they have a good record of invading, but not so much European countries. It's been a while. It's been a while.
But I don't know if they would joint exercise with the US, because obviously there's tons of US bases.
Yeah, there's also NATO already, so that's happening with other countries. But we're thinking about the European nations in general. There.
Well, do you think that the EU would join up with NATO, or because obviously there was a few articles going about that the EU is still thinking of having a EU army?
Well, like I said, it would need an EU army if they wanted to join to NATO. NATO, if you see what I mean, as in the organisation being part of it. There are EU nations that are in NATO, so it's whether you're willing to bring what's needed to the table. So, I mean, a lot of these treaties, you see, it's not just about whether you want to, but whether you can.
Yeah, and NATO's getting aircraft carriers. I've just been looking at. There's been playing a lot of Hearts of Iron 4, so a lot of World War II stuff. I've been looking at a lot of NATO's new aircraft carriers, and they're huge. So having that sort of firepower in an army would be excellent if EU tried to go that route. Which I don't think having an EU army would be great, but I don't think it would be a bad idea if you're for the EU thing. I mean, Russia's certainly got the manpower to throw as many soldiers as they want.
2 European countries at most.
Yeah.
Oh right, okay. I've got the tweet here. Reports say Robert. Yeah, this is from Derek Smart. Reports say Roberts fired character artist Seth Nash with a snide comment. His work. Here is what payback looks like. And then Seth has come back with, I left at the end of my probation, not fired, no interaction with Chris. That head is the work of the IW character team. I take no credit. Derek has been essentially just said thanks for clearing that up. Great character work nonetheless. I think that's about it. I mean, I would like to, obviously, Derek, if you're out there, if you are listening, you probably are, pop yourself on. Simon!
Hello.
Greets, man.
Favorite communist in the whole wide world. How's it going?
Should I take a bow?
Do you know what, Simon? I would love to animate your little mustachy sort of face and stuff like that, but you don't YouTube, so it's pointless.
Simon, I have a serious question. On the scale of
That's your
railguns
first
to
mistake,
freedom,
isn't it?
how much freedom do you have in railguns?
What?
Oh, it's an argument that happened earlier in a completely different place, where basically we're coming across going, people that think everyone should be allowed a fucking Tsar-bomb are the naval artillery railguns, whereas normal people are in the coil gun area.
Do you know what a white weapon is?
A weapon painted white.
I guess, but that's not what I meant.
I know.
You're very quiet, Simon, by the way. If you can bring yourself a little closer to the mic, that'd be great.
That was
I'm almost sucking it like a dick at this.
That sounds pretty good, actually.
that
Yeah,
is
right there.
glorious.
Like, make love to your microphone.
Be the mic. Insert it.
White weaponry is a class of weapons in the Polish criminal record system. It basically means that any bladed edge that any bladed edge that is long enough so that if you stab someone directly in the chest, the blade reaches the heart, then it's a white weapon. White weaponry is what about like 95 of armed fucking any crime that occurs in Poland is committed with a white weapon. So, to be perfectly honest, I don't see the fuss about gun control. I mean, you take the guns away from the people, they'll just fucking stab each other to death.
Dude, I'm talking railguns and freedom as an abstract concept.
Okay, freedom is an abstract concept, but I don't know what a railgun has to do with it.
He's having fun. Let him have his damn fun.
Basically, the more extreme freedom you're going for, the bigger the railgun. Whereas you're going, my personal freedom and fuck the consequences for everyone else, then you're at the artillery, I'm going to take out a city level railgun. Whereas if you're going, my freedom so long as I'm not fucking over other people and taking away theirs, then you're at basically the handheld end of railguns. And if you're at fuck freedom, everything for the state, then you're playing with magnets.
Did anyone understand that?
Sort of, meaning that...
Is this the point where...
There was a logic behind this, it disappeared...
But where did it go?
I think this is the
The
point...
logic was behind it. Maybe you should put the logic in front of the
Robin, I
argument.
think we're at the point where polite society would tell us to just smile and nod.
Indeed.
They have a word for this when I'm on Pimp
No,
Monk
I will not
Show,
buy your pencil.
and you know what? They normally, when I start doing that, they just say it and they just say, shut up, whore.
I thought
And that's when I start rambling like that. And I think we're at that point.
And
We
you
love
forget about your safe word.
So are you asking me where I am on that spectrum?
Yes, on the railgun curve, where are you on the spectrum as our state-approved communist?
I'm the... Well, to be perfectly honest, if you want, if somebody claims to be like an honest-to-God, like core communist, then they would probably be relatively close to the American Yank, like the typical stereotypical American Yank, like freedom for all and fuck the consequences. But considering we live in a society where people are assholes and you have to actively prevent them from being assholes to one another, I'm gonna go with relatively mild state control.
Well,
That was a beige statement.
Well, how is a railgun counter not a beige statement? I mean, can we start counting our freedom metrics in fucking flying elephants now?
well,
That
everything.
That might be more
Let's-
fun.
Giant ones that you can only describe using them by screaming freedom.
I liked it when we were comparing it to tanks earlier on what kind of
Yeah,
tank
I mean,
we should own.
I mean, what type of railgun are we even talking about? The plasma type one, or the one that just shoots fucking rails at people?
The plasma type railguns are the extreme freedom where you're screaming freedom with a capital freedom.
I think
Okay,
to
since
me,
then I'm gonna sidetrack into Quake, and I'm gonna say plasma rifle. Not the BFG, not the lightning gun, but the plasma rifles.
what about a glass cannon from Halo?
I do not
Just
know
glass
what this
or
is.
I just want the
basically-
Dushin hammer. That's all I
a
want.
huge. Basically, the glass cannon is on a huge Covenant spaceship, where it basically domes the like the planet and glasses it like makes it like uninhabitable. What would that be?
This would be freedom with a capital fuck you firing nukes for fireworks.
Check it out,
Yeah.
guys. Check it out. Check it out. This is the Express. You remember we were talking about earlier about some sort of agenda makes you stupid?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're talking about the Daily Express here, who every
Dramatic
day
reading.
every day spends their time finding some tragedy to prop up an agenda.
Bedtime story time.
Yeah, and today, and for some reason or another, the Telegraph, the Express, have decided that they're not keen on somebody using somebody's death to prop up a political agenda. May I belly laugh at this point?
Yes,
least
yes,
they were
yes,
right.
yes, please. You gotta do it from the subcockles.
Oh. Oh.
You know what? I don't think we're quite at the belly laugh stage yet, but it's more like we're more at the stage of
I mean,
where
for fuck's
where
sake.
we collectively just go, you cheeky scamp, you.
Can I just in disgust? Can I do that? Or
Liz
Well-
would accept any level of disgust from
Yes,
you.
Liz is a properly trained woman that is not a feminist. She
So
asks
she's barefoot
permission.
naked in the kitchen.
Properly trained.
Yeah, she asks permission. Take notes, people. This is how you raise your woman.
I was properly raised not to pay attention to the patriarchy before I pay attention to my vagina.
And priorities. You know, the priorities is not a male exclusive
I make a
sphere, ladies.
damn good sandwich.
Well, if I'm gaining anything from this talk we're having, it's when freedom and security, like, there's different levels, right? Is that what Cyril's going for? It's like-
Yeah, basically, we're representing security as the collateral damage that's not happening.
Yeah. Okay. It's just
So
properly trained.
read this drivel out for us,
Oh,
Robin.
oh.
I can't read out loud. You know,
Well,
if I try to, I
I mean,
butcher.
there's only so much hypocrisy I can really take at this point, especially when it comes to the Express. I mean,
Too much
it's
meaning.
basically, scream,
we
be
need
afraid.
to have a laugh. We
It's
need
the
to have a
Poles,
laugh.
it's the Muslims, it's the blacks, it's the poor, it's is it us?
Fine.
Okay, yeah. Anger as EU official. They're not saying who's angry, mind. Tries to point score.
Oh, now you're doing it. Ugh.
Yeah, anger as EU official tries to point score over MP Joe Cox's murder in Borstal. The European Union Commission has been accused of trying to point score over the death of Labour MP. Can we guess who did the accusation?
The Telegraph.
They seem to have not bothered to report said thing.
Yeah.
Demetrius Paulos, the European Commissioner's top official on migration, home affairs and citizenship, posted on Twitter less than an hour after police announced Miss Cox had died after being attacked at the Batley and Spen constituency. Joe Cox murdered for her dedication to European democracy and humanity. Extremism divides and nourishes hatred. Solidarity with her beloved. This is 2 hours afterwards. We do remember what happened basically an hour afterwards, wasn't it? Somebody was basically saying, yeah, there was somebody out there that is basically shouting Britain first.
Yep.
Now, let's move down. Mrs. Cox, the 41-year-old mother of two, was shot and stabbed repeatedly by a man allegedly shouted, "Put Britain first." This, by the way, pretty much verbatim of what's been going on in Breitbart. Let's not talk about the fact that somebody's been shot. Let's not talk about the fact that somebody's been murdered. No, let's talk about Mr. Avramopoulos and his message, because that's the pertinent one. That's the pertinent point in this. What are you point scoring? It's one wrote. They don't even bother putting in. If you imagine this is on Twitter, you could at least have put the people who put those particular reactions in there.
Yeah, they're not saying who. They're just saying somebody said this about us.
Some people say, yeah. And this is basically the line of the argumentation with going in. Suspect Tommy Mayer was detained, yada yada. His brother said he was not a violent man and not that political. Yeah. He had a history of mental illness, but he has had help. Another Twitter user replied to the tweet, writing, "It's just in such bad taste, rip on you, shame on you, rip Joe Cox." Another Twitter user. Yada 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 yada. And this is coming from the Telegraph, with chastising people for using the murder of, say, "Oh look, a Muslim killed somebody. Guess what? Be afraid of Muzzies." Who would have thought that somebody would take a nasty murder and then say that an ideology is all in control of this, and then turn around and say this? People
Are you throwing up in your own mouth yet?
People with a terrible agenda. But you know what the kicker is for this one, guys? You know, these guys are very anti-social justice warriors, aren't they? They're big bastions. Get right down to the bottom there.
Are we gonna get on the
comment?
They're all the same.
No, comments
now?
Disabled.
Ooh.
Comments disabled? You're kidding me. Let me go down.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, we were unable to accept comments about this article at this moment. However, you will find some great articles where you can comment right now.
Yes, you can comment about this fucking petri dish. Yeah, this is what we're talking about when people basically making, they've made those accusations, of course, and then nobody can call them up on it. Like I said, same fucking people, just a different side of a coin.
Okay, I'm thoroughly.
All right. After consideration, I'm actually gonna say that I put myself as a super shotgun from Doom on that scale.
That's a lot of freedom.
Not really, because when you look at it, the super shotgun is impractical because it has to be reload often, and it doesn't do the biggest sort of damage. But goddamn, does it make a fucking spectacle when you actually shoot it?
Yeah, you really should get Doom, mate. The new Doom. You'd love
I
it.
love watching you play. I like to sit there and just watch you play and not talk to you, just masturbate furiously because of the game. I mean, like, goddamn, I want that game.
Are you masturbating while watching me play games?
Not really.
What do you mean, not really? What does not really mean?
She means
masturbation.
yes.
It means
It's a mental thing.
real.
It's a mental thing. It's not a physical.
It means she rubs the outside, but not any of the actual interesting parts.
I'm just scooting around on the
I'm just
bed.
squeezing one nipple.
So
Okay.
you're basically like a dog wiping its ass.
Yeah, something along those lines.
That's a lovely image. Thank you for that.
And on that note,
Aren't you glad you're here, Chad?
But yeah, I've actually really,
Nobody will ever sexualize me ever again.
I've really enjoyed Doom, and I recommend it heartily to anyone who likes basically a bombastic, no holds barred, fuck it kind of game.
I actually saw people on Twitter going like, well, dude, I'm not really actually going to buy Doom because the multiplayer is disappointed, and I'm like, okay. Who the fuck buys a Doom game for the multiplayer?
I thought you played Doom.
Yeah, it's like the whole point of Doom is take this gun and like blow the heads off of 500 fucking demon spawns. It's not exactly a game I want to get into. Log online, get insta-gibbed, and then just shut the game off and never play it again.
Yeah, that's for Quake.
Yeah, that's Quake's thing. Quake is the multiplayer thing. Doom is where you fucking sit down, and zen out to the sound of a thousand dying screams.
Hazam, yeah, it's Doom, mate. We did the beta. I don't know if you were there when I did the beta stream. And to be honest with you, I did last about an hour and a half. And if you can imagine, when it comes to sort of playing like multiplayer online games and stuff like that, an hour and a half isn't really a good sign for me to be kind of like meh with it. And I know it was just a beta, I know it was a smaller one, and I have actually gone into the multiplayer, and there's a lot more options. So that they didn't just have that.
And again, let's be real for a second, Robin. You're not exactly that good at the jumpy shooty super suplex jumpy kind of shooter.
What? Just because you still play fucking Quake and I hadn't played it in fucking ages?
Dude, that was the first time I launched a Quake-free-like game, because I'm not gonna call Quake Live Quake Free, for fuck's sake. It was the first time since like 2003 I turned the thing on. It's fucking muscle memories, Robin.
I hadn't even installed the fucking thing.
Yes, you did. Yes, you fucking did.
I didn't have Quake Live. I didn't have Quake Live.
You blew up in 13 different chunks and just shouted, Jesus.
Like I said, I hadn't even installed it.
Well, not now, but I distinctly remember you tried playing with me for one match, and then you just said, "Oh, fuck this! I just can't keep up with you."
Yeah. But like I said, I just installed it.
Yeah, me too.
To play it with you.
I'm going to argue over Quake for hours.
Oh my god.
Robin,
Yeah,
I literally
my video game
half
dick
an
is
hour prior to you.
God.
Like I said, go get Doom and then come back to me.
Oh, but the thing is, like, when people say, "Oh my god, I hate Doom, the multiplayer sucks," that's like saying, "Ah yes, I buy Dead or Alive Extreme 3 because of the plot." No. No, you don't.
You gotta remember, mate, we live in a post-Battlefield and Call of Duty culture. These kids are used to buying games just for the multiplayer.
Yeah. The only multiplayer I was severely upset with was the last Halo. I have it, and I have not played it very much, because you're supposed to be able to play that game with somebody else, and they
I
kind
have
of ruined
actually
it.
not played a single solitary Halo title. I saw it when it was being initially released, and I'm like, okay, so what do we got? Free weapon limit. Okay, fuck you, nope. And that's how it's been ever since.
It was such a brilliant, beautiful
Doom
game.
does not have
it is
a weapon
beautiful
limit,
game.
by the way.
I'll give it to the new game is beautiful, but
Yeah, I know.
it's
Well, the
really
single player-
disappointing that I had to play it all by myself. So I go on the online option, and I'm like, oh, I can't play with anybody I know. Like, you can't just go into a campaign with a friend. It's like fucking impossible. So you are literally playing all by yourself.
I remember.
And it's like,
Halo.
wait a minute,
To be perfectly honest, if I wouldn't want to play Doom co-op. I mean, that's just basically amounts to you trying to be the hero and this fucking here stealing your thunder.
No, man, I think co-op Doom would be fucking brilliant.
Well, it was a modded
fucking would.
feature for like the original Doom, and it was just you. It was just you playing Doom plus random bellends scrolling across the screen.
Well, I
sometimes.
can't say for your friends, mate, but
No,
get better mates. That's all I can say.
Robin, but you're forgetting Doom is a Zen game. When you're playing Doom, you're just shooting shit and you want to see it die, and you just fall into this rhythm. And over time, both of you just go into that rhythm, at least in the old Doom, with the added bonus that some random bellend occasionally zooms past your peripheral vision. That's the only difference between single-player Doom and co-op Doom.
Well, that's you looking at a badly designed Doom level.
Ooh.
all. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to do co-op gaming is different from single-player. You don't just basically just put somebody to the left of you and then you go, yay, it's a co-op game.
Like a game that I really liked, although it's really it's newer than like old Doom and Quake and stuff like that. It was the Hyman.
Okay.
It was the Hyman Studios Transformer games, War for Cybertron and Fall for Cybertron, so good because all like Michael's Bay
Hyman
movies.
Studios,
What? Yeah, like the movies were absolutely terrible. Like it was just explosion porn after explosion porn because that's what Michael Bay does. It's American flags and explosions. That's all Michael Bay is. But
Hot dogs and fireworks.
but these
Explosions!
yeah, basically. But the games like accurately like represented sort of the G1 series, which I think is probably the best series in Transformers sort of like cartoon history, because it was like the original, but also it was actually got good story, and it was really good. I just found that game to be really good. The multiplayer was pretty fun because it was like small teams rather than like big battlefields and things like that. But
There's a
I don't
lot
know.
of there's like a lot of like I actually want to play big battle shooters, but my machine just can't take them.
If anybody wants to buy me Doom so I can play and humiliate myself, there are links to the bottom of my website to help promote my channel. So yeah, if anybody ever wants to see me play Doom and fail miserably,
But
it would be an abortion to watch me play a video
Okay,
game.
chat. Let's actually be honest with you. Liz wants money so she can buy Doom, and then she can play multiplayer with us, and die horribly repeatedly because Liz hasn't played a first-person shooter on the PC in many moons.
How did you know that? It's been a long time. It's been since Quake, actually. It's been
Christ.
since Quake 2 or 3, and it's been so long that it would be funny to watch these guys destroy me. And me die in horribly assuming positions and them teabag me.
So in
That's-
other words, you want to be dominated in a game. Essentially, that's what you're saying.
Why not?
Why?
I've seen enough hentai to know where this is going.
Exactly.
Hey, how's it going? I'm the only girl here in a sausage fest. I might as well take advantage of it.
What's my safe word command?
Pineapple,
Safe
pineapple,
word.
pineapple.
Rebind it to B.
Oh no! Oh God! I do have to say this on air to whomever it was that donated $5 into my PayPal without me knowing it. Allowed me to be on air today because I am broke and I have to use a hotspot in order to stay connected. As you may have noticed, when I first got on, I got booted. I found that somebody had heard my pleas of I cannot live stream without at least $5 in my account to buy enough time on my phone to stay for an entire show. So whoever did that, thank you. I don't recognize the name on it. I appreciate it. That was really cool. Because now I'm here. I'm not getting booted every 30 seconds because my internet here sucks.
I don't
How
have
do we
any
get it?
credit on my phone at all. I hate it.
What?
I don't have any credit on my phone either. I'm like, just you sit there and like, you're like, I've got nothing, man. What am I supposed to do?
Well, it's not. I've got unlimited data, but I can turn my phone into a mobile modem.
Yeah.
As long as I reload the time on it, basically, I get so much information I can do. So it was very generous of somebody to do that when I had mentioned it in a previous stream or something. That's the only way that I can stream without getting tossed off. So that was really nice of some random dude that was watching my shit.
Wait, what?
Thank you,
pretty cool.
If
random
you
person.
don't have £5 on your account, your internet people come over and toss you off if you try to use it. Why would you ever put money on it?
No, my phone will run out of hotspot data. It'll run
That's a
out of
really
internet
bad
data
plan,
after
then.
a certain amount of time or usage or whatever. I get 5 gigabytes or whatever it is, a number thingy, and it lasts while I'm streaming for approximately 3 to 4 hours. So thank you, whoever did that. Thank you.
So it's like a pay-as-you-go sort of thing.
Yeah, it's a pay-as-you-go if I don't want to use the house modem. As soon as this
Okay.
runs out, I will start to get booted every 45 seconds once I connect to my network here. It's a pain in the ass. There's a wiring problem where I live, and it's really annoying when you work on YouTube all day. One month, I think I loaded $75 into it in order to keep myself going all month long, and that was insane. Because that was, Liz, we need you on this stream. Liz, we need you on this stream. Liz, we need you on that stream. Like, fuck me with a fork. I can't afford to. Or if I do get on, I'll get cut off every 35 seconds.
Oh man, I tell you what, watching, you know, I've got to sort of like tip my hat to Thunderfoot this week.
What did he do?
Oh well, you know, he is basically taking the fight. It is quite funny to watch. I think there's a lot of people who are kind of like, what? No, not Thunderfoot. No, we want him to be on our side. It's like the guy gets to make his own fucking decisions. And yeah.
Yeah, he was like, Thunderfoot's wrong. This is wrong. I'm like, I don't know what's going on. I'm an American, and I'm like trying to look at this objectively. And I'm like, I don't understand fully because I don't live there. And it's not been ingrained into my head, and I'm watching everybody fight back and forth, so I'll just get some popcorn and go, ooh, this looks interesting.
So what did Thunderfoot have to say? As I didn't hear it. What did Thunderfoot have to say on the whole debacle?
He is for staying in the EU, and he gives his reasons-ish. Not very clear. He says that it's the lesser of two evils is the way that he says. He says it would be too expensive to leave. And he says that the economy would not be able to survive such a change. And that was his reasoning. And
well, any changes have economic effects, of course. You know, a lot of people have said, well, we'll be better off later on. And we're saying, so you want to do this in the middle of a recession? You want to do this? You want to do this in a worst possible time, financially speaking, to put us in a financial sort of bind. And in 10 years' time from then it will be all good. We just had 10 years of a nightmare.
And do you really want to do it while David Cameron's in charge as well?
Isn't this like one of the last fucking times that England is going to actually be asked for their opinion on the matter?
Yeah, I think the EU is trying to remove the article that we're basing the referendum on, I think. I don't know. Yeah, I remember someone saying
sucks, that. But it's kind of sounds like now or never. Because you know damn fucking well that the EU Parliament is not going to ask anyone whether or not this article can be removed.
I mean,
they don't fucking ask who the hell they put on the EU Parliament to begin with. Why the fuck would they ask now?
Yeah, and I'm no expert of leaving or remaining. Like I can't even vote. But there's like obviously there's pros and cons to both. Especially with trading.
Vote taken away from you.
I think like trading wise, leaving could be a good option as to trading with outside countries like the rising economies like China, Brazil, who said to fuck off for not paying our loans.
But here's the thing: we're doing that already.
Yeah, but I think
here's the thing that people don't quite understand when they're talking about the EU. They're not we're not in the euro. Okay?
Oh no, we're not in the euro.
There's so many things that England is not in the European Union at all. And let's first of all, we've also got to understand something that people have like pointed towards Norway. If you'd like, I can tell you what the Norwegian Prime Minister seems to think of our idea. Which is, you don't want to do it because then you're going to be outside with nothing to actually add, and you will still be the idea that the UK, once it's left any responsibilities or advantages with Europe, that suddenly this ginormous superstate that is 30 miles off your coast will have no effect on you, is erroneous. It is logical idiocy right there. So you will be still subject to European law.
Robert,
you just be subject to it in a different way.
Robert, you can't really call this a super state. This is an alliance at best. The EU The
So
EU
I thought it
government
was.
is not
That-
is not a sovereignty.
Remember, I'm talking about the people that we're arguing with here, and these
Yeah.
are the arguments that are coming across. They literally say that it's a super state. They're literally putting that sort of branch forward. I mean, I personally feel as if this particular thing by David Cameron, for example, is somewhat of a pussy move. My reasoning being is that there's absolutely no recourse if there's a no vote, for example. It's a bit like going to a casino, putting down the money for, say, some craps or whatever like that, yeah, asking for a 6, getting an 8, and then just taking your money straight back off the table again. I mean, there's no now or nevers here, and he's saying, well, we're not going to have another one of these. It's like, what, you're never going to have a referendum on whether we should leave the EU or not. Okay, are we going to have that's never been the question that most people in the UK have been asking for.
Yeah.
For the last 20 years, we've been asking for a referendum on whether we go fully into the EU or not. This is a piecemeal exercise of frivolity. Basically, the only gamble that they're going for is we either leave or we're in exactly the same place as we're at.
And I think
I just think it's pussy.
Sorry to cut you off. I was going to say, like, leaving also would mean you'd still have David Cameron in charge. Now, even though in the House of Common Questions he has some all right banter, he's not a good politician.
Anyway. I don't think that's a good enough argument for pro EU people. Let's say, so well, you're just going to leave David Cameron in charge. David Cameron is in charge.
Yeah, that's
right
what I was
this very
saying.
moment, whilst
Even if
you're
you
in,
leave the EU,
if we got a no vote, if we got a no vote, you're still going to have this guy as a prime minister.
Yeah.
They're still making their
either way,
decision.
you're fucked.
They're still.
The one
making
argument
their
that I
decisions.
find absolutely retarded is that, we'll have to get passports to travel in and out of the whole we'll have to get one more piece of paper. And this is like, really, that's your biggest argument is
To be
that
perfectly
you'll have
honest,
to.
I haven't renewed my passport for 20 years.
Yeah. I got mine when I was like 5.
I mean,
and I haven't renewed it.
I have an actual worry because, for example, my girlfriend is Polish. She's not a UK citizen. So am I to be expected to basically just split up with my girlfriend because she is no longer a legal citizen anymore?
Of course.
Okay.
Wait,
Is she-
will she
is
be
she
an
staying
illegal
with you?
citizen if that happens?
Well, that really would depend on how the UK would decide to treat Polish immigrants, which they, of course, at this point would be allowed free reign at, it seems. And now you're also talking about all the others that are out there as well. And also, you've also got to don't forget the 3 to 4 million British people living in other parts of Europe.
Also, yeah, that is very true. I mean, it
3 to 4 million people that also want to vote leave while still
Wait, so
living.
when is the
in
vote?
Europe.
the
Next
20
week.
23rd, is it? Is it the
It'll be on Thursday next week.
Thursday next week? So,
So are you for leave or stay, Robin?
oh yeah, 23rd. I got that right.
I would say that I've been unconvinced by the leave.
Yeah, I see the reasoning sort of to leave, but then I see the reasoning to stay. It's like I
personally
don't
think on
understand
principle-
the necessity for independence when you've got all these people around you to hang out with. I don't get it.
On principle alone, we should have had a full vote when we were going, yeah, guys, we want to move from the European trading body to the European Union, and it probably would have been yeah, okay then, mate.
I just don't get
But we
it.
didn't
I
fucking
don't
have that,
understand
and it was a
the
free.
reasoning. Like, what is the hardcore reason to leave? Like, why is it that they want?
They've always wanted to. For a start,
But-
this rhetoric has been running around since pretty much
Since it began.
Yeah. So originally it was a conservative thing. They sort of signed up to certain sort of trade agreements in the EU thing, and ever since then they've hated it. And
Yeah.
they've been pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing to try and get something done. You've had like UKIP, you've had sort of like the EDF, all kinds of different groups of people that are trying to push to leave Europe because they think that the reason that their life sucks is because they're in the European Union.
Which could or could not be true. I mean, there's definitely several factors that are making the UK have a longer recession than usual.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's something to do with the fact that austerity measures don't actually help an economy properly.
Yeah, they don't work.
Again. Yeah.
I have to go get my daughter
Again.
some ice cream.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
So if you basically look at your horse and you think, fucking hell, man, that needs a drink. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to not give it water.
I know, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
that
like,
will
in
push
Scotland, we
it.
know
Yeah, that
about
will
this.
push it forward to go and find its own water.
I mean, in Scotland, we know all about this. You know, a lot of us, even our own MPs, have just been like, we don't want these austerity measures because they know it won't work.
That's sort of a bit of a waste of time saying that if you're going to not, if you're basically deciding, you know what, we're going to vote SNP, so the Conservatives will definitely get in and fuck us. So yeah,
but the thing is, we didn't have a good Labour, we didn't have good Labour Conservative, and no one's going to vote Lib Dem. No one.
I did.
Oh god, why not? Fam.
I've met the only other Lib Dems voter in my borough.
Fam, I feel for you. I feel for you. I feel for you, fam.
They were the only local MP that wasn't the Conservative one I'd liked.
I feel for you. You know? I've said that.
I'm not
I'm
going to comment about the British situation, but if it was a referendum in Poland, I'd be probably more inclined to the leave part. But that's mostly because Poland has been really... It seems like ever since Poland joined the EU is sort of... It's not sure what the fuck to do with it. It's kind of like you buy this new piece of tech and like, fuck it, we're not going to read the instructions. It's like, oh, what does this do? Maybe we should try doing this with it. And it's...
Well, I don't think... I wouldn't have... I mean, how long's Poland been in for? What, 10 years? 15?
12.
12 years. So... You know, that's basically about as much as, you know, your average government's length of time. So it's not, you're not going to see a ginormous change. I mean, if anything, I mean, what's the slot at the moment?
Did change. The thing, the ginormous change did happen, Robin, but not in the positive sense.
How's the slot at the moment? Changes
like forcibly shutting down all of our sugar and salt mines for the express purpose of actually making Poland import sugar from the EU. That's one.
That happened to us in the 80s when Margaret Thatcher decided, yeah, just close all the mines, close all the industry. You know,
yeah,
that's not
that you're talking about somebody who was a Eurosceptic as well. I don't think that's a European model. I don't think there's quite a European model there. So
a lot of our like really old, really old, not in a sense that they're decrepit, but like, you know, almost like they're almost like an artifact of the age. They are the things that define the coastlines. They pretty much decided to just shut down the reefs and ports. Like in Danzig, the free city, the city of fucking sea trade. The fucking ports were almost forcibly shut down also via EU regulations.
And that's your only... is that your only connection to the sea?
What did they shut down exactly? Or what were they going to shut down exactly? Because I've had this argument already when it comes to British fisheries. And that turned out to be complete bullshit.
No, it's not fisheries, just, you know, ports.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Primarily a merchant town. That was... like where pretty much if you were trading in the Baltic, you were probably going to have a stop at Danzig. And
so, as I say, if you've got a major port in Europe, that would be. It seems odd that would be closed, or at least attempted to be closed now, wouldn't it?
It was attempted to be closed in order so it could be put up for auction, and the government, conjoint with the EU, wanted to sell it off to, I think, somebody in Saudi Arabia. It's neither here or there. It was basically supposed to be.
To be
sold
honest with you,
abroad.
Simon. I mean, you know Maggie. She sort of pays attention to politics. You politicians are bent as fuck, mate. In or out.
Well, yeah, but even like the crummiest and most fucking money-grubbing, opportunistic shits in this country did not try to basically assassinate the infrastructure and economic power of an entire region.
What, you mean that guy who got voted in, who was basically just a fucking worker, and who essentially just ran the place into the ground, that guy?
Do you mean Wałęsa, or do you mean...
I wouldn't be able to repeat the name, mate. I am sorry.
Lech Wałęsa.
But yeah, I mean, the idea.
The guy with the moustache.
Yeah, I get a feeling sometimes that there are a lot of politicians out there that like to blame Europe for when they do something fucked up, or they like to blame Europe when somebody else does something fucked up.
I know the sugar beet industry and the salt mines were precisely the EU. They were not shut down because the EU would just flat out wanted to tell us, oh, you are going to buy sugar and salt from us now. They basically just they sort of did this thing that I noticed over the years, that the EU sort of seems like busybodies. Like, they put regulations on the most ludicrously insignificant things. Like, I know there was like this huge fucking lull fest because to call it anything less would be a fucking understatement, that the EU decided that the bananas that Poland was buying abroad were not up to standards because they were bent too much. So basically they wanted us...
Can I get a citation on that?
Yeah, they wanted us to straighten out our bananas.
Can I get a citation on that? Because I remember a lot of people complaining about bananas when it comes to the EU.
Man, my banana's not straight.
Yeah.
Damn it.
And I mean, I'll just put a search in here right now. Yeah, bananas.
The only thing I can remember
EU bananas in the EU.
Help. The fact did not help that there is literally like a sort of a cuss word that you sort of use, sort of like fuck off, but in a slightly more polite way, is to tell someone to just jump out of a tree and straighten out bananas.
Dramatic reading time, guys. Dramatic reading time. Dramatic
story
reading.
time.
Yeah, dramatic reading. Okay. The alleged ban on curved bananas is a long-standing, famous and stereotypical claim that is used in headlines to typify the Euro myth. Amongst other issues of acceptable quality and standards, the regulation does not actually specify minimum dimensions. It also states that bananas shall be free from deformation or abnormal curvature. However, the provisions related to shape apply fully only to bananas sold as extra class. Some defects of shape, but not size, are permitted in Class 1 and Class 2 bananas. So they're not telling you that you cannot have a banana that is fucked up. They're just saying you can't call it an extra class. That's all.
So if a banana's too long, they're like, nah.
No, what they're talking about is standards. That's all.
Yeah, standard.
In other words, that banana doesn't get to be going into the gold basket. Sorry, it looks a bit shit. You're still allowed to get your bananas, but your Eurosceptic politicians are going to say, "Well, they're trying to stop us buying bananas." No, they're not. No, they're not.
And I like how they're complaining about bananas.
And this sort of thing, makes Eurosceptics look really stupid.
I don't. That was actually the story. Well, that was years ago, but I'm pretty sure that was going on our. I'm gonna say our fucking left-leaning TV station, because in Poland we have. We have
Eurosceptics in the left and the right. Then
programs.
It doesn't really matter on that sort of front. I'm talking to Eurosceptics, left or right. And like I said, if you're going to use rhetoric against the EU. Get something better than they don't want our bananas to be the way they are.
Wait, man.
You'd be actually surprised.
Pardon me for feeling a little incredulous over that statement, that's all.
There are very little Eurosceptics in Poland, actually. I mean, I know that they're like the current government is Eurosceptic, but they were not elected because they're Eurosceptics. If you know what I mean. I mean, it's that they promised, they basically said we're gonna make Poland great again, and everybody got fucking excited. Make
the Commonwealth.
Yeah, it was sort of like, we're gonna make Poland great again, and also the EU is sort of shit. They added with a half whisper at the end over there.
Well, then they're Eurosceptic.
Well,
Were you-
I mean, if you're just going to say that, then yeah, you're at the point of Eurosceptic. So yeah, they're not Eurosceptic, but they are skeptical of
No,
Europe. Got it.
the government are Eurosceptics. What I'm saying is they were not elected because they're Eurosceptics.
Well, you
It's
just
they-
basically stated that what they were elected for. You don't get to guess what the population of Poland voted for them for.
Well, considering that most of their campaign were hinging more on holding big dramatical trials of the Polish People's Republic former government,
And
then I'm gonna say that.
What were they doing?
Yeah.
What were they doing? And what were the trials that they were going to hold?
It's basically a fucking theater. They just promised people. A lot of people
Yeah,
are
but
disgruntled.
They
that
made promises as to what were they holding these people account to.
So, yeah.
Pretty much the same thing. I think it's like the high treason or something like that.
Trial by combat.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, mate, I'm a little bit. I don't think you've necessarily got your information fully there. To be frank.
The only fact I know about Poland is that there is a map.
They're going to
Scotland.
They were supposed to hold trials for collaboration with foreign powers in order to
Which foreign powers?
Moscow.
Moscow.
It was the puppet government of the Kremlin, Robin, back in the 80s.
Which ones are you talking about at this point? You were talking about the ones that have just been elected.
No, a lot of these guys, the current guys, they want to hold trials over people that are almost in their fucking 90s at this point, because they used to be part of the puppet government that was controlled by Moscow during the Cold War. And they were hinging on this idea because a lot of people in Poland are pissed that those trials were not held immediately after the country was reorganized.
Is that I cannot imagine that is the only promise that they were making.
Well, that's the major promise. The other promise is like.
You can't run a country on that.
Of course you can't.
Well, where
Robin,
where is their manifesto? That's the whole point. What is their manifesto? This is what people elect folk over, not just one fucking show trial.
No, not like one. Several.
Oh,
Lengthy.
Some show trials. Okay then. I mean, I don't see that as any way further in the argument.
What else they were running on? Let's see here. Focusing on revitalizing the Polish infrastructure. I think they're talking about the whole mine debacle, even though it was pretty much reinstated a bit after, but it wasn't exactly top news. It's like, oh look, the salt mines are open again.
I've got one question.
What else? Individualization, how do I translate this? Basically becoming more independent from our stronger neighbors, so we don't have to sit in the shadow. We're going to go our own way, I guess. Yeah.
Well, I've only got one question.
Poland going its own way. Make that a hashtag.
My question is, why were they wanting to hold trials for people who were part of the public state of...
A big promise was immediate shutdown of the borders for non-EU citizenry. Meaning we're going to keep the Syrians out, guys. That was also a big selling point. Because to begin with, Polacks don't really like Arabs, like fucking at all. And second of all, we're a kind of poor as shit country. It can barely take care of its own citizens, so a bunch of migrants coming over here just to take up even more of those resources didn't sit quite well with the lower middle class. And then, the whole fucking blowing shit up stereotype goes a long way.
Thanks for joining the EU and everything like that. Don't worry about those responsibilities, hey.
Responsibility.
This is what annoys me is that kind of go, yeah, we'll join your little club, and it's like, yeah, you got to do this for it. You go, yeah, sure. And then when it comes to the crunch, you kind of go, nah, don't want it. Fuck off then. Don't then turn round and say that the EU dictates how you rule your lives when that happens. Because it's bullshit. And once again, we're back to bullshit arguments.
Yeah, but the whole
EU isn't telling you shit.
Bullshit, Robin.
The EU. How is the EU telling you to do anything when you basically just go no?
As far as I can tell, the stipulation that you're talking about was that we will be taking refugees along with the EU. That's what you're talking about?
I think the only...
Yeah, we did. They're called Ukrainians.
I think the only consequence to closing your borders to the refugees, Robin, I think...
To this
I remember Angela Merkel saying something about, fines, sanctions.
Yeah, good luck with that. Yeah, there's plenty of fines and sanctions that are running around in the EU.
Oh yeah,
nobody pays any attention to them.
I think that's the only consequence. I might be wrong.
Yeah, it's paper tiger. Yeah. We're terribly afraid of the paper tiger that is the EU.
Yeah, but we're coming back to situation to the original agreement. I mean, ignoring the fact that we already taken a bunch of fucking people that we decided we wanted to help, whether or not you're willing to admit they're fucking refugees or not, Robin.
What, you talking about the Ukraine?
Can we not get off topic because...
Well, you did mention the Ukraine.
Look, I'm just saying that we already took a fuckload of people, and we're not able to fucking sustain anymore. What's it going to change that Poland's going to go okay, we're going to do this, and then 5 years later we're in an economic collapse? We were
actually talking about the European Union and its powers over you. And it turns out that it seems that you have all these powers that you've actually exercised as far as deciding who comes in and who does not.
Because that's one of the only things that the EU has no real former or otherwise power of. Control of the country, of the membership country's borders.
That's right. So what the fuck is everybody freaking over then? That's the question. We want to leave the European Union. Okay, what are your reasons?
Like I said, I don't
Bananas.
know about Britain.
What the fuck?
I said that I heard it on the fucking news. I wasn't even able to...
Well, this is what I mean, mate. I mean, like I said...
hilarious.
This is
fucking shut down our salt mines and our sugar beet industry.
Which, at the moment, all I've got is what you've said. And you've also told me that they were regulating fucking bananas. You've probably heard that too. I don't know at this point, Simon. But my point is, I keep on asking, and I'm asking the Brexit lot, sell this shit to me. What the fuck have we got? No, forget about sort of oh yeah, we'll have sovereignty and stuff like that. It's sovereignty. If I got sovereignty tomorrow, it would. Yeah, I still feel that I would be pretty much in the same fucking boat. But as far as sort of when somebody says, well, this is the thing that the European Union is doing that is bad. Tell me this. Tell me something that actually is tangible, please. Because I've asked, I've looked, and the arguments there are fallacious at best, and I've not found anything decent coming from them. And I'm waiting. I'm still waiting, and I'm greeted with silence. Like now. Tell me something that the EU actually does, not something that you've heard, that actually is impinging on your country.
Oh boy. I have to go to...
You should know this, Simon.
If I go to Google, I'm just gonna fucking...
Dude, you should know this. This is the thing.
Enforcing a human rights condition on the UK that is vastly insuperior to what we're currently giving in every way.
Yeah,
and telling us that we should adopt that as our primary thing.
A bare minimum. I don't think they actually... When it comes to adopting it, we actually have adopted it. But that doesn't stop us from having more robust rules.
By the way, a side
as long as you don't go below that bar.
Do you live in London?
Yeah.
So you saw, or at least were, at that rally that the mayor organized?
No.
London's a very big place.
Yeah, there's rumors claiming that the rally was fucking segregated between men and women in the back.
Oh my god! Well, now there's a reason why we should leave Europe.
Well, no, I'm just... Dude,
what the fuck?
This was a fucking sidetrack. Jesus.
Well, like I said, I mean, what the fuck? There is no. That's the thing.
just
I
curious
keep
if
on
that's
asking for these
true.
arguments that people
If-
have been
Dude,
bringing
it's not an
forward, and I'm
argument.
finding very little.
I'm curious whether it was true or not.
I don't know.
If we're
Yeah,
still on
so what
Poland,
you had some Muslims in the audience that were what? What did they do?
No, actually, the way this is phrased, it sounds like the entire rally was segregated like that.
Who
like,
phrased
men in the
it?
front, in the back.
Who phrased it, Simon?
Oh fuck me! Somebody linked an article on Twitter, for fuck's sake. I just read it like an hour ago.
You're like
I didn't even read the goddamn article. I just
Simon.
saw the headline,
Sometimes it's like listening to an echo. You're at the arse end of the echo chamber, and you're getting all this information from people. And you're like, yeah, I'm going to make up my mind about it. And then when you start to look at the veracity of some of this stuff, it's like, I just heard it from somebody. I mean, you were just talking about fucking bananas, dude.
I always do my best to go to sources when talking about science.
fucking salt mines.
It means I
Yes.
spend the majority of my time fucking clueless. Because I look at their sources and go, well, this literally does not say what the article says it does. In fact, the sources literally go, we think this may happen or may not happen. However, all probability points to there being a very small chance of it actually happening.
Salt
yeah,
industry,
both sides. are
salt and
saying
sugar
that
industry was put in a vice by EU regulations. There you go.
Where?
It's not fucking bananas anymore.
Where? Sorry.
Salt and sugar.
Here, I don't know shit about
Yeah,
Britain.
link me.
I'm not gonna pretend that I know anything about the fucking British economics. I don't even know who the fuck Nigel Farage is.
The only thing I know about
Probably
Poland
for the
is
best.
Someone
that,
with the happiest smile ever.
well, if we're
He's
we're
also
sticking
class.
on the EU Poland thing, the only one question I had, Simon, was you were saying stuff about the people are going to get trials because they were part of the Kremlin. Why was that? Did they do something, or were they just part of the Kremlin and they don't like?
Okay, conservationists, sorry, said there was a pic and it was literally zoomed in on hijab women.
Oh, so it was basically just a handful of muzzies.
Look,
just-
there's Muslims in a crowd with a Muslim mayor. Holy shit! Be scared, be afraid, shit yourselves. Am I
Yeah,
paraphrasing
was
right
that-
here,
Was that fucking hard, Robin?
No, I'm
Yeah, but
asking
believe it or not,
conversationalists.
that was not a fucking Brexit argument. I'm not even gonna serve Brexit arguments. What the fuck do I care if Britain leaves or stays in the EU?
Well, no, I was
Sure, it will
talking.
impact me
Like
and
I'm
so-
saying, I was talking about whether if you imagine the reason that the British are going through this referendum, and those that are looking to exit from the EU, they have their reasons against Europe, and those reasons won't necessarily be just something as overarching for the UK, but other parts of Europe as well. And like I said, I mean, I don't necessarily think you were much of a pro-Euro person, Simon. I would have thought that you would have been a little bit more in tune with this particular argument.
I am in tune to some degree, but the thing is that a lot of the reason I would be for Poland leaving the EU is because a lot of the Polish economy and a lot of like Poles as individuals are sort of fucking abusing that system and getting really fucking lazy with themselves. Like, I know at least 6 people in my immediate surrounding area that were taking part in the EU new business venture grants sort of thing. I mean, that's what it's called? Like, basically you write up a fucking strategy for your company, like the company you're gonna make, and the EU goes like, oh, all right then, and then gives you like a load of cash so you can start that off with. And basically people were like making really ludicrous fucking business venture models that like asked for like 6 or 7 times the actual amount needed. And they just like, we have all this money over here. Well, we'll take the 6 times more than you actually need, put it in your pocket, and take that 1/6 that you actually need, make a company out of that, make it run for 3 years, declare bankruptcy, profit.
So,
At least 7 people in my immediate fucking, people I know, like people from work that I worked with for years, like family members, friends from school that I still keep in touch with. A lot of people like just did that.
So they diddled it, essentially.
Yeah, they started fucking diddling with the EU money that's been coming in. And
there's an argument against the EU. How dare it come in and help, and you take advantage of it?
No, I'm saying that we should leave so that Poland stops fucking, at the very least, stop fucking crippling the EU. How about that for a start? I mean, we're talking like metric shit tons of money, and this is talking about
bless your heart, mate. Bless your heart. I mean, that's so nice of you to say to a person in probably the largest economy in Europe. You know.
It's mostly also stems from the fact that a country that just sort of goes into a phase where it just fucking hinges on abusing the system they're a part of is a country that is doomed for economic failure sooner or later. And economic failures are not particularly pleasant.
So in other words, being a patriotic Pole, you would like for your country to basically just collapse.
What?
Well, you're basically saying, yeah, forget the EU, fuck these people, they keep on giving us all this money, which we just basically fuck up with, and we'd rather just basically fuck ourselves in the ass.
It means that the infrastructure of this country becomes dependent on abusing that system. You know, it's sort of like saying...
You're already... if you had the EU there or not, would that stop you having abuse of the system?
Yes, but it would be the system that would be abused would be the Polish system. The system that is there, it might collapse, but people are
yeah, well, the same argument comes along with less guns, less gun abuse.
The system does not provide enough resources for this to become a major fucking tragic turning point at some time in the future.
And you're upset by that.
You can scam the Polish government for like monies, and it's going to all be in the basic Polish budget. You know, Poland has the Polish budget. But once we start being basically dependent on fucking over a coalition of countries that are bigger and have a lot of money, and we could systematically keep fucking them over for more and more money, and when they either fucking kick us out or cut off the grants or do anything that fucks with this natural balance of things, which is pretty fucking fragile to begin with, then suddenly the country finds itself on a massive realization that they are dependent on an over-bloated system to fuck over. Once that system is gone, country is unsustainable. And then country does what? Country go boom.
I think...
But it does.
I think good analogy.
That's a lovely sentiment, Simon, and I appreciate your patriotism towards your country. It seems odd that you would want to see pretty much everyone you know and love have basically a country collapse around them, but what the hell?
I think
exactly the opposite of what I think
what he's trying to say. I think what he's trying to say is that, Robin, say you're having money troubles, and I start giving you money. But you feel that you feel that you're using the money in a wrong way, and you want to say to me, "Hey, maybe you should start giving me money. I'm just feeding a habit, basically."
I have an extra habit.
I want this, Robin. I want it to happen sooner rather than later, because the later this keeps going, the more bloated and unsustainable this country becomes.
Do you think that's the only way?
The more dependent you become
may I ask, Simon? Do you think that's the only way that you would go?
Well, no, but I don't see the EU stopping in its tracks with all this shit. I mean, no harsher regulations are coming from up above. No investigations or even fucking control groups. Send a bunch of people in suits to see if they're not fucking just sitting in hot tubs with fucking wads of money to slap the hookers with.
Listen to this. Just listen to this, Eurosceptics, all you Brexit lot. Listen to this. This is the overarching demon, overarching superstate that's trying to take over your sovereignty, apparently.
But I don't think he's saying that.
No,
the EU giving
well, this
is bad. He's just saying that
yeah, no. What
the
he's basically saying
Polish
is
people are
Poland's-
using it in a wrong way.
Yeah, he's just basically saying Poland sucks. But but what my point is that if you have a look at how the EU is reacting to it, you think that you deserve sanction. You think that you deserve to basically be fucked over by Europe, and it's not actually happening.
Well, it's like our
And-
welfare
but it
system.
is
A lot of people
coming.
say
I
that
mean,
our
And this is
the pot
what
has a
I'm
bottom.
talking about when people bring in the rhetoric of the EU telling everybody what to do, when they're obviously patently, demonstrably not.
see so. So's gone.
That's
Go on
also,
about our
that's
welfare
also
system.
Look, Robin, it's not mutually exclusive. You know, it's not that the EU is going like, hang on, like don't use all of that money for vodka. And we're like, fuck that shit. It's more like, hey, here's the money for your business. And it's like, oh, okay, you want like a receipt for this? Like, nah, you just you go and have fun, you little whippersnapper.
I feel as if you're under-egging the situation, Simon. I
Well,
don't think it's necessarily or even close to that.
I think
Look,
it's
No, that's exactly what has been happening, what has happened when we initially joined. Like, the first 3 years, I remember, was like this giant was like, hey, the EU is giving fucking free money. It's like, what do you mean, free money? Well, you just take this fucking business fucking pamphlet here and just like, you know how to fill that out. No, the EU is hosting, like, fucking private organized classes on how to fucking fill this shit out. It's like, okay. So what do? Well, you fill this shit out, and I'm gonna say that I want to make a fucking Bob's Burger or something, and I'm gonna ask them for like €1 million. It's like, that's a little bit steep for a burger shack in it. Yeah, but it's like they don't want fucking receipts and nothing. You're just gonna get my $1 million, like spend 300 or 400K on the burger shack, and the rest is for the fucking cruise ship.
Yeah,
I think-
like I said, you've said that to me, so there must be legislation or laws in place that are actually putting that through. Please show me. I mean, basically, you've said is that my country is full of scam artists, and we really don't deserve you.
Yeah, but I also
My
want to
girlfriend
say
isn't a
this is
scam
not mutually
artist.
exclusive, Robin.
Yeah,
The fact that
and
the EU is
your idea
privileged-
of Poland is different from others.
Robin, the fact that the EU is giving at least Poland money frivolously does not exclude, considerate control over at least the economic market. Don't get me wrong. I fully agree that on a political spectrum, on how to run a country, the EU can't do dick. You know, like who they gonna fucking send in? The Belgian army?
So the worst that's happened to Poland so far is that you've been
I'm
given
saying,
free money.
Well, the fucking salt mines and the sugar beets are like the most jarring thing I can remember about they're super controlling, but on an economic level. Politically, they don't have fucking jack shit to say. I mean, they've been fighting for the last like 2 months to get our current elected government to publish the Constitutional Tribunal's verdict on the changes that the government's been doing, which they have been very vehemently keeping from the public. And for 2 months, the EU has been going, stop that shit, show the verdict, and they're just going, no! And it's a fucking back and forth like that. On a political level, the EU can't fucking tell any of its members to do fucking anything. They have no actual power to enforce that shit.
There we go.
But on an economic level, because let's face it, the EU originated as a fucking trade pact. It was like what, some sort of mining trade pact that originated from like the fractured Germanies.
well, basically the EU came about just like maybe was it a decade just after the separation, the crumbling of the wall of East Germany and West Germany.
Oh,
was
no. It was formed. It was formed
before
because the Allied occupied regions of Germany were incapable of coming to an agreement of what to do with, I think, the steel industry, like the steel industry and like the iron the iron mining operations.
Yeah,
So,
I mean,
and then they created like excuse me. And then basically that's where it started. It started like a steel industry that was built by the Allied occupied regions of Germany, which was not united. To all
But I
these
think
Americans.
but I think it really did take off when Germany became a whole country, right?
Yeah, that's when it just took off, and in like 1990, the EU proper was formed. But you have to remember, it originated as a fucking trade pact. It was a trade agreement that created that steel industry. So, if anything, the EU the EU's strong arm is economics and trade. That is basically their lifeblood and their lifelines.
Apparently,
They are the people that focus. They specialize in economics. So to say that the EU is forcing us to take fucking refugees, no, it's not. The EU is going like, could you take refugees? And your government's like, sure. I mean, our government told them to fuck off, and nothing has changed since then.
Oh well, we're a little bit more diplomatic. We'll go, yeah, sure, we'll take in what, 4,000 maybe, something like that. And they're like,
yeah, we're hardly taking any.
Well, yeah, I mean, we've got 1 million here, so as many as you could, please, really. I tell you what, yeah, that'll be fine. I tell you what, and we'll get that done in what, 4 years? 4 years. We'll have that 4,000 done in 4 years.
I actually more imagine being on the line of, so when you're gonna do this, I'm gonna have to call you back on that because
yes.
Rugby's on the telly.
In other words, when it came to European responsibilities, everyone went, meh, not interested. Terrifying EU overarching fucking with you. I mean, this is the. I mean, on the back of Brexit, who of course are very anti scaremongering. We have somebody posting something up here, which is Brexit. They want to make you poor. This is your last chance. So yeah.
I can sense the fucking research wafting off of that from here.
Yeah, I'm not even going to click I'm just looking at that title and I'm sitting there kind of going, like, guys, make up your minds whether you're going to basically be against scaremongering or not. I mean, if you want to be scaremongery, then don't go and sort of like go, well, they're being scaremongers because you look stupid. And this is what I'm looking at, and this is why I don't trust this lot, because they lie. They say, the EU's terrible. It's going to do this. Look at the bananas. And then when somebody kind of goes, what are you talking about? First of all, that's bullshit. And second of all, there are actually a lot of advantages to staying in the EU. And if we were to leave, those advantages would go. Well, you're just being a scaremonger. What the fuck are you talking about?
But also, there's scaremongers on the Remain side as well.
This is the problem with the scaremongers on the Remain side. They're saying these are the advantages to being in the EU. If we were to leave, we wouldn't have those advantages. That is not scaremongering. That is just saying that is us laying out our case.
No, but I mean, like, obviously there are people who would be doing that sort of thing.
We stay or leave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to be very close to Europe. We're going to have an artificial land border with France. And they have stated they're never going to speak to us again, regardless of our decision.
They weren't talking to us
at some point or another.
But
and they're probably going to try to keep to it, and then it's going to be
like I said, I'm still waiting. And I've been looking into this. And I'm still waiting. I've watched Sargon stuff, and I'm still waiting for a decent argument as to why to leave. I'm lost, and I'm really trying here, guys, but I just can't do it. I can't do it. Every time I'm asking people this sort of stuff, they come up with just crap.
I personally find Sargon quite persuasive, but he is just a fucking persuasive speaker. That's what he does for his job, and he's damn good at it.
Yeah, he's a really good public speaker. He's got a nice voice.
Say just about anything and have it sound persuasive.
I have $6 in my basement.
Nobody gets mod power here.
That's cool.
Not even me.
I'm the only mod in this.
I think though, for me, since I can't vote because I didn't apply soon enough, which is annoying, but I was doing stuff up here in Scotland.
So you have no consequence, essentially.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, I won't be able to take. The thing is, even if we stay or we leave, I'm not going to be able to reap the benefits or the consequences, because I don't really want to stay in Europe.
Oh, don't worry. The consequences will come to you, but you just won't get the benefits. I assure you of that.
Because I actually, me being an absolute yellow fever fag here.
no.
I want
Yeah.
I want to go to Korea. I feel
Like one of the arguments I saw, Robin, was the Schengen argument, meaning that. So okay, you have like a country like Britain, so and the country has a lack of fucking doctors. So you need doctors to come into your country. So Schengen is great. So it's like they just come over. They don't even need a passport. They just come over, start working. It's all peachy. But then you have like this issue. A country can only support like this many fucking jobs of a certain type at any given point. So you have to like, if you want to have a bigger hospital industry, you gotta build more hospitals and stuff like that. So the Schengen pretty much guarantees that you will always have like capped specialized workers from the Europe's region. But that means that you don't have room for immigrants from all over the globe that want to come over and work, get like a working visa. So if you have, I don't know, a doctor from Taiwan or Japan that wants to...
What's the argument, Simon?
The argument is that you are that a country that has a capped amount of jobs does not need any more of them. So they don't give out work visas to maybe better qualified doctors or doctors with specializations that aren't even practiced
in the UK. Anyone who is a doctor will get guaranteed citizenship if they apply for it.
Look, a doctor is like an example. Fucking coal miners. Let's go with coal mining engineers. You know, the guys that operate the big drills, because you don't go with a fucking pick and candle anymore.
Hazam, you are quite correct. As a refugee, you do not get to say how people run their own countries. You're simply there at our behest. That's the thing. There's a lot of, we've talking a lot of...
So you can apply for citizenship.
Yeah, they can apply. It's a bit late once they're actually talking about getting refugee status. They've got to go through all kinds of different things in order to
professional athletes get permanent visas in every country.
Find the open house, like the fucking YouTube channel.
Sorry, define the open house.
This things we're doing, like the YouTube side of it, with the chat spots and shit.
Do you even have crack in the UK? Right. Why am I having to define the open house?
Not define. I can't find it on YouTube.
Oh, you can't find the open house on YouTube?
Yeah.
Oh, you wanted to get the chat, yeah?
Yeah.
You can go to... I went to Croton T, and then I went to channels, and he's got like all his subscriptions.
Okay, Croton T.
Best German you'll know.
Oh, Kraut NT. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Kraut.
He's still a fucking German.
I've got a few to choose from.
How dare you say? How dare you say?
Yeah, he is still a fucking German.
But so I'm asking about the argument that the EU is bad for this. Like I've said, I'm waiting for that bit. If there is a need for some, for example, jobs in a particular field, in a particular country, need to be filled. Why do you need to go through the whole rigmarole of getting work visas available to people when somebody could just look and apply?
Very true.
Well, like all things in life, certain countries produce more qualified workers in certain fields.
So, would it behoove said country to leave said people within those borders if there isn't enough work for them?
Could you repeat that? I think I brain farted. But...
Okay, what would it? You like you've said. You imagine you've got more people with qualifications in a particular field than necessary in a country.
Yeah.
So you're going to need them to move somewhere else in order to get that work, aren't you?
Yeah.
So once again, I'll ask politely, what is the bit in the EU that's bad of that?
The thing is that the EU membership countries are locked out from people from not the EU in certain job fields.
How is that so?
Because all of their job quotas are filled up by the citizens of the membership that have membership in the EU.
And why is that a problem?
Because it's a problem in a way that, say if for instance Poland was not a member of the EU, and you got all your plumbers from France, and you were like, well, the Polacks are better fucking plumbers, well, you just get them. It's like, oh, there's just too many Frenchmen who's just coming in. They don't even need a fucking passport or anything, just come in and work.
But that's not the case.
Is it not?
I don't know what you're trying to achieve here, because I'm already working on the presumption of fuck the French at all times.
I mean, you don't have to be hypothetical in this particular case. You see, Simon, there's all these different countries which may have more or less qualified people in particular fields or whatever like that, and because they've got free movement within European borders, if there's someone who's missing something, they can just fill them up. They don't have to choose whether it's a French one or a Polish one. It depends on whether they're qualified for the job or not.
Yeah, I mean, in Scotland here, we have an inordinate amount of Polish people, and you know, there's always that thing of up here saying, all these Polish people taking our engineering and plumbing jobs. You know, it's you know, it's just a thing. It's not as like, oh man, all these something people from somewhere taking our jobs.
Okay.
If they're qualified to do it, they can do it. It's fine.
Yeah, and I'm going to have to address you, Conrad, on this one, where you say my issue with the EU is that people we didn't elect make laws that we have to live by, and we can't get rid of those people if we don't like them. I would just ask you, wherever you live right now, see how far you get trying to elect an MP in another part of the UK.
That's why I call myself dictator.
Yeah, you're going to find that really tricky to do. So, in other words, if you are worried about the fact that you have people that you do not elect in Parliament, for example, then you know you're already stuck there. So, in other words, you're essentially saying is that you are anti-parliamentary democratic at this point. There are elected officials in the EU. In fact, they are all elected from different countries. You didn't elect them in those countries. In the very same way as if you haven't, the only election that you actually do in this country is elect an MP in your local area. You do not elect the MPs in other areas.
I would also like to point out that in the UK, the best MPs we have are the ones, well, they're the House of Lords. They're the only people that actually seem to know what the fuck they're doing.
Yay and nay. It depends.
Oh, God.
They tend to be better.
Korwin-Mikke. Oh, shit.
He wants to know.
Oh, fuck my life, Korwin-Mikke. That guy is literally a walking fucking meme.
Come on, spell it out to the rest of us.
Well, what specifics do you want on Mr. Mikke?
I don't know anything about Corwin.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, you know, go from.
All the conversation is because that's Korwin-Mikke was like a fucking. He was like Tumblr fame. He was quick, flashy, sort of worthless, and was pretty much set up by the opposition.
Conrad, they are elected by someone. You're the one that's assuming that it's appointed. The only appointments that you get are the Council of Europe.
Well, I'm gonna give Korwin-Mikke some credit. He was a lot smarter than he was, but he just didn't know how to sell himself well. I mean, all he did was, God damn it. Just for a second, but bear with me, okay? Don't just fire off with presumptions when I say it. Imagine Alex Jones, but he's not completely fucking insane, and he is a lot more. He has a much sharper tongue when it comes to demonizing and insulting the left.
So Alex Jones, but not Alex Jones.
Sort of. I'm talking more about the way he spoke. I mean, there was.
Oh right, I see what you mean.
At one point, I remember he was. I saw this interview on TV. He was asked by the hostess whether he would form a political party, and then asked
Okay.
who they would actually invite to it.
Sorry, Simon. Let me just address Conrad here. First of all, you're the one who's actually stated that these are unelected. The fact that you have unelected officials in the UK government has not seemed to have popped your bubble beforehand. In other words, the idea that the fact that the EU has people in their administration that is unelected is, you're basically saying they have civil servants. It's like I said, this isn't anything that these sort of things do.
Robin, you have to admit that's sort of a non-argument of going like, well, it's already shit like this. No,
I'm not saying it's already shit. I'm not the one who has the problem with the idea of an unelected civil servant. That's the point.
Well,
I understand that there are people that are appointed within the EU that you do not elect. That is correct.
It's kind of cheap to equivocate, a public servant to a representative. That's what they're essentially are. I mean, technically, on paper,
a public
it's
servant
like
and a representative are very different. And if you're going, I'm not going to confuse the two. Somebody who is a representative is elected.
Yeah, and aren't like the people that fill up the EU Parliament are supposed to be the country
members of European Parliament. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they are. Yeah,
in Poland, in Poland,
you don't have MEPs coming out of Poland.
In Poland, we did not vote for who is going to be in the EU Parliament. We voted for candidates. And after we elected the candidates, it's like, these are the people we have considered are good for you. And then they're like, we'll take the one on the left.
So you did elect somebody then?
Yeah, we elected somebody that can be potentially considered to fill in the gap.
Is this... I'd like to have that looked at as well, mate, because I'm sorry to basically, worry about your veracity, but do I need to bring up bananas again?
I brought up bananas as a side joke, and you took it, and you keep going back to the bananas. Like,
I don't think you did,
Comrade,
Simon.
mate.
I don't
fuck
think
the
you
salt
did.
the same in the
industry,
UK.
fuck the sugar industry, fuck the wharfs, fuck the ports. The bananas were my key fucking
No,
argument.
well, in this particular case,
Alright.
yes, but that's the only thing. That's the only thing that I've actually looked into, and that's the only. I haven't even had anything from you to back that up. Right now, I'm merely on your word for it, and like I've just pointed out to you, just on your word alone, I looked at bananas, and lo and behold, it was bullshit. So I have to ask you. I have to at this point ask you to back up those claims, not just state it. I think it's fair enough.
Well, I can give you sources, but can you read Polish?
No, but I can try and translate at least. So you can take it up with Sargon because he's who I'm quoting. Well, like I said, Sargon's quoting it from other people as well, and I've listened to his arguments, and to be honest with you, I don't see this as it's all that it is doing is basically kind of going, I don't want this particular thing to happen. Well, I actually do, but I only want it to happen in England. This is the thing. I don't give a fuck about having faceless bureaucrats in front of me in England. That's fine. Faceless bureaucrats in Europe, not so fine.
I can actually address that conversationist. Korwin Mikke is most definitely a right-wing pundit, but he is also very anti-establishment, so I guess that's why he would actually have a lot of clout with the libertarians and the anarchists.
Oh, yeah,
also, I said, the guy was pretty smart, but he didn't know how to sell himself. Coming back to that story, so it was that interview when it was like, who would you invite to your political party? And he's like, oh, nobody that's currently in government.
Okay.
And she keeps pressing.
Let me address Conrad again. Sorry, Conrad. I'm the one pointing out the bad argument here. You don't get to go, hey, hang on a second. You pointing out that I've pointed out a bad argument is a bad argument. That's a bad argument. That's the whole point. Somebody who's basically stated, I do not wish to have some European bureaucrat that I don't elect telling me what to do. Now I turn round and say, well, here's the problem. You couldn't give a fuck whether it's a faceless bureaucrat or not. You just seem to give a shit whether it's somebody who's from a different country. Now, if you are willing to say that, fair enough. at least you have an argument. I don't think it's a particularly good one, but at least you actually are standing by your guns on that argument. Now, if you say for example, well, I don't like to have some faceless bureaucrat in charge of me, well, I'm afraid that is not going to happen. So you can't. The thing is, you cannot effectively, positively use that as an argument for Brexit. Simply for the fact is, it doesn't matter. Like I said, you are merely exchanging your faceless bureaucrats. If that is all you are concerned about, and I don't think that's what it is. Now, if you were saying, well, I don't want foreign powers over me, fair enough. I just don't think that that's a good enough reason.
Well,
like I said, I need a decent reason, proper,
actual. It all boils down to the point that it's like your opinion, man.
Well,
I mean,
yeah.
For me,
and I don't want that.
Foreign power.
I don't want that. I want somebody to, like I said, I'm surrounded by people who are all saying that they're Eurosceptic and the euro. Oh yeah, terrible euro. Get rid of the fucking euro. And you go, why? And it's like, well, oh well, now you're asking. I was expecting everyone to just agree with me. Shit.
I'm gonna say that if we had euro in Poland by now, it probably would have been stabilized. More like, wait, does France have the euro? I think they do.
Yes.
Do they? Yeah.
Yes, France has the euro.
It would be more like akin to France or Germany. Like the money would be a lot stabler. I was vehemently opposed of implementing the euro, but not because of the reasons that most people would think. It's like, oh, you want foreign currency? No, it has more to do with the fact that as it was drafted to us, as it was pitched to us as a country, it would mean that we would be shifting over to the euro. That's it. Which means that all of the prices would be formatted to a euro. So say I pay 4 zloty for a kilo of sugar. Now I have to pay 3 euros for a kilo of sugar. But it didn't stipulate that the income of the citizenry would raise adequately. So you would find yourself with paying 4 euros for a kilo of sugar, but instead of earning like on average 1,800 euros, you'd be earning about 1/3 of that at best. So you would be sitting there with like your fucking 400 euros, with sugar costing 1/100th of your monthly salary. And that's when we were like, fuck that shit, don't want the euro. And ever since then, I don't think it was ever brought up anymore. I mean, it was again, but I didn't pay close enough attention to that. It kind of white noised over me when it returned several years later. But initially, it was so horribly drafted that it would pretty much send our country into a massive recession. Like, people would not be able to fucking eat, let alone have roofs over their heads. So yeah,
Troy,
was against.
Troy, would you like to come on? I'll send you a little link.
So yeah,
obviously it's already in the guest list if you want to just grab it from there. But I will quickly jump in. Conrad, right now, yeah, I don't feel as if I've misrepresented your thing, and I have invited you twice now to essentially narrow it down. Tell me your point here. I'm perfectly. This is the actual topic of discussion today is agenda makes you stupid.
In fact, Conrad, if you want, you can come on here and we can actually talk it out like grown-ups with words instead of text, because inflections in your voice make a huge fucking difference of what you actually mean.
Link sent.
Did I mention I feel like the odd wheel out here? I mean, we can sit and have hypotheticals if I'm going to join this discussion. That's it, because I don't live in Britain. I was once in Britain for a period of fucking 4 days.
Like I said, this is about agenda making one dumb. And in the particular case of, we've been seeing over the last couple of days the various sort of shootings and how people have actually decided to throw their agenda in front of it, and rather than just looking at it as is. And another basic and easy one here to look at is the Remain exit sort of argument within.
Did you guys notice?
And I was just saying, it is simply I'm not at the moment. Yeah, I'm not convinced. I'm simply not convinced, and I'm surrounded by people who are supposedly into this, They should know the arguments, I would have thought.
Oh,
and I'm not
I'm
seeing
I
that.
gave you a link there up there
Hey, Troy.
before him and I were talking about
Troy.
the chat that has a link to pros and cons of the.
Oh, where's this, Liz? Let's have a look. Is this a video, or is it?
I found it just a minute ago,
or is
and
it
then I
the
got.
week?
Liz,
I
can
had
you
to
move in
restart.
closer to your microphone? You sound like you're in another
Okay,
room.
okay. Let's have a look.
Sorry,
at,
I was doing my
yeah.
laundry. Hold on.
Let's have a look at what the week has to say. Is it the UK better off remaining in the EU? The country will decide in the referendum. Always difficult to actually do this in an op-ed. The pros and cons of leaving the EU. Membership fee leaving the EU will result in an immediate cost saving as the country will no longer contribute to the EU budget. Last year, Britain paid 13 billion, but has also received 4.5 billion worth of spending. Says full facts. So the UK's net contribution was about 8 billion. That's about 7% of what the government spends on the NHS each year. I would say that is not the largest of costs by comparison. But anyway, what's harder to determine is whether the financial advantages of EU membership, such as free trade, inward investment, see below, outweigh the upfront costs. I think the argument for a lot of the remainers in there is that, yeah, you spend 8 billion, but you get a lot back in various things. Trade. The EU is a single market in which no tariffs are imposed on imports and exports between member states. More than 50% of our exports go to the EU countries, says Sky News. Membership allows us to have a say over how trading rules are drawn up. So without that membership, of course, you're now having to essentially deal as an outsider.
I think the only bad thing I can see from that is, since it's a single market, and even though from that market, obviously you have quite a few countries who are trading with you, the outside countries who are not in the EU have to pay a tariff, so they won't trade with you as often if you were outside that market. I think that's what they're trying to get at as well. Or trade with you such in big numbers, like more quantity of certain things, because they have to pay that tariff. If you could see.
Okay, yeah, continuing. Britain risks losing some of that negotiating power by leaving the EU, but it would be free to establish its own trade agreements. One of those other trade agreements, of course, is that if somebody wants to deal with the EU, they can choose whichever country they deal with. And, of course, they tend to side with the British people on that sort of front. I believe it was, what was the company again? I'm trying to remember it. Large banking company. I don't know if you know, England is somewhat of a large bank. And their European office is in the UK. Because I believe it was Chase, JP Morgan. No, JP Morgan, yeah, JP Morgan. And, it's an American company. So, essentially, they get to speak to everybody in English whilst dealing with Europe. It's somewhat of an advantage to them, and I believe they were talking about this as far as their Leave campaign, basically kind of going, well, you can do what you like, guys, but if you do, this is what we would have to do, because there's no point us being in the UK if we need to deal with Europe. We can be in the UK, of course, to deal with the UK, but we're not going to be dealing as much with you. So I can understand what this person says. UKIP leader Nigel Farage believes Britain would follow the lead of Norway, which has access to the single market but is not bound by EU laws on areas such as agriculture, justice, and home affairs. But others argue that an amicable divorce would not be possible. Interesting to note that this has not actually put in what the Prime Minister of Norway has said about people leaving the UK leaving the EU, which she basically just turned around and said this would be a bad idea. If you think that Norway has the best deal out of this, you would be wrong. This is her words, not mine. If Britain were to join the Norwegian club, says The Economist, it would remain bound by virtually all EU regulations, including the Working Time Directive, almost everything dreamed up in Brussels in future. It would no longer have any influence on what those regulations said. So,
by the way, Robin, I also saw a lot of Brexit stuff, and they're really into the fucking Chinese market. They're like,
yes, because if we're in Europe, we can't deal with the Chinese.
Can't we?
Of course we can. I don't understand. This is the bit this is the bit I don't get. When you're dealing with Europe and you can go through the UK, okay, that's cool and everything like that. You don't have to deal with any of the other countries. You see. Now, if China wants to deal with the UK, it can still deal with the UK. It doesn't have to go through any other countries in Europe. It doesn't have to go through European Parliament or anything like that. It can go straight to us and talk to us. I do not understand why people are talking about it in this way. As though if we leave Europe,
that's going to be our only fucking option.
I think the reason they're talking about it is because since China will become, I think, in the next year or two, the biggest economic power, that basically since they're having to pay this tariff, they're not trading with us at a massive rate, such as Japan or Korea or India, because they don't have to pay that kind of tariff.
I'm only left with one question.
Yeah.
Where's this become part coming from? Because as far as I'm aware, they are
because this is what we needed
powerhouse right now.
No, but I don't know the ranking right now, so I would say become this.
Yeah, this is what we needed in a discussion about European economics, an American pub.
But yes, leading Brexit campaigner Boris Johnson, meanwhile, has proposed adopting a Canadian-style trade agreement. I think we can strike a deal, as the Canadians have done, based on a Commonwealth country, Boris. And have very, very bright future, he said. The idea was quickly dismissed by the PM, who said it would mean years of painful negotiations and a poorer deal than we have already. Eurosceptics argue that the vast majority of small and medium-sized firms do not trade with the EU, but are restricted by a huge regulatory burden imposed from abroad. A study by the think tank Open Europe, which wants to see the EU radically reformed, found that the worst-case Brexit scenario is that the UK economy loses 2.2% of its total GDP by 2030. By comparison, the recession of 2008-2009 knocked about 6% off of the UK GDP. However, it says the GDP could rise by 1.6% if the UK were able to negotiate a free trade deal with Europe, i.e. to maintain current trade setup, and pursued very ambitious deregulation. Whether other EU countries could offer such generous terms is one of the big unknowns of the debate. Pro-exit campaigners argue that it would be in the interest of other European countries to re-establish free trade, but their opponents suggest that the EU will want to make life hard for Britain in order to discourage further breakaways. I wouldn't necessarily say that. I don't think that's necessarily going to do anything. However, the difference is that right now you're dealing as an equal partner. If you were to do it in another way, you would be dealing as an outsider. So in other words, if, for example, like you say, the EU looking after their own, you're not their own anymore. And so I don't necessarily think, and judging from the negotiating skills of people like fucking Boris Johnson, we can necessarily get such deals, but that is by the by. Inward investment is likely to slow in the run-up to the vote due to the uncertainty of the outcome and its consequences. That's what happened before the Scottish independence referendum in 2014. In the longer run, there are diverging views. Pro-Europeans say that the UK's status as one of the world's financial centres will be diminished if it is no longer seen as the gateway to the EU. This is what I was talking about earlier. For the likes of US banks. While Brexit campaigners suggest that, free from EU rules and regulations, Britain would reinvent itself as a Singapore-style supercharged economy. Now,
Whoa. I don't want to be anything like fucking Singapore.
Well, yeah. And I mean, obviously this has been written down, but I'm sitting there kind of going, well, one of those makes sense. The other one is like, promises.
Do you know
double
how
thumbs
Singapore
up. It's going to happen,
manages
everyone.
To be as rich
Yeah, I
as
mean,
it is?
I'm gonna
They
say that
literally have slaves.
Yeah, the quickest way to make your economy to go fucking batshit forward is to remove all regulations and allow child labor and shitty working conditions and everything.
And 2/3 of your population.
Yeah,
But this is why robots are so good, because you don't have to put in child slavery or whatever. You just put in robots.
Yeah,
Same thing.
dude.
But that's when the
People are cheaper.
when the social aspect of the country is gonna fucking collapse. Now you suddenly have a
Who cares
massive
about social values,
Yeah,
man?
everyone's a robot at this point. Who gives a fuck?
No, it's
Who
more like
gives a
you
fuck,
suddenly
man?
have a massive fucking influx of lower middle class
People with
people with
no
no
work.
tangible skill that are out of labor jobs, and
Excuse
you
me,
have
mate. Excuse me,
No.
mate. There are no lower middle class people left. There are only poor.
No, there are only robots.
maybe
Because
yeah,
the thing is,
Fears that
all you're hiring is engineers and maintenance workers
I'm
to
lower
maintain the
middle class.
robots. So they are skilled workers with
So now you have a whole bunch of people who have no jobs.
kick them
a
out.
whole-
Hey, we don't need them.
A
Kick
whole
'em
bunch
out, we
of
don't need 'em.
people that have no jobs or houses or food to eat.
That's why you that's why you get a huge boat and just put them somewhere else. Then you have a country
I'll give
of
you.
robots.
I'll give you
No,
an
somebody
example
else's
of what
problem.
happened.
And when you wake up from that dream, you suddenly realize that you have a massive hungry
No,
underclass.
it's all right. We'll just
that's
send them.
very
We'll just send them to
very
Scotland. We'll just send them
swayed.
to Scotland, mate. It'll be fine then.
No, you see,
Fi-
I can give you a perfect example of what happens when that shit starts to happen. You ever seen the murder rate in America? There you go.
You know, guys, I have an
Put
important
that
question.
Anyway,
Can't we, as Great Britain, just do the same as I do in my dating life and find a rich country to leech off? Fuck, we are the rich country.
no,
Hey,
we're,
Americans,
no.
look
America
how
is
hard we are.
America is that country that we're leeching off.
How many women would
Fears,
actually?
fears that car makers could scale back or
Pardon?
even end production in the UK vehicles could no longer be explored tax-free to Europe, were underlined by BMW's decision to remain its UK employees at Rolls-Royce. Remind its UK employees at Rolls-Royce of the significant benefit EU membership confers. Likewise, Business for New Europe says tax revenues would drop if companies that do large amounts of business with Europe, particularly banks, move their headquarters back into the EU. And remember, we're talking about England, a bank with some shops surrounding it.
And a whole load of gold.
That's right, and this is one of this is the thing that I'm really struggling with on this sort of front. When they're sitting there kind of go, we're going to do better, and I keep on asking how. It's going to be better. How? How is it going to be better than what we've got right now? America wants to deal with Europe, and they don't want to talk to them. We get to be their middlemen.
The
And
thing
you're
is,
saying I want that ruined so that I can have some, like, what? What are you? Where are the numbers on the table here? What are you aiming to do? That's the thing.
Maybe they just want to paint themselves blue once in a while.
Yeah, I don't know. Barclays, however, has put forward a worst-case scenario that might benefit the outers. It says the departure of one of EU's most powerful economies would hit its finances and boost populist anti-EU movements in other countries. This would open a Pandora's box, says the Daily Telegraph, and it would lead to a collapse of the European project. I believe that that's exactly what they're after, but,
it could. It definitely could. I mean,
I'm not sure where the problem in this lies.
I know, but you're into the basic destruction of all humanity. So, I'm not able to really necessarily take your point of view at full face value here.
I'm
Doug
just,
said
So am I.
that is actually Skynet.
Yeah.
I'm just
Brexiters,
saying the EU's not exactly all that democratic. A lot of Europe could probably be better off without them.
yeah, please don't talk to us about democracy, American. For Brexiters, sovereignty may seem to be a simple win. Few disagree that EU membership involves giving up some control over our own affairs. MP Katie Howe says the EU is an attempt to replace the democratic power of the people with a permanent administration in the interests of big business.
but don't we already have big business?
I thought that was the Conservative
even if
Party.
we left.
Those on the right
yeah,
of the Conservative
basically.
Party may disagree with her emphasis, but they agree that the EU institutions have drained power from the British Parliament. In other words, what they're saying is, we want those big business interests to be in the UK. Well, they are. They're dealing with the EU by being in the UK. You already have those big business interests.
I mean, like private banks sort of started from the UK.
It just winds me up because you've got to. I mean, I'm not kidding myself here. I'm sure. Whereas as I'm reading this, I'm reading those who are for, those who are against. Those who are for are basically sitting there, kind of going, "It's going to be great," and those who are against are kind of going, "Well, it's not going to be that great, and you'll probably lose this." I'm not seeing so far pretty much any actual thing that's basically kind of going, this is going to work and here's why. This is the problem that the EU is causing us. This is why it would be the solution. There is none of this. It's just wave a flag.
I think the vote's going to be really close.
It's going to be great. We're going to be in control of our own destiny. And I'm sitting there kind of going, I have never, ever in my life, been in control of my own destiny. Who the fuck thinks that being in or out of the EU is going to change that?
I mean, I think the vote's going to be really close.
For Brexit,
unlike a lot of polls, like they say, "Oh my God, everyone's going to vote Remain," and it's like, I don't know. I mean, look at the Scottish independence. I mean, that vote was so close.
I don't actually trust close polling, to be honest with you.
Didn't like a lottery winner?
Oh, you don't trust close polling, but when it happened in fucking Ukraine, it was the will of the people.
No, close polling was not. When it comes to the Ukraine, there was no close polling there.
Best Ukraine needs best Putin. Okay, we need the best Putin.
Just polls.
Well, no. What happened with the Ukraine is they wanted the majority of the people in the Ukraine wanted to join the European Parliament. A couple of leaders within the Ukrainian Parliament went, no, fuck you all. I don't give a shit about you telling me what to do. I'm going to join in with the Ruskies. And then everyone went fucking nutbag crazy, which obviously they would when their government is basically telling them to go fuck themselves. Everything gets really fucking crazy. A certain portion of the Ukraine goes, you know what, yeah, I'm actually happy to be Russian and I don't want to be involved in all of this sort of thing. Then it all goes fucking crazy with nationalists wanting to make sure they keep their country together, with separatists simply just wishing to basically join with something that they feel culturally
like those
more
riots
akin to.
were just
and then
you vote for Trump.
Yeah, and then Putin totally doesn't send camouflaged armies and fucking.
And he sends tanks.
Robin, darling.
Are you saying that intervention in war is something that countries shouldn't do? If asked.
Destinies, man.
Yeah, if
asked.
It depends. It depends on alliances. Like if you promise that country that you will fucking help it.
If asked.
If asked. Depends.
I don't know if you noticed, mate. I don't know if you noticed, but those people on that side, yeah, you're worried about Russian encroachment, but if you can imagine, that particular part of there wished to be encroached upon.
Yeah.
Well, if England is going to particularly want to leave the EU, then it's the will of the people.
That's right. I wouldn't expect the Europeans to band up, get an army together, and bomb the shit out of us.
Yeah, well, the Confederates didn't think that.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, if they did, I'd really hope. If they did, though, I'd really hope the Americans come in and help us out.
Robin, how about we take a break from talking about serious stuff and go back to something from 2008?
I hate to break it to you, Robin, but America's military is not exactly in fighting shape at the moment.
No, but you do have a lot of bases across Europe, though.
Whoa.
I mean, you're in a better position than most people.
Mitch, I don't hate them. They just think I'm a misogynist.
But you are.
Aren't we all?
Oh god, I love this like reshaped.
Why do you have so much hate for people of Brexit? I'll tell you what, I hate bad arguments. That's what I hate, Mitch. I hate terrible arguments.
I actually love this new reshaped view of Europe. It's like North Atlantic region, North Sea region, Atlantic
from 2008.
And then it's fucking Wales.
Yeah. This is what was supposed
to
happen.
Fuck Wales, we're not involving them
in 2010.
Wales, fuck Russia. Catchy song.
But
according to Robin, the crazies that predated UKIP, this has already happened.
Tell me about it. Let me hear it.
Yeah, but also, Robin, stop trying to equivocate the Ukraine to the EU.
I'm not.
The EU But you just did that.
No, they
I
wanted
wouldn't
to
want.
join the EU. That's why this is what sparked all of this.
It's more like he was equivocating Russia to the EU.
No, I'm not.
Like
I was equating the EU to if you imagine the whole of the EU, we decide to leave. Then the reason I was doing that equivocation, of course, is because you brought it up, Simon. You basically said,
yeah, and I'm telling you to not do that because the EU is a maybe not, but a tight alliance at best. It's not a sovereign nation. The EU does not.
Then why did you bring it up?
Land.
Then why did you bring it up?
I brought it up because it started to sound like you were only in favor of majority rule polls on big deciding factors like that, as long as it doesn't fuck with your country.
No, I didn't say that. I basically said I struggle to trust very close polls.
So wait, what exactly is the difference between a close poll and a poll? Because we don't do that.
Okay, for example, yeah, you have a like a yeah. When those things get very, very close, they worry me.
Well, it worried us in Scotland. I mean, Russian.
Yeah, but what do you do then?
Officials.
Okay. The reason that it worries me is threefold. Let's say one of those is I'm worried about the fact that maybe people are trying to make it look close and they're actually fucking people. Just to make them feel as if they're actually voting for something.
Oh, by the
way,
there's
that. Let me finish. Then there's the other thing. Imagine if it is in fact a very close poll. If there are people out there that are doing erroneous or even illegal activity where they are trying to fuck with that poll, they have a lot larger effect on a very close poll. And finally, a 50-50 poll just seems weird. It just does to have an exact split.
Yeah,
right
but
down
then,
the middle.
but then, like Scotland is like an example. Like, what do you do then? It's like, do you?
Well, the thing is, with Scotland, is we did have that.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, so you listen.
We did.
No, like,
and we couldn't do shit.
Ignoring for the moment the fact that Scotland is a done deal. Like the guys that wanted to stay won, done deal. But imagine yourself in this position. You have a poll on something, fucking anything, and it's like 51% to 49%. It's like, what do you do then? Because no matter what the fuck you do, you're pissing off essentially half the fucking pollers.
Well, yeah, this is why, I worry of these things. First of all, when you're talking about somebody making it, I suppose when it comes to these sort of decision making, it's going to be one or the other, that sort of thing. So you're going to have a split, of course. But to have it on a population scale like that, it just basically just makes me sort of worry. And like I said, I've laid out the reasons as to why I worry about that. And this isn't just to do with the fact that I think I sometimes suspect that they seem somewhat made up, but also the fact that people have got more chance of actually fucking with that.
Yeah.
If you've got a bang down 50-50, it could be 2, 20, 50, 100 votes that make that decision. And if someone's wanting to make that decision and they go to the right place at the right time and insert a few extra votes here or take out a few extra votes here, boom, they've made their win.
I mean, that's what we had here. But it's like a thing of like, we have to, even though you can't trust anyone fully, we sort of have to. Because we can't do anything even if that's the case. I mean, we couldn't get another referendum or anything like that because it's not legally feasible.
Let's make a referendum on whether or not we should make another referendum.
Conrad, my primary reason, if you will, and the one that I've not seen refuted, is of course the fact that the UK is essentially Europe's banking arm.
Haven't you said that a dozen times at least while he's been?
That's right, but apparently Conrad hasn't heard it, or whatever.
Listen and believe me.
Robin's side question: who the fuck is Ian McKellen? Because he sounds like a gigantic bellend.
Really?
The name rings a
he's
bell.
the guy who played
Really?
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Magneto, Gandalf.
Yeah.
Oh no, sorry, I'm thinking of different.
How dare you? Ian McKellen, best actor.
Ian McKellen?
Yeah, he played.
Christ.
Was it him who played Dumbledore for?
Yeah. Not
Yeah.
Dumbledore,
Wait,
but
what?
No.
No, like
That's another guy.
Internet.
that
IMDb,
Ian McKellen? You
internet.
fucking real?
it's
Wait,
oh,
no, the guy that played Obi-Wan
he's
Kenobi,
an-
like the old
he's
one,
an
is
old,
dead.
He's an old British lovey. Basically, you see him and Patrick Stewart pretty much fucking everywhere.
Yeah,
Can you?
and also with them as well as Christopher
Well, at
Lee,
least I know who fucking Patrick Stewart
who's
is.
just as good.
Hey, Mitch, you found some really bad arguments for the EU. Great. Could you
From
give me some
celebrities.
good arguments for Brexit? That'd be great.
Wait, again, so what exactly, yeah, that's actually a good question. What are the good reasons for why should you remain? I mean, okay, so from what I got from us talking for 2 hours now, I got that basically the Brexiters don't have a plan. It's like a lot of their shit is like, oh, maybe we can do like Norway, maybe we can be with Canada, or maybe we can fuck over the EU and be the middleman between America. So that's like one of the key reasons.
That
like the
wouldn't be
Brexiters have no
that's
plan.
not the Brexiters thing. This is the thing. Those that are, say, pro-Remain, essentially are saying that at the moment the EU, the UK is a financial powerhouse, and one of the reasons why it is such a financial powerhouse and has been such a financial powerhouse over the last 20, 30, 40 years is due to the fact that when people want to deal with Europe, they come to us first. They come through us. They bank with us. So in other words, we are that front door to Europe for a lot of countries.
Yeah.
And they won't need, well, it's not so much that they won't need it, it would be pointless to do it if suddenly we're not actually the European bank anymore. We're basically just England. I mean, we wouldn't be middlemen to anybody. We don't have an empire anymore. So we would be asking to be middlemen to people that can just deal with each other directly.
We still have the Falklands.
Hey, Rob, I know exactly what we have to do. We can start by conquering Brittany, and then we can build a castle, and then we can stick to the Queen there, and you can be happy because we don't have to fight.
We're already twinned with some French towns, mate. I don't want any more.
No. And then basically all that actually happens is the Queen of Power in France out of your way. All of the tourists go there. The revenue still comes back. Is split between the UK and France, and a few documents in France have the English royal crest put on them.
You think you have it bad, Robin? We have some cities twinned with Germans.
It's not like they bombed you or any.
Oh wait.
I'm
Hello.
surprised most of your cities don't have German names, mate. Count yourself lucky.
Oh, they still do.
Labour MP Katie Ho says the EU is an attempt to replace the democratic power of the people with a permanent administration of big interests. The trouble is, most of us have no clue as to how the Brussels monolith works or who's in charge. Says stay or go. I feel as if they just need to get rid of the stay. The Connell Guide to the EU referendum. But it says we have only ourselves to blame. We've made it that way because too many of us can't be bothered to vote in European elections. I actually agree with this. There's a lot of complaints about the fact that the EU doesn't listen to us. When, if you say, look to the MEPs that turn up, half of them don't. And I'm talking about the British ones. And and pretty much most of them are basically Eurosceptic parties. So they're turning
a lot
up.
of Nigel Farage in there.
It's essentially, imagine basically us all voting Guy Fawkes into British Parliament and then wondering why the place is on fire.
But wouldn't Guy Fawkes be perfect?
No.
Also,
You've got it wrong here, Robin. It's
by the way-
basically every single country voted their Guy Fawkes into a separate parliament to the side.
Yeah.
I wonder why they're still arguing over how best.
Yeah. Well, it's basically, oh look, poison the well and go, look, the well's poisoned. And so I don't, basically, this is the, I suppose probably the best way to describe it is Texan an approach. It's essentially kind of going, you know what, we need to fuck that federal government, and once we fucked it, we can complain about the fact that it's fucked.
Yeah.
And you see, that once
Sounds
again...
like Texas to me.
Yeah, it's not... but the thing is, it's
by the way,
not
I
a
wanted
sell
to
to somebody
ask,
who thinks further than their nose.
I wanted to ask, did you guys see the video of that? I think, yeah. Did you see that video of that Patty on Doom's channel that was refuting Thunderfoot's video? He'd said something about Ireland voting on something. I don't even remember anymore on what. But they were basically
Was that the
the way.
referendum in Ireland?
Yeah, Ireland.
I really need to get the details for that again, because I swear
Yeah, he
there
said
was a
something
referendum in Ireland where they had the vote, it came back a close vote, so they had it twice more.
Yeah, because
Yes, it was well, like I said, with a close vote, it's somewhat inconclusive.
Yeah, but was it a close vote, or were they just basically
It was a
told,
10%
no, you have to
average, I
redo?
believe.
I mean, the thing he claims is that the vote came in, it was a no, and the EU basically said, no, do over. Okay, so it was a close vote, granted, but as soon as the voting came out yes, there was no more do-overs. So the question is, were those do-overs done when it was a close vote and then it passed on a yes when it wasn't close, or did it still pass on a yes that was a close vote just because it was, in
Well,
the EU's
considering the
interest?
vote that passed was also a close vote.
So it was also a close vote, huh?
I believe they were. Although
Well-
I am a terrible fucking source for this, please try and go and find the original.
Oh, well, fuck me.
When did Ireland join the Euro?
I don't even remember. Was it before or after us?
I think it was after.
Yeah, they joined pretty late.
Yeah, we were in by March 1st, 2004. I think.
Okay, I think I've got it. Irish European Constitutional Referendum. The Irish referendum on the treaty established a constitution for Europe was a vote that was planned but did not occur. The referendum was expected to take place in 2005 or 2006 to decide whether Ireland should ratify the proposed EU constitution. Following the rejection of the constitution by voters in the French referendum... No, this is something else. This is a different one.
And then they tried to do it in Portugal, I think, as well. And they...
Wait, where's Castro? He's.
You're really
Right.
quiet, by the way, Troy. Is there any way you can bring your voice up, mate?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn, my bad.
Right, I'm gonna
You're
take
gonna,
this up.
Robin, you're gonna have to bump me up in Toolbox.
BRB guys.
Okay, great, but we're not really talking technology right now. Okay, while this is clearing up, I'm gonna go have a fag and be back in a few.
A fag or a fag?
Whichever
Yeah.
you want, sugar.
Yeah, I'm struggling with this. Okay, referendums, yada 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 yada. Single European, Maastricht Treaty, enlargement, Treaty of Amsterdam, enlargement 2004. Here we go. Treaty of Nice, Irish referendum. In 2001, Irish voters rejected the Treaty of Nice by 53%, but with only 34% of the electorate voting. While in 2002 they accepted the treaty by 62.9% with 49% of the electorate voting. That's interesting. Is it that I think we finally found what the bit is. They rejected the treaty initially, and then they decided that they would. So they said no, and then they said yes. Let's have a look at the Treaty of Nice. The Treaty of Nice was signed by European leaders. Provision of the treaties. The Irish referenda. Under the current rules of the amendment of the treaties can only be amended by a new treaty which must be ratified by each member state and into force. In all member states, the Treaty of Nice was ratified by parliamentary procedure, except in Ireland where, following the decision of the Irish Supreme Court in Coty yada yada yada, any amendments that result in a transfer of sovereignty to European Union require a constitutional amendment. Ireland's constitution can only be amended by referendum. First referendum, and then we've got the second. Okay, so to the surprise of the Irish government and the other EU member states, Irish voters rejected the Treaty of Nice in 2001. The turnout itself was low. partly a result of the failure of the major Irish political parties to mount a strong campaign on the issue, presuming that the Irish electorate would pass the treaty as all previous such treaties had been passed by big majorities. However, many Irish voters were critical of the treaty's contents, believing that it marginalises smaller states. Others questioned the impact of the treaty on Irish neutrality. Other sections viewed the leadership of the Union as out of touch and arrogant, with the treaty offering a perceived chance to shock the European leadership into great willingness to listen to its critics. And then they thought, you know what, we didn't have a big turnout, maybe we should have another go at this. And then when they have a larger turnout, they get their yes. See, that, I think, in this particular case, is why they're getting, or at least they're using this. It's like, well, we voted against it, but you didn't like it, so you made us do it again. And then, well, but then they did yes. And the thing is, when you did have your voter turnout, you know, on a referendum, you know, where all of you should actually take a part, only a third turned up because nobody had bothered to let anybody know. Very similar, of course, to, you know, members of European Parliament elections, which for some reason or another, UKIP doesn't go to the newspapers to declare much. The Irish government, having obtained the civil declaration on Ireland's policy on military neutrality in the European Council, decided to have another referendum on the Treaty of Nice. They decided, not the Europeans, the Irish did. So if you have a problem with with Europe, your problem is with Ireland as far as them having another vote. And they get a better turnout, and for some reason or other that better turnout meant a positive result. That, for me, says
ladies,
that...
gentlemen, panel, audience, I'm sorry for misinformation. I did point out when I was saying it, I'm not sure. Check the fucking original.
That's right. And well, this is the point. This is the point that we have here, you see. Somebody makes up a point. They make a talking point. But when you actually get down to the nitty-gritty of it, there are other factors that are involved. And when it comes down to it, the EU didn't do shit. The EU said to them, you know, you want to join this? And they're like, well, we will, but we're going to have a referendum first. We've got our own laws that you can't take over. And then they did. But they forgot to fucking let everybody know about it, so everyone's like, well, we didn't get to fucking vote, motherfucker. So they had another one the next year. And everybody voted in favour. The only problem is, those who are anti-European did not like the outcome. That's where things kick in. I mean, if you're after democracy, do you think 34% of the population should make the decision? Or do you think 60 should?
34% of the population making the decision? Tell that to the Tory party.
Precisely. You know, that's what you get. So, this is, you know, that argument is completely destroyed in that fashion. Simply for the fact is all you have to do is look at the figures. And you're talking about democracy and stating that one vote, because it had so limited amount, is more valid than one that had a majority amount of voters. And this is the arguments coming out of those who think that they're pro-democracy here.
Mm-hmm.
So the Brexit thing, is that what side of the party is that? Is that more of a left movement or a right movement?
No, there's left and right. If you imagine it's when it comes to these sort of... Yeah, it's one of those sort of arguments. It's not really something that the left or the right do. I know that the right like to adopt things, or the left like to adopt things in America, but it's not always the case here. You will find, a little bit more nuance.
It's splitting political parties. Well, not actually causing them split up, but it's splitting their vote.
Which I find perfectly acceptable, and it just makes me a little bit prouder of the fact that people are willing to do that rather than just going down party lines. For those in the Remain camp, EU membership involves a worthwhile trade of sovereignty for influence in return for agreeing to abide by EU rules. Britain has a seat around the table at which they are set, and say, campaigners, its voice is amplified on the world stage as a result.
You know, Robin, I always love a good chance to get angry at the Tories, but instead of doing that, I'm going to instead congratulate the political head of every other party for saying that their MPs can vote for whatever their fucking constituents elected them to represent in this referendum, They
Yeah.
don't have to follow party lines. There is no party line.
Nor, the truth is that pulling up the drawbridge and quitting the EU will not enhance our national sovereignty, says Shadow Secretary Hilary Benn. All it would do is weaken it by taking away our power to influence events in an ever more complex and interdependent world. Nor, they say, would the UK sovereignty be absolute if the country withdrew from the EU. The British government will still be bound to membership of NATO, the UN, the World Trade Organization, various treaties and agreements with other nations. Immigration. Under EU law, Britain cannot prevent anyone from another member state coming to live in the country, while Britain's benefit from an equivalent right to live and work anywhere else in the EU. The result has been a huge increase in immigration into Britain, particularly from Eastern and Southern Europe. According to the Office of National Statistics, there are 942,000 Eastern Europeans, Romanians, Bulgarians working in the UK, around 791,000 Western Europeans, and 2.93 workers from outside. 2.93 million workers from outside the EU, China, India, are the biggest sources of foreign workers in the UK. Inners, so that's why they're calling them inners. Fuck it. Inners say that while the recent pace of immigration has led to some difficulties with housing and service provision, the net effect has been overwhelmingly positive. By contrast, Farage says immigration should be cut dramatically, and that leaving the EU is the only way to regain control of our borders. Other pro-Brexit campaigners would not necessarily reduce immigration, but say that it should be up in the British government to set the rules. David Cameron says that the concessions he won during the negotiation of Britain's EU membership will reduce immigration, as new arrivals will receive a lower rate of child benefit. And it's like, I mean, like the vast majority coming over here, they don't just turn up and go on the dole. Just don't.
Can I want to ask something. Is my voice better? Is the volume better?
You sound gorgeous.
All right, thank you.
God.
So, when you bring over specialty workers, let's say from China or what would they call them? Audis? Innies? Audis?
I don't know. Chinese?
All right.
I think you call them fucking chings. But
No, I think you call them that.
Well, when you bring over Chinese specialists or specialty workers for a certain field, and they bring their families and so on and so forth, and you have immigration of that sort, aren't you also going to bring over people that are like, whoa, hey, the infrastructure is not there to support, us all coming in to do a infrastructure project? Why don't some of us work on that while most of you are working on the infrastructure project? Things like that happen.
I'm confused as to. Sorry.
Just on immigration and how infrastructure and things like that aren't there for the mass number of.
Well, it's more of a swings and roundabouts type deal. For example, the idea of say more or less services being required is more or less people being required to do those services. In most cases, especially when it comes to dealing with people, you throw more people at the situation. The idea, for example, there's plenty of people that come into this country, working, whatever. Those are new customers. Those are new workers. Those are new taxpayers. In the last, say, 10, 20 years or so, we've had loads of people migrating out of the UK. Loads and loads. They've gone to Australia, New Zealand, all over Europe. And those, if you can imagine, does anyone here honestly think that having less people in a country, people just leaving and it getting smaller and smaller and smaller is an advantage?
I don't think anybody could say that, especially with economics.
However, those that say the opposite don't seem to say that. It's like, how are we supposed to do this? Countries, as far as population, they fluctuate all over the place, up, down, up, down, up, down. So, I mean, the idea of having somebody, 1 million people coming in when you've got 1 million people leaving, nobody seems to give a fuck. Should they?
I don't hear. I mean, a thing in economics that's not being brought up by pro-Brexit is comparative advantage. When applied to the entire UK and entire European Union, not just here and there and things of that nature.
You've got import and export to think about, Andy. Remember, we're talking about the UK here. We are an import nation. We export services. So our resource is people. If we, the more people that you have in a services industry, for example, that outsources or is out, actually, sells those services, the more services that you can offer. If anything, people are a resource. EU campaigners have suggested that 3 million jobs would be lost if... Oh, sorry, let's start things up. The effect of leaving the EU on British jobs depends on a complex interplay of factors above: trade, investment, immigration. Pro-EU campaigners have suggested that 3 million jobs could be lost if Britain goes it alone. However, while figures from the early 2000s suggest around 3 million jobs are linked to trade with the European Union, says Full Fact, they don't say they are dependent on the UK being in the EU membership. And I actually agree with this. I don't think that that's actually particularly good maths. You kind of go, oh yeah, we've been in the EU for this amount of time, we've had 3 million jobs, well if we leave the EU, those jobs won't be there. That is a very short-sighted argument. And
yeah, did you even maths? Did they even maths on that?
They did maths. They just basically it got followed by finger painting and
gender studies degrees.
Perhaps, yes. So it's terrible maths because it's completely forgetting about the last 20 odd years, and those jobs being dependent on the fact that they've been there since the EU has been there does not necessarily mean that they are dependent on the EU.
Also, you've had an aging population and automation.
That's right. If trade and investment fell post-Brexit, then some of those jobs will be lost. But if they rose, then new jobs will be created. Well, whoop-de-fucking-do, was that not the most beige statement? If one, then one. If two, then two. A drop in immigration would, all else being equal, mean more jobs for the people who remained, but labour shortages would also hold back the economy, reducing its potential for growth. Stuart Rose, former Marks & Spencer chief executive and prominent pro-EU campaigner, conceded recently that wages may rise if Britain leaves, which would be good for workers, but also less so for their employers. Writing for the London School of Economics, Professor Adrian Faval says, limiting freedom of movement would deter the brightest and the best of the continent from coming to Britain and reduce the pool of candidates employers can choose from. Free movement of people across the EU also opens up job opportunities for British workers seeking to work elsewhere in Europe. This is the other thing people forget, is that they're sitting there kind of going, yeah, we're gonna have like more wages because there'll be less people to compete with. And it's, well, that's cool, but with those less people being in there, there's actually less people to shop. And that means that they might not even hire you anyway. If, let's say 1 million people just left tomorrow, that's not going to change your job prospects. You're still not going to get that job in Tesco's.
God.
But
some of these arguments.
Well, what I'm saying is that it's very low bottom denominator arguments when it comes to like wages. They're not, nobody's sitting there saying, yeah, we have to compete with all these Poles for all these office jobs. I mean, this is one of the things that the Brexiters have tried to pick on. They look at, they've done this for years. And in general, a lot of people do this for years as well. They blame the feckless, the poor, those unemployed and things like that. That's the reason why I have to keep your wages so low, because I have to pay all these taxes to keep all these fucking lazy fucks from starving. So that's why you're not getting a decent wage, because I have to pay all of your wages in tax to those lazy feckless fucks. Now,
you mean the lazy feckless fucks that have no choice when it comes to work, because there isn't any.
Yeah, and then the boss says to you, now, thank you for the meeting, I'm off to my second holiday. Then, of course, in come a bunch of Polish people. The boss has a new idea. No, I can't bring up your wages this year, I'm afraid, mate, because Poles. Because we have Polish in this country, they're going to keep wages low. So I can't raise your wages, otherwise, I can't be competitive. Sorry. And these are all just excuses to not pay their staff. That's all. Free movement of people across the EU also opens up job opportunities for British workers working in work elsewhere in Europe. May I point you towards Thunderfoot, for example, who would find it an absolute nightmare having to go through every time he goes to CERN and then goes over to, say, Czechoslovakia or whatever, Czech Republic nowadays. He's got to get visa to visa to visa to visa. So, for outers, leaving the EU would allow Britain to re-establish itself as a truly independent nation with connections to the rest of the world. And I have to ask this question, why is that a change from now? Brexit would result in the country giving up its influence in Europe, turning back the clock and retreating to a global power networks of the 21st century. From the global power networks of the 21st century. I wouldn't necessarily say that. What I would say is that the idea that leaving the EU would allow Britain to re-establish itself is laughable. The EU, Britain is not the same as it was. It is not the same as it was. And before we actually even entered the EU, just before, we were considered what people called the sick man of Europe. Not all Brexiters, it's not all vote stay, are calling people to want to leave bigots, although plenty are doing that. Yeah, like I said, mate, I don't give a fuck about the bigotry and all that sort of bullshit. What I'm after is decent arguments. And like I said, I'm finding them wanting.
Decent arguments on the internet. Good luck with
like
that.
I said, I've had decent, cogent arguments coming from the Remain. I'm afraid I have. When they're saying, that you look at the UK, it is a major banking country, and it is doing the banking for Europe and the rest of the world through us.
He just has a banking boner.
And
Ignore him.
I hate fucking, I hate the fact that that's the case, but that is the case. But I'm not going to turn around and kind of go, yeah, you know what I need to do? I don't like bankers, so let's get rid of banks. Let's destroy the economy because I don't like banking. That's maddening. It's madness, and it would do so much damage to everybody around me for my own personal gratification. It's not enough. It's not enough. Brexit would bring some clear-cut advantages, says The Economist. The UK would regain control over fishing rights across its coast. This is the country which has the best fishing rights in Europe. That's us. For example. But it can, they just say that we would regain control over fishing rights across around the coast. Right now, yeah. Who's to say that the Europes will kind of go, we're going to expand our fishing shit, and you can go fuck yourselves.
Defend it.
That's right.
You gotta defend yourself.
Yeah, we'll have to defend ourselves against Europe.
And you'll have to come up with what is the rule for Britain? You have to have twice as large a navy as the next country.
That was a while ago, I'm afraid.
Yeah, of course, a while ago.
Yeah, like a lot of things that we can't do now, like attack Europe over fishing. But anyway.
Wait, hold on. All the pro I hear a lot. So this whole Brexit thing, I've been out of the loop for like three and a half weeks.
Yes. Where have you been, by the way?
I've been on vacation, and I'm about to leave again.
All right. Okay. Fair enough.
But
you are excused.
Brexit seems like it's had its time to get its good arguments in to the front page, so to speak.
Well, they haven't been.
And I really have not seen any pros. Again, Robin likes to talk about banking, economics as a governing force in the world, whether you want it to be or not. Comparative advantage, Britain being the banking arm of Europe is a huge win for all of Europe. It means they don't need to specialize as much, but they still get the benefits of Britain being specialized in banking.
Well, this is the thing.
I don't know how else to say it.
I cannot.
Reading everything from an American point of view,
looks
like the economy crashing is the biggest reason to stay. Like, that crash, it may take like Sargon was saying, it would take 10 years to recover from. That's 10 years to recover, and then what state will they be in?
Well, not to mention that
Exactly.
a 10-year recovery while we're still recovering.
Yeah,
Yep.
that looks like really dangerous. Think of anybody that is in abject poverty. You just might as well erase them from the equation. They're dead. I mean, and you can't do anything to benefit yourself during that time. Well, if you're no longer a part of the EU, who's to say somebody isn't just going to take complete advantage of that and decide to, bomb you? I mean,
Some industries will benefit, home security, police.
So the purge doesn't actually happen in America. It's set in Britain.
Something
Who
along
the
those
fuck
lines,
would
yeah.
bomb Britain? We are the most harmless country going at the moment. Fuck, what are we going to do? We're going to send a rude letter?
Yeah, tell
We're going to be rather
tell that,
pertinent to people.
tell that to a few Iraqis and Syrians right now.
Basically, everyone in the West has had a time beating
Wait,
them.
has anyone seen the movie Eyes in the Sky about the drones? Anybody? It's such a British film. Should watch.
What is British to me is that we had a vote on whether we should bomb more. We didn't have a vote whether we should bomb. We had a vote as whether we should bomb more. Isn't that lovely? Yeah, we're bombing at the moment, guys. Is it alright if we just cross over to the Syrian border and blow up a few more over there? And it's like, meh. Seems a bit much. Yeah, well, it is, but we need some fireworks.
In America, we don't even get to vote whether or not we bomb.
Hey, but you're a democracy, aren't you?
No, we are a republic.
Oh.
Representative republic.
Okay, so, in this republic, does anyone ever vote? Do they ever ask the people anything?
No, we filibuster about what a AR-15 is in relation to an assault rifle.
Okay. What the fuck is the difference?
The difference is an assault rifle is a selective fire, fully automatic rifle. An AR-15 is semi-automatic.
You have to pull the trigger each time.
Okay.
Yeah, the difference between an AR-15 and an assault rifle is a switch.
I'm back.
Basically, yeah.
Okay, and how does this help with freedom railguns?
Nothing.
Brexit. Railguns are perfectly free to be made. You just have to have like a small nuclear reactor to power them.
You really don't.
I tell you, I'm not.
Brexit would bring some clear-cut advantages. So the economic, they were talking about fishing. A scratchy outsider with somewhat limited access to a single market, almost no influence and no friends. I wouldn't say few friends, but certainly less influence. Britain would remain a number. I'm not going to go, oh yeah, they're just going to boot us out, and from that point on, that's it. They're never going to speak to us. I very much doubt that. However, I don't think that they're going to be sitting there kind of goes, oh, you've left, come on in. Oh, it's been wonderful listening to you guys. You know what, we agree. Yeah, we hate the EU too. I very much doubt that either. Whatever
this is exactly
you are,
what's going to happen. We're going to have a vote. France is going to say they're pissed off with us, regardless of what we do. We're going to bicker a bit, and then we're going to try and work out an economic situation. Because either we're still the banking capital of Europe, or we're going, right, how do we keep making money? Or we basically don't have anything to fucking do to make money, and we're going, how to money? Help! I'm poor.
Yeah, tell you what, Conrad, there is scaremongering on both sides, and there is also accusation of scaremongering on both sides. And these are both points that are completely irrelevant to the topic. And that's the most important thing. I personally do not like to listen to somebody complain about somebody complaining. So when say, oh look, we've got this issue that needs to be done, and there's all these people kind of going, well, you're just scaremongering. You're just creating division. You're just doing this. It's like, well, why don't we just talk about the fucking issue? Just talk about the issue. Now, if somebody says, well, there are going to be a disadvantage, you don't get to accuse somebody of scaremongering. Now, if they kind of go, this is going to be an advantage and it will kill everyone, yeah, then maybe you might be able to make the accusation of scaremongering. But the idea of somebody kind of go, well, what's the advantages and what's the disadvantages to going in or out? And somebody goes, well, these are the disadvantages. You can't say, oh, you've made disadvantages while you're scaremongering.
So,
it just doesn't work that way.
What's the treaty that ended the 100-Year War? It was like in the 1360s.
I'm not going to find out about that now.
No, I know. What I'm saying is, couldn't you consider that like the first European Union between France and England, saying, "Hey, instead of fighting each other, let's just get together and trade, make monies."
Well,
no, the unions were established older than that.
Yeah, the European Union isn't just a trade agreement such as let's trade. It's how we already had trade agreements of saying let's trade. But the problem is, of course, is that we're measuring it. We're doing these measurements. They're doing their measurements. These measurements are over here, and so all they've done is unified a lot of that. So, in other words, when you say I'm going to sell a bag of sugar, that bag of sugar is the same bag of sugar in Spain as it is in the UK. That way, you can sell it to somebody in Spain, and they're not kind of go, "Hang on a second, this seems a bit small. Why has it got no? Why has this got no regulation barcode on the back of it? Why do I not know where it's made? Stuff like that."
Right, there's tons of safety and regulation.
Yeah, and this is, of course, obviously something that is taking away the sovereignty of the UK. Apparently, I just don't. Like I said, Britain would remain a member of NATO and the UN. It may be regarded as a less useful partner by its key ally, the US. The American government fears that the EU referendum is a dangerous gamble and could unravel with disastrous consequences for the entire continent. Now, hyperbole, if anything. I think he's... but this is coming from Americans, so that's going to be the case anyway. I think we should basically word this as strongly as possible. How about you just word it as though it would be? Try that. Try to sell me something by, kind of going, "Here, look, this is a can of Coke. It contains cola."
It does?
Yeah, I mean, do that instead of, selling me a dream. Fuck all that. Stop that. Stop the scaremongering. Stop the sweetness and light. Just tell me what the fuck is in my can of Coke.
Vote in whichever way I want.
Work and Pension Secretary, Ian Duncan.
I could tell you what's in your can of Coke. Acid and a shitload of sugar.
Yeah, Work and Pension Secretary, Ian Duncan, I will eat your children Smith. Who has come out in favour of Brexit, says we are leaving the door open to terrorist attacks by remaining in the EU. So, yeah, we're hitting scaremonger territory here.
Yes, those damn terrorists they just don't like the EU. They're like, that EU, don't like it.
No, I
don't like it. It's not that I just don't like him.
That's a bad argument. That's a bad argument. He's not saying
that. Just specifically.
Yeah, he's not saying that.
Hate the EU.
I don't make me defend Ian Duncan Smith, please. He's not saying that. This open border does not allow us to check and control people.
Oh yeah.
That's bullshit.
And this is not just any open border.
Yeah.
It is a European Union luxury open border with assurances that one day hot, tall Swedish women will be crossing in nothing but lingerie, while in a sexy Italian-made convertible car, as the passengers illegally drink succulent French brandies, while eating chocolates from the finest confectionaries in Belgium. It is not just any open border.
Yeah, Searle is indeed available for. Yeah, Searle is available to do voiceover work. Sainsbury's, we'll see you soon.
However, that was the Marks and Spencer's.
I'm gonna jet out of here, guys. I got a lot of laundry to do, and I'm completely lost when it comes to the EU.
Fair enough.
I may return in a little bit.
Get to your women's work.
Yep. I take care of the men's and the children in my life.
We'll sit here sipping brandies and talking about the world.
I'll make sure the socks are folded the way you like it. The shirts are hung.
Don't forget to bring my slippers over, darling.
Do you want them washed or hand dried?
I want them in your mouth while you're on your knees.
Naked or?
Dear God, just.
You wanted me to choose? Anyway, they argue that... however, a dozen senior military figures, including former chiefs of defence, Lord Staff Lord Bramall and Jock Stirrup, I kid you not, that is his name. No, that is a name that belongs in the army. Can you imagine somebody called Jock Stirrup? You're not going to sit there and kind of go, you, sir, yeah, you need to go into banking. No, you don't. You need to be a bearded Scot, basically in a COD game. Anyway, Jock Stirrup says the opposite. In a letter released by Number 10, they argued that the EU is an increasingly important pillar in our security, especially at a time of instability in the Middle East and in the face of resurgent Russian nationalism and aggression. I'm not quite sure about the aggression there. Looks like we're both in Hyperbole Avenue. Defence Secretary Michael Fallon has also said the UK benefits from being part of Europe, as well as NATO and the United Nations. It is through the EU that you exchange criminal records, passenger records, and work together on counter-terrorism. Now,
that was a sudden change in audio.
Sorry, yeah, that's generally when more people leave, then the program gives you more bitrate quality for everybody's voices.
Oh, okay. Sorry, it caught me completely fucking off guard.
I know it does. It
you
is
sound like a different person
now. I'm looking at this from Michael Fallon, and I do understand what he's saying here. However, we have Interpol. The idea that suddenly we wouldn't be working with the EU as far as counter-terrorism and stuff like that. I know it would probably be easier, but I don't think it would actually stop you in total. We need a collective weight of the EU when we are dealing with the Russian aggression or terrorism. Yeah, like I said, Russian aggression, it's hyperbole, really, to be frank. In contrast, Colonel Richard Kemp, writing in the Times, says these critical bilateral relationships would persist regardless of membership. Yeah, I perfectly agree. And that it is absurd to suggest that the EU would put its own citizens or the UK's at greater risk by reducing cooperation in the event of Brexit. By leaving, we will again be able to determine who does and who does not enter the UK. You already do. Stop saying that. You're an idiot. We have border controls. We have people on the border. It's not just open fucking season. Stop kidding yourself. Failure to do so significantly increases the terrorist threat. Here endangers our people and its betrayal in this country. Like I said, I mean, we're talking about, they kind of go, well, we need control of our borders. Where is our border with the EU? Can anyone guess?
I don't know.
The Channel Tunnel.
Oh.
It's where everybody comes in and out. We already have border guards there. French have them on the other side. That's our border. We're already doing it. Like I said, is that going to change? No, it won't. They would still have their people on their side. We would still have our people on our side. In or out? So, like I said, I mean, the promises of change that the Brexit brings us are usually them saying there won't be any change. And that is why I feel it's rather a weak argument, is that when somebody kind of goes, yeah, but what about these problems? You go, no, there won't be problems. But so what you're saying is that we want to leave the EU for no apparent reason. Just because. Every time I've been looking at this, and I've been looking at this for quite some months now, and I've been listening to those in the Brexit world. I mean, I have no choice. I mean, I've got a lot of sort of, for some reason or another, Americans are really into it. They certainly haven't been into the research of it. And that's been a shame.
I know, it's weird. Every time there's a political thing in the UK, Americans, instead of just doing what we do, where it's get out the popcorn, watch the drama, it's, yeah, get on, and they start cheering like it's a fucking football team or something.
Well, it really depends on political affiliation, I find, and I'm skeptical of people who call themselves skeptical and then basically put themselves into party lines so very easily. Pardon me. I think it was, what was it? Naked Ape. I was saying to him about the fact that the NRA was formed to stop black people from owning weapons. And
I was there at the time.
Yeah, and he turned around and said, well, maybe they were on the right side of history. And it's like, fuck me, dude. I mean, yeah.
I think he may actually genuinely dislike black people.
Well, that comment certainly does outlay something. So no, and I certainly don't. I take issue with him trying to talk people down, and I certainly take issue with him trying to talk me down. So yeah, but it's up to him.
But at least he has a. Oh wait, no, he's just as bad as people like fucking Snope. Where it's basically, I'm gonna have an argument, and I'm gonna win this argument by talking louder than everyone else.
And I'm like, fuck, shut the fuck up! Do not fucking do that to me. You won't get away with it. You can try that on your little teenage kids. You can try that on your 20-something fans. You do not get to do that with me.
Yeah, if you want to see pure fucking cancer, look at me and Snoke talking in debates on Gaza yesterday. Well, yeah, last night, basically, after you disappeared. Basically, he brought up the fucking climate change debate thing again, and just assertion after assertion that his citations did not even suggest. In fact, in several cases, his assertions were contradicted by the citations he was giving to support them. He literally read the headline of a news piece, gave it to me, so I go through all the links that the news piece has, discard the stuff that's talking about different stuff entirely to the news article or behind paywalls, because, oh, this news article is linking to another news article that says something completely different. This obviously is not what he meant. So I found a 75-page PDF, go through it, and he's talking about how the Sahara Desert now has more rainforest cover on it and is now less desert, and the only thing the paper has to say about desert in total is there's 0.2% more desert on Earth than there was 5 years ago. All the paper had to say on it. And he's there going, see, the Sahara has increased in size, and I'm there going, I don't know, this paper doesn't even touch on that. Just says there's slightly more desert, and deserts have shifted.
The thing is, with the climate change thing, it's like
No,
the Earth
it's a
has
fucking
cycles.
complicated mess.
Yeah, it's like the Earth has cycles. So
Yeah, they're like 10,000
like the last time
cycles,
it
and
had a
it's
cycle
gone
was
10
the Ice
times
Age. Yeah, and yeah, that's all we've done. We've just increased the speed of that cycle that is coming. So that's all it is, really. Is we've like increased the rate of our own death, but we haven't like done it all ourselves. Like the Earth was doing it anyway. Like, so that's all we've done. So when people say,
Yeah.
"Oh my God, climate change doesn't exist," it does exist. It's just not like
It's not just warming.
yeah.
But hey, warming's an easy story to say.
Yeah.
And if we want to go with the full global climate destabilization, it's pretty fucking messy, actually, isn't it?
Well, yeah, exactly.
Having to basically talk to Chochmah Suleiman or whatever like that, talking about this business with Joe Cox. And she's sitting there kind of going, well, thanks for all your op-eds and saying how nice she was and everything like that, but you caused all of this, you white newspapers making immigrants suffer, yada, yada, yada. And I'm sitting there kind of going, look, don't get caught up in blaming ideology for violence. If you do, guess what? They're going to blame Muslims just as much. If you will encourage this. Tom, you've not been helpful here, to be perfectly frank. And, as far as speaking for America is concerned, you go right ahead, mate. But it is quite a difference. You get a shooting every fucking day. Okay, we have one once in a while. I think you've got a lot more in your own house to sort out.
Yeah, but please remember, they never report any of the gang ones.
Yeah, they never report the gang violence, like drive-bys and such. And I think when they don't report those things, people just forget about it completely.
But yet,
that's why they.
Well, if they don't report them, why do they get cited as being the majority of the statistic?
No, but they don't get reported in media. As in, like, the FBI and police do report them on their own, but it's the media that doesn't put it out to the public.
Yeah, sorry, I was bad about explaining that, Rob. They basically, they write down the statistics and they record them, but they don't actively put them in the news or anything.
Yeah.
As far as the general public are concerned, yeah, they exist in statistic format, but fuck it. You don't hear about any of these.
Well, yeah, I mean, we don't actually report every single car crash in this country either.
Exactly.
But the thing is, when you look to America, when they've got the point that where basically, a bunch of young kids basically went out into the middle of the street and started shooting each other. Imagine somebody saying that in the UK. That would be national news for a week.
Well, there are quite a few gangs in London though that don't shoot, but they obviously they.
Yeah, they'll kick some shit out of each other once in a while, but.
One of them will probably end up stabbed one day, and that will hit the local news.
That will hit the local news.
A big story.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, fuck. My mate Watson got jumped by a gang of 6 people back in town,
and Alan, that's not normal.
2 weeks in the news.
Yeah, that's just not normal. It is strictly America. No other countries, no other Western countries have your current sort of state of affairs, where you are a westernized nation, you have a first world economy, you have a level of gun violence that basically puts Somalia to look round at you and kind of go, these guys need to calm down. That's fucking weird. It's just weird. I mean, it is just weird.
And then the BLM movement doesn't. They don't think it exists. When you talk to them about it, it's like, okay, well, these gangs are shooting in your areas, like almost as much as any, jumping or stoning in fucking the Middle East. It's so common that they're not. Yeah, and they don't think it exists. They think it's just, oh no, that's just because they say like, oh, it's just the statistics.
Well, okay, well, statistically,
so they don't think it's real.
Well, statistically speaking, that has been coming down. I mean, crime in general has across the border come down, but I mean, it's talking about coming down from a fucking weird point in the 90s. I mean, we had crime in the UK that was sort of rising and falling in the 90s as well. But it was fucking, South Central, Los Angeles. My God, rappers are getting shot. Musicians. I mean, yeah, the ramp up by comparison to anywhere else. You go to the UK, yeah, there's a lot more crime, a lot more this, that, and the other going on in the 90s, just like in America. But the ramp up in the escalations of those crimes, it's just orders of magnitude by comparison. And even now, when we're actually at a lower ebb, we're basically sort of comparatively the same as, say, 70s, that sort of thing.
Oh, fucking brilliant, Alan. Spot on there. It's the fucking ghettos every time that cause people to be in that kind of shitty situation and end up behaving like that.
I think it's a lot to do with urban culture. Like Bloods, like the big gangs like Bloods and Crips, right? They weren't started because they wanted just to, shoot people. It was supposed to be a community thing. But because obviously they were getting annoyed at a lot of the police violence, so they were like, okay, we need to band together and protect the community, and that's what those gangs were for. But then people just started getting more violent, and now it's become to a situation where they've just went out, just all gang, just it doesn't matter now, because and now 10% of a population can do near 50% of the crimes, and that's absolutely horrible. I mean, I would never wish for someone to do so many bad things some black guy walking down the road, he could be, somebody could be like, oh man, he's just gonna rob somebody or something like that, and that's what some racist people think. And I'm like,
I mean, dark
stereotype shouldn't be there.
Is basically, well, it's a personal responsibility thing. You know, and you know, he can basically say that all he likes. Maybe, you know, I'd like to know the sinker states that you've lived in. I'd like to know where you've actually grown up, and how you feel as if you know, you know, if you're going to say that, that's great and everything like that. But I've lived on some serious sinker states. Not one of them is black.
Oh yeah, like
we've got some really shitty ghettos, and they are crime.
Oh yeah, like up here in
this
Scotland.
country, yeah. And it's got it ain't a black-white thing. We just don't have that many here.
Yeah, it's just a thing of like the culture surrounding a lot of America has been quite violent. So I think that it's not a social thing, but it's just a thing.
No, it is a social thing in the sense of, you know, for example, the sinker state. The reason they call them sinker states is that you can't get out of them.
Yeah,
that's the thing. You are stuck in those places. You go, well, I want to move out, can't afford it. Well, I want to get a job, can't afford a car to get to the job. Well, maybe I could work in this little shop and save up. Oh no, somebody's already working there because there's only one, and there's 500 of us in the local area.
Yeah,
that's what they mean by a sinker state. That's what they mean by I don't get any choices anymore. I'm stuck here, and then people wonder why they end up doing fucking scallywag acts.
Yeah.
Now, if anyone points around, well, they should fucking pick themselves up. It's like, well, then great, that's brilliant. Thank you for coming in, standing over a corpse and go, well, you shouldn't have fucking. Yeah, it's basically you're standing over someone who is in deep shit and is basically lost, and you just gotta fucking, you know, just do better.
Yeah, you're between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, it's absolutely meaningless to say that. Well, they just have to have a, you know, it's the culture. They're just culturally the problem. There's nothing there. There's no industry there. There's no jobs there. There's nothing for them to do there. They are literally work. You know, there's not even work. They're sitting around and fucking as the only point of entertainment at this point. That's what it is in those sinker states. And you're going to tell me that, oh yeah, well, you just got, you know, go to a university and get a degree. It's like, brilliant. So now that they've got, say, $50,000 worth of debt and they're in a sinker state, brilliant. I wonder what could go wrong there.
Yeah, and especially with America's college system at the moment.
To say that to somebody in a sinker state is simply snooty. It is simply superiority complex bullshit. That's all. You're not helping the situation. You're not offering a solution to the situation. You're essentially assigning blame of the situation to those that have no way to actually change their situation at all. So no, I reject that, Darth. To be honest with you, it's a pretty pathetic way to put yourself forward and just basically kind of go, well, I'm all right. And that's down to my attitude. You've no idea.
No,
people can overcome trauma.
May in fact be right.
Yeah, people can overcome trauma. It's always, is it always done? No, yeah, that's right. Well, try and overcome being in a sinker state where your education system has been defunded, where there is a hospital 14 miles up the road from you that you can't actually even access because you don't own a car. Why you don't own a car is because you don't have any money. Why do you not have any money? Because you don't have a job. Why don't you have a job? Because you don't own a car! And you can't get to the fucking job. I lived in Cornwall. I've lived in these sinker states. I know what it's like. I was able to get out. Why? Because I wasn't that dirt poor. And my parents weren't living next door to me. I just ended up in that sinker state because I wanted to escape my fucking house, my parents' house, because I was sick and tired of it, and like 19 or whatever like that. You end up in these sort of places. But I could have just left. Those people don't have those options. Their mum has basically brought them up. They've got nowhere to go anyway. She's living on that sinker state. She's not able to actually get anything done because she's looking after fucking kids. Can't afford a car, can't afford a job, can't afford a car, etc.
Can barely afford food.
Yeah. And then I'd just turn up with, you know, in your nice sort of like Mercedes or whatever like that, and kind of going, I should have worked harder. Fuck you. And you know what? When they come to rob your house and bash your brains in, good. You deserved it. That's how it happens. when you've got that sort of attitude running around, that is why you end up getting these people beat the shit out of you on the street. That's why these people end up getting so in fucking rage, because they're already enraged. And as far as say looking at the world around us and kind of going, well, we're living in a fair world, everything's better and stuff like that. No, it's not. No, it's not. There were times when there was less wealth inequality and people could actually afford shit. Now you say, well, you know, people can afford a new phone. Yes, but a new phone doesn't cost that much to make anymore. And just because the technology has come forward, I can buy a SIM card for a phone for less money than it costs to eat. The eating is the important bit, not the fact that you can get access to a mobile phone.
In fact, fuck it. Let's look at the full crazy. Feel free to look that image I've just posted.
Also, like, when...
Please note, this is something to do with Milo.
Yeah, Darth, the fact that you have motivation to get yourself out of a place is one thing. Having the possibility of doing it is another. You obviously did. I obviously did. But I didn't have the same options as those who are stuck there. Bullshit. You didn't have as many limitations. Obviously, you're just in denial of that.
But also, it's the fact that it's like but then they get enraged at each other. So it becomes a thing of you live in a place where you don't want to be in, and then you keep on, but then you shoot the house down, down like maybe a block, and it's like
people have agency within their confines, Darth. People have agency within their confines. You don't get to fly, do you? Well, why don't you just think that you can and it'll happen?
I think if they go back to that sort of community-driven back in the 1950s and 60s, where even though, like, obviously had like movements like the Black Panther and stuff like that, or violent movements. I mean, nearly every sort of movement has sort of violent movements with it, but I think they need to get back to that sort of community-driven.
To be honest with you, I don't think it's actually helping. I think it's sort of actually like a feedback loop. As far as say, I used to live in Brighton, really nice place actually, and it was very much broken up. There wasn't any communities there. Everybody was. There wasn't a black community or a green community or a white community. Everyone was just mixed in. And, I
don't mean like.
Nobody was well. This is the thing. You see, when you're talking about communities, you're talking about in particularly in these estates, everyone's the same fucking race. That's the thing that actually gets the association comes with that. When you think black, you often think poor.
When I think
that's right. That's where things go wrong. People like to put, ghettos, for example, aren't that far away from, the sort of like the average middle class, middle of the run people, but just far enough away for them not to cause them trouble.
But I wouldn't say when I think
but it's
African American, I don't think poor. I think Kanye West.
Well, well, hopefully that will be the predominant archetype by the end of this. But if you imagine, ghettos become ghettos because they're moved just far enough away from the people that don't really want to speak to them. Just far away, so that it's far enough. The only problem is that also means that it's just far enough away from the shops. It's just far enough away from the cafes. It's just far enough away from the work.
And this is one of the few fucking benefits of living in the countryside. Literally everything is within walking distance.
Well, except in ghettos, they don't have anything in walking distance. So the sort of council's economy can't work because they don't have any shops and don't have any form of consumerism.
Absolutely, you misrepresent my argument, Darth. Go ahead, but that's because that's all you've got. I didn't misrepresent your argument. Your argument was pathetic. That's all.
Darth, if you want to defend yourself, please come on. Literally explain it to us the best you can.
It's as cut as dry as it is on that sort of case, I'm afraid, Darth, because if you can imagine, you kind of go, well, I got out of it. You're not everybody. You're not everybody there. And the fact that you're here right now means that you managed to get that. Well done to you. But guess what? It isn't just down to you. It's down to circumstances. And if you think that that's not true and you can just wish your way out of stuff, I'm surprised that you're here right now.
But I think as well, like when.
But if they want to rob you, they'll use a gun to rob you. If they can
What
get
about
easy
the
access
mothers
to a
in that
gun.
situation?
If they can get easy access to a gun, but they can't get easy access to a job, what do you
I'm
think
not
they're
sure
going to
if
do with
this
that
is
gun?
the same.
Start a shooting range?
Guys, I'm not sure if this is the same in the US as it is in the UK, but over here we have this wonderful system. If you receive any kind of benefits, you're tied to some local job centre branch or another. And I'm assuming they probably have some kind of equivalent thing for the US, so aren't the mothers who basically get knocked up because they can't even afford fucking birth control and have nothing other to do than basically sleep with each other, they end up pregnant, they end up having kids. And then they end up in a situation where they can't afford to feed their kid because, well, they couldn't even afford to feed their fucking self. And now they're having to receive care money, and it's a damn sight harder for them to do it now, so they're never getting out of that because they have to stay where they're receiving that fucking funding.
Well, it's also along the lines of there's this wonderful myth of the sort of like this poor person, works themselves
By
up.
bootstraps.
Yeah, they get themselves out of the estate, and it's a lovely story, but that's because it's a fiction. 99% of the time, that doesn't happen, and that's why you see it in stories because it's so compelling. But you also see people flying. Yeah, you see people flying in stories as well. You see people using magic. That's what fiction is. And you can see. I could go right now. I could probably find some fucking live video, basically watching. Not a lot going on in some sink estate. Not a lot going on. They ain't got a nightclub. They haven't got a fucking. They've barely got fields nowadays. So they're basically stuck on the side of the road, wondering what to do. They go to the nearest shop and ask them for work, and they go no. They go to the next nearest. They go no. And they keep going until they can't walk any further. And then they go back home. And that's your most motivated. The other ones are thinking, that fucking kid that's going off and walking out to find a job, what a fucking waste of time. He ain't going to find shit. They don't hire us.
The thing is, like, I've listened to a lot of like people who were like I've listened to a lot of Tupac's interviews, and he had a mother who had a crack binge. She was going out nearly every single day or week to feed her habit. And I think a lot of stuff does come from within. I mean, yes, when you can't do much, you don't feel like you want to do anything. But I think
it culturally breeds it within, because they're also propping each other up as well in this. Because you got to remember, this isn't just an individual incident. They're also surrounded by other people in the same situation.
And I think
it's discouraging when you've got like 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 100 odd people surrounding you that are in exactly the same state as you.
And I think because remember Tupac saying things about he had to do it himself because he just saw like his situation and he just thought it was just he just couldn't live this way anymore, and so he went out and
did the rap thing. Well, I mean, he was also lucky for timing and also talent. And if you can imagine, he would be an inspiration for everybody on that blog. But I suspect not. Maybe one or two of them may have given it a chance. Maybe they even knew Tupac.
When Tupac started to do shit, and he actually gave people from his, because obviously he came from Compton, the default ghetto.
Yeah.
Whenever you're talking about America.
And Booty said he had a massive talent. Yeah.
And I think I think even though they might be in what you call a sinker state, I think that some part of what if they want to get jobs or anything, they need to do it from within, but also they need something to happen with their council or their sort of area, They need some sort of reform, but also within themselves as well.
Yeah, whatever the US equivalent of the local borough area is.
Like I said, to be honest with you, those sinker states need to be broken up. And they need to be incorporated in the rest of the countries. Because if you make these areas where there is no investment and there is no one wanting to do it, they just degenerate to nothing. And those people that are living there end up getting caught in a place where they simply, even if they work their fucking asses off, are just barely surviving.
Mm-hmm.
And it's forget about disheartening, it's suicide inducing.
Yeah,
and for anyone to turn around and kind of go, well, you just got to work hard, it's simply, it just pisses people off. Imagine, if you will, that you've been working your whole fucking life to try and get stuff done or whatever like that. Imagine you're like a 100 meters runner, get to the Olympics, and you get there and you just get pipped at the post, silver medal. Some twat comes up to you and kind of goes, you should have just run faster. Fuck off. You've no fucking clue.
And I'm not saying that they should just work harder, but I think there needs to be like some sort of, because I know I'm generalizing here, and I think I have to, because there's so many ghettos throughout America and throughout Europe, throughout wherever in the world.
Ghettos are a fucking disaster, and basically society failing entire populations of poor people.
And
they're increasing the problem. You see, that's the other thing that everybody has to understand, is that you can say, well, they need to change their culture. You may have just said, well, you just got to work harder, you just got to try more. And here's the thing: the reason that those lot are there is the reason that those lot are there. It's perpetual. Huge estate full of people, nothing for them to do, and you're thinking that it's the people that are the problem here. High density area with no work, nothing for anyone to do, nowhere for them to go, and you're blaming the fact that they've got a bad attitude. Get the fuck out of my town. Fuck that shit. And like I said, you shouldn't be putting, I've said this before, if you're going to be building estates and stuff like that, you need to have all kinds of different tiers for people. Otherwise it doesn't work. A lot of the time what they do is they'll build this massive office block and then say, well, you need to put some residential in there, and it needs to be low cost,
and then they just overload on residential.
So the only job that these kids can get is in an office that won't hire them because they're on some fucking sinker state. Because that's the other thing as well you've got to remember, is people look at your address. People don't.
Why wouldn't they?
Yeah, they're going to look at your address and kind of go, oh, he's coming from there. Fuck that shit. I ain't hiring some fucking nutcase from down that way. He'll steal everything. And so the attitude, as you will, that needs to change as well, comes from outside as well as inside.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is that from inside, what they can do is start to build like small like corner shops, what we call corner shops, just like having like a little small shop with
they need to break them up. They just need to break them up and not have them. They need to get rid of these fucking things because they cause more financial strife than they solve. Putting a bunch of poor people in a pit somewhere is not solving the problem. It is just making the problem worse later on.
Worse, yeah. But I think if they can't do that in the meantime, I think they should get because everything is built on at least now is built on consumerism. So you've got to. So I'd say have small corner shops and things like that. Don't ask for your council or whatever, like what we have over here, to like say, oh, build this, build that, like try and build up from the ground up, so you're not having to, shoot for the stars. I think what that would create is like a small, you'd have like people around the block just going to corner shops, like buying from there, rather than walking, 20 odd blocks down to the city to get something, which is such hard work that you're spending nearly all your money and all resources just to do that, rather than having like a small little shop near you, so you can put the money into that shop, so it's feeding the sort of little economy you have.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you've got to do, like I said, when you've got a large area of people in one place, you need to do more than just some small sort of piecemeal things when it comes to shops and stuff like that. You need we're talking about actual industrial estates and things like that. If you want to serve a large chunk ghetto like that, that doesn't work though. The thing is, you need those ghettos destroyed. You need them spread, so everyone gets a chunk of their poor people, and they get to meet them, and they kind of go, "Holy shit, you need to get yourself a job, sunshine," and they get surrounded by people who have got the right attitude.
Yeah, because they're basically in a sort of echo chamber.
However, and I'd like to bring back us to the title of this thing: agenda makes people stupid. Because they look at the people in those sink estates and they kind of go, "Fuck them." That's their fault. They've just because they were born there, that's of no consequence. They should be able to pick themselves up and become a millionaire overnight. Fuck that.
Oh, of course, because there's no such thing as a poor American. They're all just disenfranchised millionaires.
Yeah, they're just embarrassed millionaires, I think is the expression. But yeah, I mean, this is sold to people all the time. Lot of people get pissed off with it. These kids end up going out and stealing shit. Well, how else are they going to get it? And so, well, they don't deserve it. And you say, well, once they've stolen off at you, they think they have. That was their work. You've just created a job, just a job that isn't legal. So if you're worrying about the poor robbing your house, maybe you might want to think about voting in people that would actually stop poor people from being so poor that they want to rob your house.
And I think the biggest...
Or you can just get a bigger gun.
Yeah. Bigger security system.
Yeah, let's just keep ramping shit up.
Anarcho-fucking
well, like
capitalism.
I said, it's the ramping up. You see, this is what happens when it comes to people with say, conflicting agendas. They don't actually get anything done. All they end up doing is ramp up the rhetoric and shouting and screaming at each other. And anyone who's looking at this, trying to glean some sort of information, they either give themselves a headache and walk away, or they choose some middle ground between the two of them, which is neither right. Especially, like I said, when it comes to agenda-driven politics, most of the time is that the ideas that people are coming up with are based upon their agenda. They can be right, they can be wrong. However, because they're based upon their agenda, they have to adhere to the agenda no matter what. That's the thing that ruins it. That's the thing that ruins ideas. You throw your agenda in the way, you throw your libertarian, you throw the communist or whatever agenda in the way, and you've just ruined your thought process. I think we've done a reasonably good evening. I'm gonna hit the chill. It's been a nice one. Thanks for coming, Dictator, Searle, and Simon. And anybody else, I'm sorry I didn't really push forward with this thing. I've been very busy. I've got a lot of projects that I'm trying to work on at the moment, so I'm not really giving this the 100% that I should, and I apologise for that to a degree.
That's been good.
I assumed you were editing video the entire time.
No, I can't at the moment. Yeah, my main problem is all I'm doing is rendering fire. And because I'm using the graphics card to do it, it basically stops everything from happening. So I just basically have to just sit there and wait for it to happen. I can't actually do anything, really.
So that's why you decided to have... Well, that's basically why you don't even house these days.
Well, I'm doing I'm doing this Friday. I'm sometimes Saturday, sometimes Friday. It really depends. Over the last
Depends on
couple
your
of weeks.
rendering.
Yeah, over the last couple of weeks, I've been doing like puppets and things like that for some YouTubers, and so it's meant that it's basically depending on what's going on there. I have to. I at one point I overslept for one of them because I was just basically working on this thing all night. It's very difficult to get mouth movements to feel natural enough that I'm happy enough to release. I'm still not happy now, but I don't think I'll ever be happy. I don't. You've only got one actual sort of variable to work with, up and down essentially. So if you imagine you're trying to make a mouth move like that, you're very limited in your choices.
Yeah, I'm not
But hey,
surprised.
yeah. So what are you going to do? You just got to work with what you got to work with. I'd love to do Simon. I'm looking at Simon's one, yeah, and I think I'd enjoy actually making.
It will just be
him.
wiggling of the moustache.
Yeah, a slight, the little sort of like that little ruffle down on the chin bit. That would be the main movement. Yeah. That
No,
would be
the moustache itself would have to wiggle a bit.
Yes, it would wiggle, but only a little. Just a little bit. I would want to do it so that it flips up slightly when he's loud, but only when he's loud.
Okay. That'd be kind of cool, actually.
That'd be kind of cool, yeah.
So yeah, it has been a pleasure. Wonderful to see you guys. Thanks for coming in, Darth. Don't take it personally. I just come in hard, and obviously I'm sure next week if you'd like to come in, please do. Like I said, it's a robust conversation. I don't give a fuck who you are, as long as you're polite to me and my guests. Much love. Thanks, guys. 99.
Okay. That's it.
No more chat.